Howdy, folks. Why's... I thought it was like a weird frame rate for a second. Oh, hang on. That's not supposed to be there. Hang on. How's the sound? How's the lighting? And most importantly, how are you? Bear with me, folks. Adventure Ryan, hey Jambareeqi, my first video I saw on your channel when you reviewed Over the Hedge, just became a fan ever since. I give Over the Hedge 4 out of 5, also gave Monsters vs Aliens a 4. Oh, my Over the Hedge review is really, has aged. It's aged, let's just say it's aged. I'm a lot less harsh to it now, if I'm honest. Hello Chloe. Adventure sound good. Dynamite says, I can't hear you very well. Turn the volume up a little bit. That's the best I can do, I'm afraid. Until I can afford a more, sounds a bit quiet. Hang on. Bear with me. Bear with me. Okay, so can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hopefully I fixed that. Fingers crossed I fixed that. Very sorry that people couldn't hear me. Yeah, we don't have Nightbot, but I don't think anyone that's not watched my Twitch streams doesn't know what that reference. But yeah, let me know. Yeah, you can hear me now. Good, thank goodness. Blimmin' egg. What a pain. What a pain. Technology, am I right? That's right. Hey Jambareeqi, you still like Over the Hedge, right? Yeah, I kind of liking it. There's some things I still stand by, but like, why is the chat box so small? Why? Why is it like this? Tell you what, I know why it is. Let's move over to the tier list, because I know why. I shaped it for that chat box. So, Adventure Ryan, hey Jambareeqi, you still like Over the Hedge, right? I'm just making sure. Also, what did you think of Ruby Gilman? I think it's a decent and didn't deserve to be a box office bomb. I watched it this morning for this tier list, and I think it's fine. I think it's perfectly fine. I've seen a lot worse stuff, but I can kind of see why it didn't really attract people. But at the same time, I'd say a lot of the fault of it being a box office bomb would be down to the poor marketing and the fact it came out of nowhere. GH Media, Wish movie thoughts. I've talked about Wish on the previous stream. It looks good. Looks good. There's enough to really say at this stage. Goat seems funny. Star looks cute. I'm not 100% on the cel-shaded style yet, but we'll see. I mean, like, I felt the same about Spider-Verse when I saw the trailer. Sean, have you heard about the new Bluey video game? I have, and I do want to play it. Richard Jack, hi Jambareeqi, I love your film and TV reviews. I've been watching you since the pandemic started. I've started watching films and TV shows thanks to you. Awesome. I can't wait to see this tier list. I'm glad you're excited for it. It's a lot. It's a lot. This tier list is a lot. Let's just say there's 60 characters to go through. It was very difficult kind of trying to work out, okay, which ones do I even count? So that looks weird about the Kronk tier. This is not a Cartoon Crushers tier list. Gloria, I really don't see any flaws with Ruby, minus a few minor. Yeah, it's... I think the only real problem with Ruby is that it's a bit generic. But, like, in terms of the cliches and tropes they're going for, I thought they did them decently. And I'm not going to say anything about the Ruby character, because she's on this list. But, like, there are things I did like about Ruby. There are things I enjoyed about it. I really like the romance. I think the romance is my favourite things about it. It had an adorable romance. And I love the creature design. Chicken Run Dawn of the Nugget. I've talked about this at length in the previous stream. I don't want to keep repeating myself about my thoughts. Chloe, how have you been doing lately, mate? I'm doing good. I'm probably doing the best I have in ages. Like, I've improved my sleeping pattern. I've improved my working schedule. I'm living a much healthier life now. Yeah. Avengers. Dreamworks is my favorite animated studio, not only because of nostalgia, but also, Jambareeqi, did you know that Megamind, Rise of the Guardians, and B.O.B gained cult followings? Yep, they did. That says add donkey at S. You just have to wait till we get to them. Hello, Leo. Hi, Jam. Sorry I'm late. Just had to hang the washing and, of course, get a hot lemon for this throat. Bless you. I think, and I don't know if you've tried this yet, Leo, but like, because I've had sore throats a lot as someone that uses my voice for my job, ice cream works best. Ice cream has always worked best for me. Like, I felt like 100 times better after like having ice cream. Leo, did I miss anything said about the sound earlier? No, it's all fine. It's all fine. I sorted the sound out. It was just Streamlabs being a knob as usual. Streamlabs is always the one to blame when it comes to technology problems, isn't it? Jasmine, have you thought about doing any reviews about some indie animation shows in the future that you may like and have interest in? I have considered that actually, but like, I don't know how I'd market it. I don't know how I'd like go about it, like how I'd word the video. That's the thing I have to think about first when making videos. Is like, okay, how do I market this? What's the title of the video? What's the thumbnail? That's what gets me going. That's what gets me inspired. Yeah. Adam, God, I hope Gromit gets S tier. Most likely, yeah. I think this is something I've got to like make very clear. For anyone that's not joined one of my tier list streams before, it's not all me deciding. You get an input as well. I'm going to listen to what you have to say as well. I'll say what I think of the character, and then you can all have a say. And then when it comes down to it, it's all pretty much just everyone just throwing the tier that they think it is. This is very much a consensus thing. I feel like that's more interesting, that's more entertaining, that's more interactive for all of you. If it was just me doing the tier list and not listening to any of you, I feel like what's the point of me being live? There's no point in me being live. So I feel like it's a shared interaction kind of experience. Where am I in chat? Which is my catchphrase for streams. Patrick, before we begin, have you played any of the Dreamworks animation tie-in games? Not that I know of. I've played the beginning of Ratatouille. That's about it, really. Leo says, I've had ice cream earlier today. I'll have to get some more. Go for it. Sean, hopefully I can keep my throat stable next Saturday at the Scare attraction performing it. Good luck. Kyle, sounds weird, but I like hot milk and honey for sore throats. Got the idea from anime. Yeah, I can imagine that working, actually, yeah. Chloe, get well soon. I was sort of ill last night. Ginger ale helps. Ooh. Yeah, I've heard that, like, yeah, I've heard that that works, yeah. GH, most forgettable Dreamworks movie. Probably Abominable. I'm gonna go straight for Abominable. Like, I often forget that it's there. And I remember, like, when I did the marathon, when I did, like, a rewatch of all the Dreamworks films for my villains video and my sequels video, I was like, oh yeah, this is a Dreamworks film. This is a Dreamworks film that exists. Oh yeah. It's not because it's bad, it's just... it doesn't even feel like a Dreamworks film, if you know what I mean. Where am I? Thomas, have you seen any Netflix Dreamworks shows? Not that I know of. Leo, I was wondering, because the quality is very different. I've got my telly at volume 50, and I just hear you. This is the loudest it's gonna get, I'm afraid, in terms of, like, sound. I don't know why it might sound quiet to everyone. It's like at max volume on Streamlabs and max volume on the computer. So I honestly, I don't know. I can have another look to see what's going on. Hang on, wait. I think I know what's up. Hang on. Is it that? Oh my. Hang on. Right. Okay. Okay, that should be better now, hopefully. For some bizarre reason, my computer had set the webcam microphone as the microphone. It's just one problem after another, isn't it? It's just one blooming problem after another. Where am I in chat? And I should start the tier list soon. Rocky, are there any criteria for who qualifies as a hero in a Dreamworks film on this list? Not really. I just grabbed anyone and everyone when it came to, like, heroes in Dreamworks films. If anyone isn't on the list, it's just because I either forgot about them or I was in a bit of a rush. But, like, it's a lot. It's 60 different characters. You could argue some of them are sidekicks. You could argue some of them are love interest. But, like, it's just anyone and everyone. I'm just grabbed anyone I could throughout doing this. Don't take it too serious. That's all I'll say. This with my stream tier list, it's not that serious. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun. Ryan, all-time favorite Dreamworks movie? Mine is Shrek 2. Mine's Shrek 2 probably as well. Or is it Prince of Egypt? I'm not sure. It's a tie, probably. Chew Bamboo, hi, how's your day been? It's been nice, and I had a very nice nap earlier. Kyle, you just like it when we bully you into changing your mind, Jam. It's Listy! No way! Hang on. I need to make Listy a mod. Bear with me, folks. I need to make Listy a mod. Listy was a mod in my other stream. Whoa. There we go. I can make Listy a mod finally. Oh, not? Okay, I'm gonna have to... Oh, no, wait, I can. Yep, Liz, you're a mod on my YouTube streams now. Sorry about that, folks. Just had to sort that out with the whole transition between Twitch and YouTube streaming. So I'll never forget the Ratatouille Goes Wrong stream. Mr. Jack, I hope Toothless is in this tier list. Yep. Here's the reason why I made him my big cosplay project when the third film was out in 2019. That's ambitious. I hope it paid off. Jasmine, I already got a feeling Oscar and Shark Tale is going to be put in the D tier. I'm going to stand up for Oscar because I've made this public recently, but like I like Shark Tale now, and I'm going to hopefully eventually do a video where I defend Shark Tale. No, I'm not. I've not gone crazy. I'm a Shark Tale fan now, and when we get to Oscar, I will be saying some things that I have to say. Bear with me, folks. One second. I'm trying to get back onto things. Hello, Jack. Thomas, I usually have Waitrose blind smoothie for my throat. Waitrose is very expensive though. Adventures. I find the protagonist Dreamworks films to be more relatable than Disney and Pixar protagonists. I also love the action sequences more than Disney and Pixar. Whoa. Flipping out. I'm getting really fed up of, like, trying to catch up with chat because it just jumps. Here we go. Chloe, Abominable was cute. It's cute. I will say it's cute. Yeah. I barely remember Shrek the Third existed. Oh, I always remember Shrek the Third existed. Joshua Boss Baby feels more like an Illumination film. GH Media, Ruby Gilman equals Turning Red. Yeah, Ruby Gilman did feel like a combination of Little Mermaid, Turning Red, and Luca. Felt like all those different films kind of like smushed together. Chloe says there's a delay in the chat. There's not a delay. There's just a lot of chat for me to get through. Like, it's... yeah. Well, as far as I know, there's not a chat delay in terms of, like, on screen. Is it in time on screen? Because, like, I'm taking a while to get through the chat because there's a lot of questions, a lot of people talking. Leo, I literally forgot Abominable was a Dreamworks film, even after seeing your ranking video. Ryan, can you link every Disney film? I don't know what you mean by link. I mean rank, because I'm not ranking every Disney film, and that'll take forever. Plus, I've already done a top 5 best and worst, so... Mr. Jack, this is my first time joining your stream, Jambareeqi. It feels so cool to talk to you tonight. Glad you're enjoying yourself. Gloria, aside from Blue in Our House, did you get a chance to see any new other Disney cartoons or interested in Gravity Falls again? Yeah, still love Gravity Falls. Marathoned it like a bajillion times now. I've seen Amphibia as well. Yeah, I know, Leo. The apparently, yeah, like I said, the connected to the webcam microphone for some reason. Right, I'm gonna start the tier list soon. By the way, folks, I can't turn this into a Q&A. Hang on, folks. Here we go. Leo, it's weird how great that Ratatouille stream turned out for us mods, despite it cocking up. Adventures, I like Shark Tale since as a kid and I still like it. Glad you feel honoured to be a to be a mod listing. CRS, I ironically enjoy Shark Tale for what it is. Yeah, same. My reviewing for when I did the Dreamworks Villains video, I was like, I like this film. There's a lot of stuff to like here, and like, I can see what it's going for. I can see what it was trying to do. GH Media, the Fox Factory scene in Kung Fu Panda 2 is one of the most tense scenes in animation my history. Yep, it is, yeah. Bradley asks, how's it going? It's going good. Adventures Ryan says, hey Jambareeqi, did you know that Shrek won the first Oscar for Best Animated Film? Yep. Yeah, we'll start the tier list very soon, folks. And again, very sorry about the whole sound hiccup earlier. Right, yeah, so the chat box is in time with on screen. I'm now fully caught up with chat, by the way. I'm fully caught up. It's weird because like YouTube, because I get more viewers on YouTube, there's more chat to get through. So like it gives the illusion that it's behind, but it's just I'm behind. Josh says, Shane reminds me of Voldemort from Harry Potter. Thomas, do you remember your Jamboree Quest video of Shark Tale? I take it that video is now dated as of now. Oh, it's very dated. Very dated. And there's probably some things that I still agree with, but for the most part, I just have this newfound appreciation for Shark Tale. And its themes, more than anything, its themes. There's some really great themes in there that I resonate with. I felt I resonated with Shark Tale more. I feel like feel like the older I've got, the more I'm kind of like, oh, I can see things from Oscar's perspective more. Chloe asks, drinking tea or is that coffee? It's coffee. Toby number 1, the awesome. What film is this up to? It's up to Ruby Gilman, basically. But I think it is time we started the tier list. Let's start the tier list. Let's go. So, as you can see on the tier list right now, the first character we're going to be talking about is Alex from Madagascar. I will say that Alex is definitely the most interesting character out of all the Madagascar gang. He's the one that actually has arcs, actual character arcs throughout the films, and like has actual flaws and obstacles. A lot of the other characters are they're a bit more tropey, and they're just kind of there for comic relief. But I feel like Alex is always usually the star of the story, and goes through the most. And I particularly find his what he goes through in the first film the most interesting. The idea of him wrestling and grasping with his predatory nature. I found that really interesting. And when I rewatched Madagascar Madagascar this year, I was like, oh yeah, I really like this now. I really like that kind of arc. And it's the most interesting thing about the first Madagascar is Alex's struggle with not eating his friends. And it's kind of a dark thing. You could argue he's one of the edgier Madagascar characters. And he has a lot of he definitely has a lot of charisma, which definitely stems from his background as a performer, as a celebrity. And you can tell that it's kind of gone to his head, but at the same time, he uses that really well. Yeah. What do people think of Alex? Let me know. I'm trying to find where people start talking about Alex. Thomas says, Alex the Lion. So this is A tier. Oh, my thought it said A tier. Just any tier will do. A tier. But yeah, like all I want to hear from people is, what do you think of Alex? What do you think of Alex? Don't talk about tiers yet. We're not getting to tiers yet. Carl Charlie says he's actually my favorite Dreamworks character. Do you want to explain why? I'd love to hear why. CRS, Madagascar has always been my favorite film from Dreamworks animation ever. Fantastic. Thomas, Madagascar is a lot deeper than people give it credit for. Yeah, it's the but mainly I'd say mainly for Alex's story, mainly for Alex's part. Gloria says his backstory is pretty solid, and I liked how he tried to inspire the circus animals to pursue their passions. That's one of my favorite things about him, is how he like reinvigorates like everyone's energy in the circus and gets like everyone motivated again, and like gets everyone to go back to their roots, and like he can do that as a performer. And he's probably gone through his own imposter syndrome. He's probably gone through his own kind of like creative stumps, and he's the perfect person to like go to these circus animals and be like, come on, you can do this again. He's ideal for it. Adventure says, I like Alex and he's the best character. I give him an A. Leo, going on the first film, only one I've seen, his arc was really interesting to watch. As an animal-loving kid, I was really invested with seeing whether or not the film would suddenly turn dark. Thomas, Alex is such a deep character, and whoa, and he's awesome. Adventures, the Penguins, we're not talking about the Penguins at the moment, mate. Jasmine, Alex is a good character, I would give him an A. I want to hear people's reasons, don't just say, he's good. A tier. Tell me why you like this character. That's what's going to make a conversation interesting. Soda, dude was probably one of my favorite characters in the movie. Kyle says, I enjoy his moral dilemma with finding out the food he eats used to walk and talk and stuff. Yes, exactly, yeah. Carl, because it was a franchise part of my childhood and I like his dancing skills. He is a good dancer, I'll give you that. He's a very good dancer. And as someone that loves dancing myself, yeah, I like it. Joshua, as was kind of my hero growing up, now that I think about it. Why was he your hero? What inspired you about Alex? Chat box be jumping. Yeah, that's what... when there's a lot of people talking, it's going to jump a bit. Thomas says S tier. Sean, honestly, don't have strong opinions on him. Honestly, aside from Ben Stiller's brilliant voice work. Yeah, I think Ben's got a good energy for it. Because, like, he's a very dynamic character, very bouncy, very jumpy. And I think Ben's good at doing that. He's known for playing very... I don't know how to describe Ben Stiller's persona, but like it does kind of fit Alex. Thomas says, Alex's character animation is one of the best things about him. It's fluid and expressive. It is very expressive. Sometimes maybe too expressive, but for the most part, I think it fits like this very eccentric performer, actor kind of character. Bystander, who actually watches these movies besides young children? Mate, you've been acting kind of rude in this chat, so toodles. Bye-bye. Right, what's next? Where was I? Sorry, yeah. Alex, yes, where was I? Trying to find it. Chloe's body shoot with Marty is super wholesome / goofy, led to great comedy. I did really like their friendship, actually, yeah. Especially in the first film. They have a really nice bond in the first film. And that bond even gets tested in Madagascar too, as well. Joshua, he never gave up when all hope seemed lost, and is a great role model, that's why. Plus he's a great dancer. Yeah. Leo, the image of him sulking on the beach as his help sign drops to hell still makes me laugh when it pops into mind. Richard Jack, Alex is a good leader, and the voice actor Ben Stiller fits the role. CRS, all four of stars of Madagascar are well written with their strong personalities. We'll be going through each of them, to be fair. Gillian, the guy who performed All Star has died. Yep, I heard about that. Dan says, I love how silly he can be. However, he's always been a likable hero to me since a young age. That's cute. Soda, I suppose the characters in the movie, he's the one that's gone through the biggest arc, going from a superstar to being sent away to San Diego and having to learn to cope with all the hell. Yeah, you could say, yeah, again, I want to go back to my point that he's the character that goes through the most, has the most development out of all four characters. Ventures, but the reason why I like him is that I love his character arcs, and your reasons is exactly why I like him. I also love that he dances because of who he is. Yeah. George, what was that guy doing when he was being rude? He was basically mocking all of us right now. He was being a bit of a knob and coming in and saying like, oh, these films are for kids. You know, the typical kind of people that like think that they're better than other people for things like that. Anyway, Thomas, as much as a person watching Madagascar as a kid, I resonated with Alex as a character because he was very quirky and bouncy, made me uplifted. That's cute. CRS, take Alex. He starts off as somewhat self-centered, though you still love him. I also appreciate the way they write his friendship with Marty. Adam, he is kind of a moron in the second film, like he trusted the Alec Baldwin line way too easily. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I dislike Madagascar too. Chloe, didn't Alex give up during Europe's Most Wanted while the plane broke though? And I think it's okay for characters to sometimes have that kind of that kind of obstacle. You can appreciate a character's determination and perseverance, and not think that like they're less of a character if they get to a stage where it's like, oh, this is too much for me. Because that's normal, that's realistic. Even the most optimistic and idealistic people can get to a point where like, no, I don't think I can carry on. It happens. And I feel like a lot of people with that type of personality can put too much stress on themselves. Dancing brings out who you are, and it's why his dancing makes me smile. Oh, 100% agree about dancing. I'm not sure if this counts, but in the PS2 game of Madagascar, there's a whole level where you're trying to avoid a crazed Alex chasing you, and it's a lot creepier than it should have been. I want to see a clip of that now. George, do you think Alex had every right to be angry at Marty in the first movie? Was Alex angry at Marty in that? Trying to remember why he was angry. I can't remember why he was angry, if I'm honest. Thomas, and seeing grow through the third film is so rewarding. Soda, lady, what is wrong with you? Bad giddy. Trenton, I feel as though it's commendable that for the first film, he isn't a traditional hero fighting a villain. Essentially, he is being a hero against himself for the sake of his friends. Yes, yes. Leo, the line where he lunges at Marty and barely whispered, I don't want to hurt you. He sounded so desperate and broken. Yeah, absolutely. Chloe, true. Also, in the shorts, he acts pretty selfless, too, like helping Santa in the Valentine's Day special. I'd give up, too. Yeah, I remember kind of liking, I think I really liked Merry Madagascar. I remember enjoying that. Carl says, yeah, it's so sweet. Carl Charlie, he had a good relationship with parents, not during the scenes where his father says if you were a real lion. Chloe, even though he technically shot the sleigh down, I don't remember that bit, I'm afraid. George, Marty tried to leave the zoo and even wandered off too. I can kind of see why he'd be a little annoyed, because like Alex likes the comfort of like, I've got my friends nearby me, this is my home to me. But at the same time, I can kind of see things from Marty's perspective, because that's maybe a little selfish of Alex. CRS, yes, he was angry. He thought Marty was responsible for getting them stranded in Madagascar. Ah, right, okay. Okay, so we need to choose a tier for Alex now, because we've got 60 characters to get through. We can't spend the whole stream talking about Alex. So, what tier should we give Alex? Throw your tiers at me. Is he an S? Is he an A? Is he a B? Let me know in chat now, so we can give Alex a home on the tier list. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where are we going to point? Because for personally, I'm going to go with A. He's not one of my favorites, but like after rewatching the first Madagascar, he's a character I appreciate a lot more now. I wouldn't say he's like, there are better Dreamworks characters out there that I would save the S tier for. So Soda says S, Joshua says A, Adam says B, Sean says A, Carl says A. Gillian says, are you doing your ranking in alphabetical order? No. So for those of you who have never seen a tier list before, it looks like this. So it's kind of like American school grading as far as I know. So it's S, A, B, C, D. That's pretty much the ranking, okay? So we're trying to work out where to put Alex on this tier list here. We've got a lot of A's, and I'm thinking I am agreeing with this A. Leo, I'd say A because out of the Madagascar protagonists, I already know who I'd put above him. Thomas says S, but not many S's, so I'm feeling like he is an A. So I'm gonna put him in A. I feel like he belongs in A. That's a nice spot for him. Okay, so who is next? Next we've got Astrid. Astrid is the next character we're talking about. I think she's a fantastic character, considering like the disadvantages she has as a woman on a Viking island where all the men are like pretty much in charge and proving themselves and stuff. But at the same time, it's great to see her developing a compassion for dragons roughly the same time as Hiccup. Like, she has that compassion in her all along. It's just that Hiccup kind of helps, like, bring that out in a way. And I like that in the sequels, how supportive she is in all the sequels. Like, she's a very supportive girlfriend. Hiccup is super duper lucky to have her around to kind of, like, teach him, like, the right things to do, or, like, to guide him in some sort of way. The best kind of romantic partner you can have, really. But like, we're not doing the tiers just yet for Astrid. We're just talking about Astrid. What do you think of Astrid? So Joshua says she should honestly be chief. You know what? Between Hiccup and Astrid, I'd say Astrid deserves to be chief way more. I actually do agree. Jack. Astrid's a real fantastic character. I love her and her dragon Stormfly. They make a great team. I can't remember what... I've seen the Dragons films loads of times, and I can't remember what Stormfly looks like now. What is wrong with me? She is a keeper, alright. She is, yeah. If you end up with a partner like this, you've got... you've got to appreciate her. Josh says, I love Astrid. I did notice how irritated she was with Hiccup in the first movie, and had every right to be, because Hiccup was like hiding this massive secret from her. Chloe, the Vikings actually pretty fair sexually okay with girls. There are women in the army, but probably male-dominant village. Yeah, I'm talking mainly about the first film, not historically. Talking about the actual film. So Leo says, it is funny how the dynamic develops, going from being so at odds with Hiccup, then seeing their friendship, their romance. It's the good food. You can see why they ended up and stayed together. And yeah, absolutely. There's no point in the sequels where I feel like, why is Hiccup still with Astrid? Or why is Astrid still with Hiccup? No, I get it. The dynamic is so well done. The chemistry is always there. And you can see how they ended up starting a family together. Zelda says she's strong, pretty, and perfect for Hiccup. Chloe, Stormfly is a deadly nada, one of my favorite species. I'm so bad at remembering the different dragon species designs, if I'm honest. Charlie, seeing as in 2, Hiccup didn't think he could be chief, I could see why people want her to be chief. Yeah, she would have been a more confident chief. Like, Hiccup only ends up being chief because heritage. Soda, I can't comment on this one because, to tell the truth, I've not seen How to Train Your Dragon. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Go check out the How to Train Your Dragon films, and I hope you enjoy them. Adventures, I love Astrid because not only is she beautiful, but she is more than just some strong fighter. I love that she is supportive, friend, to girlfriend, to wife. She's my cartoon crush when I was a teen. Bless you. Storm Shadow, can you please do a season? No, mate, this is a tier list. This isn't the place to do requests. If you have requests, tweet me or comment in the community tab. Please don't disrupt the vibe of a tier list stream. Cheers. Hello, Gabe. Leo, a key to remember what her dragon looks like is to look at her army. Oh, each of the riders' armors are modeled to look like their dragons. I never noticed that. That's so clever. Adventures. She is passionate in protecting her family and home. She and Hiccup, so relationship is admirable, and they are the best Dreamworks couple. Chloe, my favourite moment was that talk when Toothless got taken away. She was specifically saying, "Don't sulk. Tell me why you did what you did." Yes, and that shows how much maturity she has. She's very mature. But at the same time, she does have that cheeky side that she uses to kind of like goof around with Hiccup as well. So like she's not entirely serious, but like out of Astrid and Hiccup, I'd say that Astrid is the more mature one. Thomas, Hiccup did grow up throughout the films. That we're gonna get to Hiccup. We'll get it at the moment we're talking about Astrid. Leo, something that instantly pops into my mind is the opening of the second film, when Stoic proudly shouts, "That's my future daughter-in-law!" Yeah, I love that bit. When she's winning the game, he's so proud. Yes, yes. You can't blame him. Chloe, also her terrorizing Eric to sneak into the hideout and bravely talking about Hiccup to Drago. Yeah, there's so many great Astrid moments. Astrid and Hiccup make a great couple. Astrid is mature and cares for the dragons and Hiccup. I think personally Astrid should be in the S tier. So where are we? Where are we going to put Astrid? Which tier does Astrid belong in? Throw your tiers at the screen now. Let's hear them. Let's hear them. For me, I'm going to go with S. I'm gonna stand by S. I think she's an S tier character, one of the best written Dreamworks characters out there. She really is. Absolutely. Yeah, one of the great heroes of Dreamworks. But let's hear your tiers. Adam says she's an A. Joshua says she may as well go in S. Zelda says S. Keep the tiers coming, folks. Spam them towards me, so it helps me kind of get a consensus on like where we stand. Let me know. S. There we go. There we go. It's S's. S. Getting lots of S's. Yeah. She is an S. She is an S tier. Adam, maybe she just reminds me a little too much of Tigress, which is why I don't want to go S with her. I don't think that's a bad thing, because Tigress is a great character. I don't think like it's bad if one character is similar to another character. Leo, to be fair, when you have a girlfriend who is that loved by your dad, you can't not marry her. S tier. Thomas says A. We're getting so many S's that it's very obvious that she belongs in S. So let's put her in S, folks. Let's put her in S. Okay, next one is Barry from B-Movie. I don't know where I stand with B-Movie. I don't know what my relationship with it is, but I will say it makes me laugh. Whether it's doing intentionally or not intentionally, just being funny because it's so weird. It deserves to become so memed, because it is a meme movie. It's a very memeable movie, and like that ties into my feelings about Barry. I'm not sure where I stand with Barry. Like I have respect for like his passion for caring about Be Kind, and I admire him for wanting to like break out of the system that he's in, where he's having to do the same thing every day, and he wants to have adventure, wants to have life. I get that, totally appreciate that. The whole being women thing, little weird. not gonna lie, little weird. But like his work in the courtroom, he's very good in the courtroom. Very skilled in the courtroom. But I want to hear what everyone else has to say. Because again, I'm like, it's just Jerry Seinfeld B. Leo says, oh fucking hell. Thomas, Mr. Benson B. You like jazz? I'm down for any B-movie quotes, folks. Any memes. Give me the B-movie memes. Come on. Somebody paste the entire B-movie script into chat. No, actually, don't. Like, Chloe, me neither, Jam. I'm just baffled. He is a baffling character. It's hard to really pin Barry down, in a way. Zelda, I haven't seen B-movie in ages. Arrested Jack. Barry B. Benson, I would laugh if he ends up in B tier. I would put him in B tier just for the memes. Joshua, straight up going to B just for the pun alone. I actually agree. Yep. Chloe, I barely remember this movie, but it's interesting he wants to be something else. Ken isn't here because Ken's a villain, Thomas. That's why Ken was in my villains list. So just says God tier. Avengers, I really don't have strong feelings for this guy. However, new movie always makes me laugh so hard. This is why B-movie has got a cult following, not only for the memes, but also for its comedy. Zelda, give him a Phoenix Wright wig. Oh my. Does that mean that the villain lawyer has to like dress like Edgeworth now? Sean, honestly, Barry's the least interesting element of the otherwise batshit insane film. Yes, I actually agree with that. I feel like he's a bit too normal for a film that's going completely nuts. And he's not even the straight man of the film. He is definitely the least interesting thing about the film. The only thing that's kind of like shocking and kind of like remarkable about him is the fact that he falls in love with a human. That's really. Leo, honestly, anytime I remember him, I just think he's a prick. At the very least, you can't call him smart. Do you want to go into that, Leo? I'm happy to hear about why you think he's a prick, why you think he's dumb. Joshua, remember when Barry was Vanessa's little bedbug? Venture's right. I do admit I admire him for standing up for what he believes in. Like, I like that about him. I love people who try to do what's right, even if they might fail. That's admirable. And I think that's what I like. I think that's his most positive trait. Patrick B for the bit. Chloe, Touche, guess he's okay. Cameron, I haven't seen the movie in years, but remember liking his voice. Then you'll like Jerry Seinfeld, because it's just Jerry Seinfeld as a B. Like, there's no difference. Like, if you saw a Jerry Seinfeld stand-up performance, you'd be like, oh, this is just Barry Benson as a human. Gloria, bug or not, I think he was right to interfere with Ken's life. His girlfriend barely had much chemistry with him. I don't know if that makes it right. I don't think that makes it right, but like, at the end of the day, if that's the case, if there's no chemistry there, it was down to the girlfriend to end things with Ken. Adventures, is your villain tier on YouTube or Twitch? This is just a curious question. I'm aware this is a hero list, but I just want to know. I did a video, like an hour and a half video, where I ranked as many Dreamworks villains as I could. That's on my channel, one of my newest videos. Daniel, somebody do like jazz references? Thomas, he's on Nectar. Send in the beekeepers. Leo says, it's mostly because of the utter disaster it causes with his court case. Sure, I suppose the internal logic of the film, it might make sense, but it just boggles the mind that he would want to sue humanity. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in B-Movie that just doesn't add up. But I think that ties into how memeable it is, because there's just so many scenes where you're kind of just going, what? Why? That's why it's so easy to laugh at, because like, even when you're not laughing at the intentional jokes, you're laughing at how stupid the film is. Rock says, I would put Barry in C tier. He's a vanilla protagonist and gets lost amidst the insanity of his own movie. Soda, stand by my made-up god tier. Zelda says B for B. Sean says, weird note, but was anyone more interested in the live-action sketches of the B-movie that they did in the teasers? I need to rewatch those. Does anyone remember that? Oh, does anyone remember the Ant-Man teaser where it was just Paul Rudd and Michael Douglas going, ants, ants? That was the teaser. It's one of the greatest teasers ever made. Soda, remember folks, B-movie shot Winnie the Pooh. Adam, he nearly causes a plane crash. That has to be the weirdest climax in Dreamworks movie. Leo, I think it's also because I saw Legal Eagle suffering through analyzing it. You just find yourself on the side of every human character that hates him. Yeah, I'd have to watch that video then. Okay, let's hit the tiers. What tier we're gonna give Barry? I feel like everyone's gonna go for the memes and put a B tier, which I'm fine with. I feel like he's a B tier. Like, and if B or lower, I'm gonna say that Barry's B or lower. But yeah, throw your tiers. What tier does Barry belong in? S, A, B, C, D? Throw them at me. Chloe, B lower on the end. B lower on the end though. Got B. Leo, I forgot where what the lowest tier is, but that's where I'd put him. That's D tier. B, 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 C, B. Hello, Dream Master. B, 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 B. Okay, we'll do it for the memes. We'll just do it for the memes. He's gonna go and B for the memes. Right, let's throw him on there. Okay. Who is next? Next up is Bob, who is just Seth Rogen as a blob. I will say that he got the most laughs out of me in Monsters vs. Aliens. But he's not that remarkable. Because again, it's just Seth Rogen being Seth Rogen, but it's a blob. He's just a dumb blob. And there's not much to really say beyond that. He's just a funny, stupid blob. I wish I could say something deeper than that, but I'd love to hear if anyone has like something interesting to say about him beyond him being a big dumb blob voiced by Seth Rogen. But yeah, no tears yet. No tears yet for Bob. No tears yet. We want to talk about the character. Let's talk about the character. Insert Seth Rogen laugh. I don't know if I can even do a Seth Rogen laugh. I hang out with a lot of stoners and they all just go which is kind of a Seth Rogen laugh, I guess. Greenmaster's the point of the character. Yeah, but it doesn't really give me much to talk about. That's all I'm saying. That's not a complaint. That's not me moaning or anything. I'm just saying, in terms of analysis, all I can really say is dumb blob voiced by Seth Rogen. He funny. That is it. I'm afraid I can't really go any deeper than that when it comes to my personal thoughts on him. We will talk about the other characters, Monsters vs. Aliens, a bit later. Kyle, I barely remember Bob. I think he had a jelly fetish. Oh yeah, he did. He fell in love with a piece of jelly. Leo, I've not seen this film outside the odd clip, but I'll say he looks like Seth Rogen's laugh. He does, yeah. Even that face. Josh says Bob's the funniest guy in this underrated movie. I wouldn't agree it's underrated, and he looks like the guy you want to give a hug. He does seem huggable, but at the same time, he doesn't like suck people into his gelatinous blobbiness. It's kind of scary in a way. Adventures. I love that even though Bob is a goofball, I love that he is more than just some funny guy. He has heart, such as the gas station scene. He was crying a little. Shows that he has so much heart. Yeah, he does have heart. He does have heart. Zelda, cringe, that's all I'm gonna say. Why? I want to know why. Why do you find Bob cringe? I want to hear people's reasons. Don't give me a sentence. Tell me. Let's get the conversation going. Thomas says Bob is a charming character with a good arc. Alongside other monsters, he's endearing and he struggles and succeeds to find meaning and love. I don't know if I'll go that far. Soda, I cannot remember a single thing about claims the Seth Rogen blob. Chloe, he's pretty encouraging of Ginormica in his own way. CRS, Bob is definitely the funniest of the monsters. Yeah, I'll stand by that. Yeah, I definitely agree he's the funniest of the monsters, but that's kind of a low bar because I don't like any of the other monsters. I don't think any of the monsters got laughs out of me. Astrid, Bob was okay, but I don't remember much about him, and he can be a bit annoying in the film. Yeah, he definitely has annoying moments. Some of those are intentional, but there are times where it's like, oh, for crying out loud, kind of annoying. All I know about him is he's a giant blue blob. Bob. Patrick, funny blob man. Cameron, I haven't seen it in all years, but I remember him being my favourite character. Rocket, I'm neutral on Bob. I'm going with C tier for him. Closest, he's Goop Slime. I've seen scarier. He also did try to fight the robot, so points for bravery and courage. Dynamooker positively. Yeah, good friend. Good fighter. Yeah, I'll say that. I'll agree with that as well. Elliot, Subro, I like Bob just because I like Seth Rogen. Valid reason. If you're a Seth Rogen fan, and like you like animated films, there you go. There's Bob. Thomas, he did like that jelly. She was lime green, had 14 little chunks of pineapple inside of her, and she was everything he deserved in life. Adam, the humans looked weirder than he did. That I will agree with. The humans in Monsters vs. Aliens are so odd looking. They're not even ugly. They're just weird. There's just something off about them. That 2000s Dreamworks CGI human look. So it says B for Bob. We're not going to go for that for every tier. Adventures. I love his obsession with a made-up beach that he likes called Monster Beach. It's pretty funny. It's from the Monster vs. Aliens PS2 game. Is the TV show any good, by the way? I remember there was a TV show. I never actually watched it, though. I like the part where he's trying to signal his friends and they just walk up behind him and say, "Who are you signaling? We're right here." Adventure says, "See?" Camera says, "Does he remind you of Blue from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends?" I never watched that show. Chloe, I don't like Seth, but Bob is an exception. That's a compliment. If a Seth Rogen character, if you can like a Seth Rogen character despite not liking Seth Rogen, that's a compliment. Will Five Nights, Bob, and I think that jelly gave me a fake phone number. Joshua, no, the TV show is cringe. See, I've never really been into wanting to see the Dreamworks TV show because they all look like cheap cash-ins. They all look like they've got way less budget and there's nothing about any of the Dreamworks TV shows except for I think it was Kipo. I got into that, but the spin-off shows, not really my cup of tea. Thomas says there was a show and it sucked. I heard the show's not good. Corey says I liked his creation story. It's the most unique. Zelda says his jokes aren't funny. Rocky, as someone who likes the film, I don't like the show. The show came out 10 years ago. Adventures, I grew up watching the TV show when I was younger. It's fun for what it is. Right, I think it's time to put Bob into a tier. Where are we going to put Bob? Where is Bob going to go? Where are we placing Bob? Are we going to put him on A, B, C, or D? For me, I like him more than Barry, so I'm going to go with an A. But at the same time, is he an A? Oh, this is tricky. Because I feel like Barry belongs in like C or D tier. So it's I don't know if he is an A. I feel like he's a low A, maybe. Leo, I remember the Spill Double Toasted Crew saying that the alien villain looked like Obama, and I've never been able to recover from that. So we've got D, B, or C. C, B, C. So I was the only one that was like rooting for A. Only because the standard we've set. D, B, C. Ooh, we got a lot of C's. I feel like the consensus is C, so let's throw him in C. I think he belongs in C. Which I'm not going to fight for him. I'm not going to fight for him. If he belongs in C, he belongs in C. Okay, next character. Who is the next character? It is Boss Baby. Hard to really say. I feel like because I'm speaking on behalf of someone that likes the first Boss Baby, genuinely likes the first Boss Baby, and sees the sequel as a guilty pleasure film. But in the first film, I do think it's interesting how he is wrapped up in this business world that he was born into, and how he rediscovers his like childhood and imagination. I think that's really interesting. I wouldn't say he's funny. I really wouldn't say he's one of the best Dreamworks characters out there. I wouldn't really fight for him. I will say that I prefer his brother. I think his brother's more interesting and more fun to watch. But where do people stand with Boss Baby? Adam says, hell no, get that little brat in D. I won't go as far as D. I won't go that far. He's Alec Baldwin as a baby. Need I see more? Cameron, I wasn't a fan of the first movie. Might need to rewatch it at some point. I do recommend people rewatch the first Boss Baby. Like, when I first reviewed it, I was like, oh, this is just stupid and weird. But I rewatched it, and I was like, I really appreciate the brotherly love plot. That's great. And the villain is pretty good. Pretty surprisingly good. Holds up better than I remember. But it's the message of brotherly love that I like the most about the first Boss Baby. Thomas, I remember you once comparing Boss Baby to Hank Hill. What? I did, due to the charm of his simple nature. I said that? They're nothing alike. What is wrong with my old videos? Seriously, I said the dumbest shit in my old videos. What the hell? Boss Baby comparing to Hank Hill. Chloe, guess he has charm. Him coming back towards the end was pretty sweet, though. Yeah, I like the brotherly love more than the character of Boss Baby. I feel like the brothers is what I like more than like Boss Baby on his own. He is kind of a gimmicky character when you think about it. There's a novelty to him, and it's hard to see him as a character because of that. So just everybody hated that baby. Hated the baby? Kyle, he's fun, but not much of him as a character. I suppose that's the point. That is something. I'd say the fun from Boss Baby is his existence in Tim's life. It's not Boss Baby as a character that's fun. It's just seeing Tim's reaction and dealing with a Boss Baby in his life. More than, yeah, the character. Cameron, there's one scene that I remember feeling any emotion. It was when his older brother said he wished he was never born, which is pretty... Chloe, that's fair. Put him over Barry. Rocky, I've not seen anything in the Boss Baby franchise, so I can't speak on whether this eponymous character belongs on the list. No worries. Joshua, at least he is the Dreamworks equivalent to Stewie Griffin. Kinda, sorta. Leo, this is so hard to talk about because I can't deny the film has something... more than just the great art direction. I guess the trope of jaded adult mind in the body of a baby just makes me laugh. Yeah, yeah. That is something I will stand by with the Boss Baby films. Like, I could complain about certain things with these films, but I find them both very funny, including the sequel. They both really make me laugh. I really like the humor of the Boss Baby movies. Soda says Z tier. I would not go that far. Thomas says he's a good leader. He is. That is something to definitely say about him. He's a very good leader of his troop, and like he knows how to take advantage of being a leader as well. And at the same time, it's interesting to see him out of that leader position when Tim takes charge. Cameron, I might give it a rewatch at some point. I want to give it another chance. Yep, I encourage everyone to rewatch Boss Baby. I don't know if it deserved its Oscar nomination, but like I think it's a very good film. Gillen, did you know that the movie is based on the book of the same name? I've heard it's based on the book. Kyle, Boss Baby is at least better than all the Baby Genius films. That's a low bar, though. To be fair, that's a very low bar. Cameron says, "Wait, there's a book." Yes, there is a book, but yeah. Where we're going to put Boss Baby? What tier we're going to put Boss Baby in? S, A, B, C, D? Throw your tiers at me now. What tier were you going to put him at? Zelda says, I like that they tried to give him a sympathetic moment when Tim was a little, when he never had a childhood. But yeah, what tier we're going to put Boss Baby at? Spam the chat. Give me your tiers. I want to hear them all. For me, it's probably a B. Probably B, and that's not me trying to like make B for Boss Baby. No, I think it's a B. He's B. He's fine. He's okay. Yeah, he's fine. We've got B, we've got C, we've got B, we've got C. Nick says, "Hey man, rather off topic, but are you familiar with the Tales of series?" Nope, never heard of them. C for cookies. So for Adventures. I disliked Boss Baby when I was a child, but actually grown to like, and the sequels are guilty pleasures. C. We're getting so many C's. Okay, fine, we'll put him on C. Again, I said from the beginning I wouldn't fight for him. I can see why you'd put him on C. Okay, who is next? So, next up is Branch, from the Trolls films. If I'm completely honest, kind of like Branch. Because, like, he's one of the only characters that's not trying to be saccharine sweet. And, like, you kind of need that in there for Trolls. You kind of need that cynical kind of character. Especially as a straight man in terms of comedy. And I like that he's one of the only characters that's, like, dead-on, blunt honest with Poppy. And Poppy needs to hear certain things sometimes, and he's the best for that. It's kind of weird how they sort of kind of played his childhood trauma for laughs. That's bizarre. The Trolls films in general are weird. But yeah, I kind of like him. I feel like, again, you need that dynamic in there. If you're gonna have a character like Poppy in Trolls, who's like bubbly and like cutesy and stuff, you need that kind of character to the side that's like, oh no, stop it, no. You kind of need that. You kind of need that kind of character. I get some people are saying that like he's the best Trolls character, and like I'd say Bob is the best Trolls character, but Branch is probably my second. Like he actually has some personality, and he actually stands out from all the like cutesy troll characters. Where am I? Where am I? Gillian says voiced by Justin Timberlake. He is, yeah. And Justin does a lot of the original songs for Trolls as well. So it says, not seen the Trolls films? You're not missing anything, mate. Joshua, I'm not the biggest fan of Trolls, but Branch is the best character for sure. Thomas, Branch is literally the only good thing about the first Trolls. Chloe, he's like Grumpy from Smurfs or Care Bears. Kinda, sorta, yeah. Carl says, Branch is my twin. Except my grandmother's died normal death. All right. Cameron, are the Trolls movies any good? Haven't seen them myself. If I'm honest, after rewatching the Dreamworks films, I'd say the first Trolls is probably the worst Dreamworks film. Gabe, Branch from Trolls, yeah, voiced by Justin Timberlake. Zelda, I like him too. He's not mean, he's just trying to be more realistic. Yes, I 100% agree with that. He's not a mean-spirited character. He's just adapting to, like, what's been thrown at him as this, like, really tiny troll in a world where he could be eaten. Yeah. I do like him. The more I think about it, the more I realise, yeah, I do like him. But no tears yet, folks. Adventure, I like Branch. I also love the True Colours song, plus your reasons why I like him are as good as mine. Sorry, plus his survival skills. Oh, hell yeah, survival skills. They're impressive. They're damn impressive. Like, I love his little... I know he's probably, like, been paranoid and maybe overthinking and stuff, but, like, the amount of effort and creativity and thought he put into, like, his little den, it's one of my favourite scenes in the first Trolls, if I'm honest. I'm like, I look in that den, I'm like, I want to be in that bunker. I want to go in that bunker. That looks sick. Whoa. Chat's jumping for me. I don't think they tried to play his backstory for the loss. Poppy and the others did give him comfort instead of mocking him. That's another problem I have, though, is that it's not what the way that they comfort Branch in that scene is not what he needed at that moment, I think, as far as I remember. I have a YouTuber friend who did a really good video about how Trolls is not a very good example of mental health, and he has a background in mental health related things. Carl, the thing about Branch is that he's not even mean or boring or dull. He's sensible, he's quiet and cautious because they're literally prey. Yep. Leo, on the one hand, that cover of True Colours was gorgeous, and his cynicism is very much needed in that film, but then I remember because singing Kill My Grandma and I've lost it. Yeah, it's silly. It's too silly. Like, that could have been played as a very tragic backstory for him that would have made him even deeper, but, like, it's silly. He filled his bunker with his own sweat. That's dedication, yeah. Chloe, plus he changes his view on Bergens. Need I mention True Colours? Yep. But yeah, the True Colours scene is probably one of the best troll scenes. It really is. Adventures. I don't like the first one, but I like the sequel. It's a guilty pleasure. Gilliam, make like a tree and branch, get it? Nate, I enjoyed the sequel. The first one was just kind of Yeah, the sequel I'm mixed on, but it's definitely a step up. Leo, yeah, he's not mean. He's just sick of everyone's shit. I'd be if I had to live there. Zelda, drinking his sweat. That's the only joke I laughed. Literally jars of sweat. Sean, DT, usually I like some of the sarcastic characters, but that's not enough to save it from these awful films. Disagree. Chloe, so he's the more chill, smug Grinch then. Checks out. Nathan, oh yeah, the singing killed my grandpa backstory. That line oddly reminded me of something I hear from those bad, cheap, faith-based movies. Yeah, that's what it's kind of like. Karen, looks like I got some Dreamworks movies to catch up on. Go for it. Leah, they definitely wanted his backstory to be taken seriously in context, but it was rightfully memed. Yeah. Zelda, wonder what sweat tastes like. No, we're not going there. Gillian, would it make more sense if he had a tragic backstory? Joshua, he had a nice arc for sure. Leo, anyone else remember when he literally flipped that clown's coffin at the funeral? Marty lives in an awful society. Chloe, curious about how his relationship with his brothers will be in 3. Yeah, I'm kind of curious where that's going. But yeah, where we're going to put Branch? S, A, B, C, D. Throw your tears at me. Throw your tears at me. Where we going? Where we going? Does he feed on negativity? I don't think he feeds on negativity. And again, he's not a negative person. He's not exactly a full-on pessimist. He's again a realist. He's a genuine realist. He just looks at the situation and thinks like, okay, this doesn't add up. We need to be sensible. Wow, a lot of very mixed grades. A, S, C, D, B. Dominic, I feel like singing Kill My Grandma could have worked. A comedic sounding death can work well. A good example is Eddie's brother, Roger Rabbit. Yes, that's a good example, but the characters treated seriously unlike the trolls. Yes, yeah. Ended up being unintentionally funny. I think that's the problem, yeah. So C, B... Sean, to be fair, that was the only part of his character that made me laugh, flipping over the clown casket. C or B, A, solid B. It's a mix. It's a mix. I'm mainly seeing C's and B's, and I'm making the final choice, and I think I'm gonna put him at, let's think. You know what? I prefer him to Barry, so I'm gonna put, no, wait. We said B's or C's, didn't we? So, yeah, he's probably going to go... He'll go in B. I'm fine with being in B. He'll do in B. Okay, next character. Bunny from Rise of the Guardians. You may have noticed that this is all alphabetical in terms of, like, going through each character. That's pretty much because that's how Tiermaker organizes all the picture files. So, yeah, we're doing Bunny from Rise of the Guardians next. I will admit that, yeah, he's a bit grumpy, but I can kind of see where he's coming from a lot, particularly when it comes to Jack Frost. He's onto a point when it comes to, like, Jack Frost's reputation and character, like, and to be fair, he does start to, what's the word, he softens up a bit, maybe, drops his guard down a bit, when he starts to remember his purpose as an Easter Bunny. And like the sense of childlike wonder and his role as the Easter Bunny, like that's the growth out it. And I love Hugh Jackman's voice as Bunny. I love Hugh Jackman's voice. It's really good. Leo says hello, Bunny Mund. So Leo, you've got a new cartoon crush. So Joshua says, it's been a while since I've seen Rise of the Guardian, so I couldn't say where I tank him. Rocky, I did not know that the characters are organized alphabetically. Yeah, pretty much with every tier list that I do, they end up being alphabetically ordered. Kyle says, I'm going to admit it weirdly hard. This is not a Cartoon Crushers tier list, Listy and Leo. Can we talk about the character? Tone down the first. Wrong stream. I forgot about this movie. Didn't people ship Jack Frost with Elsa? Yeah, I remember that phase. Zelda, love Bunny. I want to hug him and paint eggs with him. Aww. Yeah, when he shows his softer side, that's when like his little interaction with that little girl on Easter Island is so damn cute. It's so cute, and I do really like seeing like tough fronted characters like becoming jelly whenever like someone more innocent charms them. Chloe, I think he knows his purpose. He's just very take charge. Still made time to be with sweet Sophie. Be sweet with Sophie. Kind of, sort of, but at the same time, I feel like his interaction with Sophie like rekindles his love for what he does. Jay, honestly, don't have any strong thoughts on Rise of the Guardians. Honestly, don't have any strong. Oh, okay. No tears yet, folks. No tears yet. We're talking about the actual character. Leo, who says this is new? Take it from someone who was there. You had the basic lasses after Jack Frost. Women of taste like me looked at Bunny pitching north. Chloe, his boomerangs and rivalry with Santa seems to go back decades. Wonder about that history. Yeah, I do. That's the thing. You do kind of get like a feeling of the history between the Guardians in the film, in very subtle ways. Not to the point where it's like, oh, here's a flashback backstory. It's just like you kind of get an idea of what the relationships are in a really great way. Chloe, if anything, he probably understands kids better than the other Guardians. Yeah. Sean, now this is how you do cynical, sardonic Dreamworks character. He has a cool design, a sincere love for the Easter festivities. Unlike Branch, I actually enjoyed him getting wound up by various characters. It's a shame they didn't do more, because his tension with Santa would have been interesting to explore. Adventure says, Rise of Guardians is an underrated gem. I actually would agree. I've come to really appreciate it a lot more on new viewings. Chloe, loved that Easter is a new beginning speech. She felt every right to be broken. Leo, I guess he is just a lot of what you want in a hero. He can hold his own, head first into a conflict despite showing his own fears, sweet with kids, but looks like he could break him in half. Azu says, great design, but pretty mid. Can you explain why you think he's mid? That's what I want to hear. I want to hear people's, like, deeper opinions. Thomas says, Easter Bunny is the third hot... No more thirsting, folks! Zelda, his relationship with Jack is like brother with witty banter, which is my favourite parts of the movie. Yeah, and it is interesting seeing his relationship with Jack develop throughout the film as well. Yeah, no more thirsting, folks. This is not a Cartoon Crushers tier list. Anyway, where are we going to put Bunny? What tier does Bunny belong in? S, A, B, C, or D? Where is Bunny going to go? Mortis says, Rise of Guardians deserves a sequel because it's kind of the same goodness as How to Train a Dragon, same as Mega. Wasn't it a flop, though? I think I remember Guardians being a box office flop. I can't remember. Soda, why does the Easter Bunny look like he's about to ready to beat me up? Because this is a different take on the Easter Bunny. Adra says B. Carl says A. Zelda says A. I feel like it's going to be an A. He belongs in Smash Brothers. Kind of does in a way. Yeah. B. A. Yeah, I'm going to put him in A. I feel like he belongs in A. There he goes. Who is next? Oh, this is one I'm going to fight for. Captain Underpants. I love Captain Underpants, but you all know I love my himbos. I love Captain Underpants so much. He's one of my favorite Dreamworks characters. I just love how adorably and charmingly dumb he is, but at the same time, he's so passionate and proud about being a superhero, even though he's crap at it. Like, this is one of my favorite tropes ever, and like, I just love that, like, he'll do the dumbest things, but have the biggest smile and still be really proud of what he just did. I love it so much. And there's just this, like, because two children created his character, there is this innocence to him at the same time that's really sweet, and like he has these moments in the film where like he'll bond with George and Harold because he has almost like a mental age of a child, and I do think there's some good comedy with him switching between him and the principal back and forth, and at the same time how the whole Captain Underpants situation saga makes the principal kind of soften up a bit towards the end of the film. See, I love Captain Underpants, and I can't look at this picture without thinking of the Weird Al song. I love his Weird Al theme song so much. Oh, so Guardians was a box of flop. I was right. So this is you just told us not to be thirsty. That wasn't me being thirsty. That was a genuine praise of the character. Cameron, I remember him being a very funny character. I actually never read the books. I read the books when I was in comprehensive school because we had them in our library. But it was hilarious. The movie was better than expected. Yes, I love the film itself as well. Adam, is it weird that the most endearing part of that movie was his relationship with the lunch lady? I wouldn't say it was the most endearing, but it was one of the most endearing aspects of the film. Thomas, the Captain Underpants movie slaps harder than Elastic Waistband. Yes, agreed. Leo, sad to mention, but the reason we never got a sequel is because the author of the original books, his daughter died before they wrapped up production. They were written for her. Oh, bless. Adventure Captain Underpants is so hilarious. I also love that underneath the grumpy principal, he is actually sad and miserable man. Just shows don't judge someone without getting to know them. Kind of, sort of, at the same time, he does kind of abuse his position of power. So I wouldn't say that like he's 100% sympathetic, but it does explain a lot when you see what kind of life he leads. And he kind of needs friends more than anything. Zelda, my brother and cousin read the books, and I was reading it. We both laughed off how silly he is. Leo, you have done a great job selling Captain Underpants to me. He does seem fun to watch, both as a madcap character and his grouchy self. Honestly, if you were to ask me, hey, which is the most underrated Dreamworks film? Probably top 5. Okay, at least top 5 most underrated Dreamworks films. Definitely Captain Underpants. It deserves way, way, way more love. And a big part of it is Captain Underpants himself. Kyle, not seen it, but he looks like an egg-shaped Wallace. He kind of does. And that's adorable, though. That's kind of cute. Morto, Captain Underpants is pretty good, but face it came in 2017. It's a true masterpiece, mainly because many movies in 2017 were not good. That mime scene kills me every time. The mime bit gets me every time as well, yeah. I think that there's just so many moments, and I just love the way he's animated. That bounciness, but also there's like an almost unhinged side to him, like an almost unstoppableness to him. He's like, he just bounces around the whole place, like, but like not in a malicious way. He never seems malicious. He's just too hyperactive and too again the mind of a child. He's just like, oh, candy floss, ha, let me try this game. He's just fun. He's just a really fun character. But yeah, for me, S tier. Standing by is an S tier. So what tier we're gonna give Captain Underpants? Cameron says I'm buying Blu-ray now. Do it. But yeah, what tier we're gonna put Captain Underpants if you've seen the film, by the way. So is he an S, A, B, C, or D? Where are we going with Captain Underpants? I'm standing by my choice of him being an S tier. Patrick says S. Adventure says A. Thomas says S. Got S's. Yes. Get the yeses in. Get the S's in. Yes, we got so many S's. It's justified. I'm putting him on S. Absolutely yes. He is definitely on the same level as Astrid in terms of like great character writing. Who is next? So next is Diane Foxington from The Bad Guys. Yeah, I love Diane. But like spoilers, the spoilers. It's a heist film. There's going to be twists, but the spoilers. We're going to have to go into spoiler discussion for Diane. But what I do love about her is that she had a criminal background, but she managed to get into a respectable position. Really love that. But at the same time, she's not completely abandoned that part. She still has the skills that she inherited from that criminal history, and she only uses it for good now. Love it. Love her chemistry with Wolf as well. Love her chemistry with him. And I like that she's always trying to find that right balance of like, I want to give the bad guys a chance, but also I want to think about what's good for the city, that kind of thing. No tears yet, by the way, folks. Morta, I have no clue who she is. Haven't seen the bad guys. Go watch the bad guys. That's another film you should watch then. Joshua, haven't seen the bad guys, so I can't yet decide. Everyone needs to watch Bad Guys. It's so good. Cameron, I swear I'm not a furry, but S tier. This is not Cartoon Crushes. Let's just keep it at that, remember. Adventures, your reasons why, and same as mine. Gabe, I have not seen the bad guys. How many of you have not seen the bad guys? You need to see the bad guys. When did it come out? Did it come out last year, I think? Rocky, are you sure this isn't a Cartoon Crushes tier list? It's not. It's just that Dreamworks happen to be really, really good at drawing and designing hot characters, okay? That is something I got from my marathon recently. They are very good at creating heartthrobs for people. Furry or human. Karen says, this was a fun movie. Loves the unique animation, but a bit silly. It came out at the same time as Sonic 2. Again, no tears yet. I just want to hear people's thoughts on Diane. I want to hear your thoughts on her as a character. That's what I hear now. Leah, how many of you not seen Bad Guys? Sheepishly raises hand. Leo, it's you would love Bad Guys, Leo. You would honestly love it. Yeah, and I'm already sure which character that you would smash. Eventually, I saw it and it was awesome. I give it a solid 9 out of 10. Yeah, I get that rating. Sean, apparently they are supposed to be doing a Bad Guys Christmas special. No, what? How do I see it? That sounds great, but at the same time, I'm a sucker for any kind of Christmas special. Joshua, are you a furry now? I've always been a furry. Have you not seen my Cartoon Crushes tier lists? I basically came out as a furry through those streams, and I've done 6 of them. Doctor, never saw this master-looking movie. I wasn't looking at Cinema Paragon at that time. Morta, last year, however, there were so many of the bad guys. The movie advertisement on buses everywhere. Chloe, she's a perfect reflection from Wolf while also being dynamics. Sean, as a wise Anna Kendrick said on the Graham Norton show, they draw them really sexy. Dreamworks are too good at it. I feel like there's like a quota or criteria for every artist at Dreamworks where it's like, look, they have to be hot. They have to be. Sierra says, I find Anne to be quite beautiful, but we're talking about personality. We're talking about personality, folks. Please talk about personality. Please. Don't get distracted. Do not get distracted. When you talk about personality, please talk about personality. Please. Please. Focus. Focus. Put thirsting on the backbench until the next Cartoon Crushes tier list, okay, folks? What do we think of Diane's personality? We've got a lot of characters to get through. Okay, one step at a time. One step at a time. But yeah, for me, I'm saying that she's an S tier. I think she's an S tier character. But I'd say that probably for like a lot of the Bad Guys characters. I think nearly all the characters in Bad Guys are really well written. I think she's one of the stronger characters. Chloe, a wolf and fox are not so different. Props for her not falling into the audience hating cliche and actively believing, trusting Wolf. She's trusting but not a complete fool. Yes, 100% agree. Morta, S tier if I can take her money though. What? What does that even mean? Chloe says very smug but confident / sweet. Doctor says S tier. Rockers, I would put Diane on A tier. Like, I like a reformed thief backstory and a possibly romantic relationship with Mr. Wolf. But yeah, tiers. Where we gonna put her? Seeing as no one's gonna talk about her personality because you've either not seen the film or you're too busy thirsting after a design. So we'll just put her in a tier already, okay? So what tier are we gonna put Diane in? Is she an S, A, B, C, or D. Spam chat now with your tears. Where does she belong? Where are we gonna put her? Have a good think. Where does she belong? I'm standing by S. Avengers, I love that she is supposed to crumble because of how society treated her as an untrusted fox, but she decides to trust who she is and decides to prove that she is more than a trickster fox. Yep. So yeah, tears. Throw your tears. Spam the chat with tears. What's your tears on Diane? If you've not seen the film, just, I guess by design. Do you like a design? S. Hi, Carl. Hi, Carl. Miss you too. Carl is someone that I used to work with. Joshua, I'm already thinking of A. Sean, oh, no more hot distractions. Okay, yes. That's going to be very hard with a Dreamworks tier list. I know. I know. I say S. I feel like the consensus is S. So let's put her on S. We have so many characters to get through. We're only at D at the moment, so we need to throw her on there. Okay, so the next character is Dr. Cockroach. It seems. Yep, Dr. Cockroach. Don't really have strong feelings about Dr. Cockroach. I feel like most of his character is carried by Hugh Laurie's charming voice. As a character, he's just kind of like the generic mad scientist character. Yeah, I really don't have much to say about him, honestly. Like, he's a mad scientist that was turned into a cockroach and has the voice of Hugh Laurie. It's really hard to, like, go into some kind of deep analysis about the Monster vs. Aliens characters, because a lot of them aren't that interesting. They're yeah, they just exist. But yeah, what do people think of Dr. Cockroach from Monsters vs. Aliens? What do people think? I don't know where I even stand, and I'd probably put him on the same tier as Bob. Leo says, takes a slow drink to prevent what I'm going to say. I know what you're going to say, Leo. Doctor, as a doctor, I don't like his ways of healing. Motor, not bad, not good. Yeah, very forgettable. It's definitely your average scientist. That's the thing. I can think of more interesting mad scientist characters out there. He's not a badly written mad scientist character, but like, his only real novelty is he's a cockroach. And once you enjoy and appreciate that gimmick, it's like, okay, cool, mad scientist cockroach, cool. Kyle, he's okay. They wasted you. Oh, they definitely wasted you. They should have given him much better material. But he does have a sweet uncle-father thing with Susan. Yes, that's something I do like about Monster vs. Aliens, is the camaraderie and friendship between all the mutants. That's the aspect that I really like. It's not so much the characters themselves, but like their bond together and how they support each other and how they resonate with each other. Yeah. Ventures. I love his creativity with making stuff out of everything he can find. To be fair, that's a good praise. That's a good praise. I found his mad scientist to be funny. I'll be honest, I never found him funny because he's so passionate with his work. I feel like he could be hammier though. I think that's something that I didn't like about him, is that like, and it goes back to wasting you. It feels like the holding back on how crazy he can be. They're leaning more towards like the refined aspect of him than his crazy side, and you don't really see that mad side. I feel like you could go much hammier with him, much nuttier. And maybe in the TV show they embraced that side of him more. Maybe in the special embraced it more, but in the film I don't remember him being that eccentric. Josh says he's cool, but nothing compared to Bob. Also, I thought he was voiced by Paul Rudd for some reason. Joshua, I know Rudd is in the movie though. Yes, Paul Rudd is the groom. Adam, I found it a missed opportunity in the film's part of having a connection between him and Susan because he's the only other former human. That's a good point, yeah. Leo, I suppose out of the monster characters, his concept is just the most clever, sort of a mixture of The Fly and The Invisible Man. As a Universal Monster fan, he deserved a different film. Yeah, there was potential. I definitely agree that there was potential. It felt like they'd taken that interesting premise and just left it at a base level. It's kind of a shallow take on like, what if a mad scientist turned himself into a cockroach? It's a very superficial light take on it. That just could have been hammier, could have been wilder, could have gone really creative with it, but they didn't really. Doctor, just to mention, I'm sorry for the writing random stuff. It's my first time writing on live stream. I don't know what to write. If you don't know what to write, don't feel like you have to pressure yourself to write. You don't have to chip in. You don't have to say anything if you don't feel confident saying anything. As long as you're polite to everyone here and you enjoy yourself, it's all cool. It's cool. Where am I now? But in terms of strength-wise, he would be in Z tier with Oscar, yeah. Rocky, I would put Dr. Cockroach in C tier. Not offensive, but his mad scientist personality is just not enough to hold my attention. Jay, the bad guy is one of my favorite Dreamworks movies. Okay, so what tier are we gonna put Dr. Cockroach? Because for me, he's a C tier. Like, he's not a bad character, but like he's also not that interesting. Leo, it is a pity because on the one hand, it's ways to see him as a shallow take on the mad scientist, but it kind of pains me to see so much potential being wasted. Yeah, it is. I think that's a lot of. I feel like that describes Monsters vs. Aliens in general as just wasted potential. It was a very fun idea that just wasn't really done very well. We've got C's, lots of C's. Got C's. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. He's very much a C kind of character. Hang on, folks. Ooh, what's appointment C? Right. Who is next? Next up is Furious 5. Hell freaking yeah, Furious 5. I mean, where do you even start? Like, all of them are badass, and I like that they kick ass in their own unique ways, and they show how size doesn't matter, physique doesn't matter. Each of them have their own unique kind of design, and they're all strong in their own ways. And at the same time, I feel like the casting for each one was done really well. Like, it's the right voices for each animal. In terms of, like, their humor particularly. Their humor, when you think about the humor of the characters, like, oh yeah, you should have had David Cross as a character. Yeah, you should have Seth Rogen as that character. It fits. It's good casting. I will admit Tigress is definitely the most developed in terms of films, but I know that the rest of the 5 get much more development in the TV show and specials. I love that Furious 5 special. They did like a whole special show, their backstories of how they started the 5. Oh yeah, sorry. I think I've missed Donkey. We'll do Donkey after this. Sorry, I skipped over Donkey. Sorry. I will definitely get to Donkey after this. Remind me. No tears yet, folks. No tears yet for Furious 5. I want to hear what you think of Furious 5. Tell me what you think of it. You know what would be really interesting? I want to hear people's favorite member of the Furious 5 and why. I want to hear who's your favorite. For me, it's possibly Crane, but it's mainly because David Cross. I love David Cross's voice, and I also like his backstory as well. More to Furious 5 are variable tier because all of them are great all right, but not as memorable. Currently, if you listen out for the very few lines they have, they're pretty funny characters. They do drop in some really great one-liners throughout the film. Leo, cracks knuckles. Okay, now to narrow down the complex analysis and opinions I have of the 5. Ooh, for those who don't know, Leo is like probably the biggest Kung Fu Panda fan I know. When my mum, we're not getting to Donkey just yet. It's just Furious 5 at the moment. Adventure. I love these guys, but I live in secrets in the Furious 5. Oh, you mean love? I love that they dig into their backstories. They are more than just strong fighters. They have heart and they learn the secrets of Kung Fu. Absolutely. And it is great seeing them going from being kind of bullies to Poe at the start of Kung Fu Panda and then slightly going like, oh, wait, no, I can see the potential that Poe has as a fighter, and I can see how well-meaning he is, and they start to see the endearing side of his passion and his talents and things like that, and his love of food. They start to go like, oh, no, I like that. I like that development. Joshua, Tigress is my favorite because she's a cool badass, and her dynamic with Poe is kind of heartwarming. It is very heartwarming. Hello, Family Entertainment Studios. Adventures, I don't have a favorite. I meant love, my bad. No worries. Carl says, I like Viper because she's the first to give Poe a chance. Yeah, even though she also doesn't believe he's the Dragon Warrior, she's the nicest to him. Yes, yeah, that is true, yeah. I feel like Viper gets the least discussion when it comes to the Furious 5 as well. Bob, Tigress would be my favourite out of the 5, not gonna lie. I like a character arc of becoming slowly more accepting of seeing Poe as an equal rather than an obstacle in a way, yes. Zelda, Tigress is my favourite. She's like the mother of the group. She is. She's got that maternal side to her. Keeping Poe safe from Shen and knows when to be soft, but then goes back to being serious. Love it. Yes, she knows. That is a really great point. Tigress is very good at like finding the right moments of like, right now, we can have a laugh. Right now, that's a skill that socially is very difficult to develop or happens. I prefer Tigress than Monkey, Crane, Viper, and Mantis. Kyle, Viper also has some amazing fighting moves. She zips around like a whip. I'm gonna be honest, out of all of them, Viper has my favorite fighting moves. Like, Crane may be my favorite character, but in terms of fighting, Viper is the most interesting. Because you can see that the animators have been really challenged, and that they are having to be pushed, and they have to think out of the box. They can't just go like, oh, we'll get her limbs to do... Oh, we can't. She has no limbs. How's she going to fight? They've really thought around that and tried to make it interesting for the audience, entertaining for the audience. Like, engaging them in a way where it's like, oh, how would a snake fight? They're really good at doing that. Viper's underrated. Yeah, I'm going to agree. Viper is definitely the most underrated of the gang. Really. Leo, do you have anything else to say about the Furious 5 before we tier them? Because I feel like you've got an you're bubbling with an essay probably. But yeah, Leo says, take it from someone who has analysed their characters, behind the scenes concepts, cultural origins, connections, their martial arts. These characters are so well realised. They really are. I am kind of interested. I kind of want to see the intention behind every character. I am interested to learn more. Okay, Leo, we'll leave it at that then. We'll leave it at that. If you head to Leo's channel, I think this is on your channel, Leo. She has a video essay series about Shen from Kung Fu Panda, so go and check that out. Zelda, I think Viper's ribbon dance is so cute. It is, yeah. Okay, so where are we going to put Furious 5 on the tier list? Where do they belong? S, A, B, C, or D? And we're talking about them collectively. We're talking about them as a team. Where should we put them? For me, I don't know. I actually don't know. It's either a high A or a low S. I don't know. But yeah, throw your tiers. Spam chat with your tiers. Where do you think? Where do you all think that the Furious 5 belong on this tier list? Spam your tiers. Leo, be warned, I was very young when I made those videos, so they're a bit cringe, but I did literally years worth of research, or at least you'll learn a few things. Yeah, I feel like every YouTuber's old videos are cringe, though. Like, mine are like on another level, space level cringe, my old videos. They are very hard to rank, yeah, as a collective, yeah. A, S, we're mainly getting a lot of A's. I feel like if I split them up, some of them would have gotten S's. I feel like collectively it's hard to really... Ooh, it's kind of a mix of S's and A's. You know what? I think I'm going to put them on S, mainly because they're just so iconic, and it just feels wrong not to put them on S. And like, their importance within Dreamworks lore and everything. I feel like they just belong on S, so I'm going to agree with the S's on here, sorry. Yeah, I'm doing Donkey next, don't worry folks, I'm doing Donkey next, sorry for missing Donkey. Okay, Donkey. Love Donkey. Donkey is such a great example of writing an annoying character and making it funny. It's so tricky to make a character that's intentionally obnoxious and intentionally chatty, and making him lovable, making him endearing, and making him hilarious. But I think a lot of it comes down to, well, a lot of it comes down to two things. First of all, it's Eddie Murphy at his best. Like, Eddie Murphy is so good at playing that chatterbox kind of comic relief role. So, like, it's perfect. It's a perfect vehicle for Eddie. The other is just seeing Donkey winding up anyone, particularly Shrek, is inherently funny. But I also like that Donkey isn't just the comic relief character. he is a great hero in his own right, and throughout every Shrek adventure, he helps in some kind of way, whether he's steering Shrek in the right direction, particularly in the first film, when he's, like, helping Shrek become his best self, and helping him to, like, resonate and sympathize more with his fellow outcasts. But also, like, in other films, he's often the voice of reason. He is often the voice of reason. I feel like people don't appreciate that enough. Like, he's the silly chatterbox, but, like, when things come down to it, Donkey is often the character that Shrek is turning to and asking for help and asking for advice, and Donkey's good at it. And I think that's because he's gone through being an outcast himself, and he's definitely gone on his own adventures, and he seems to have experience. And he's got a lot of heart, and he adores Shrek. It's so sweet how much he loves Shrek and has no judgment of him and isn't even scared of him. I love that about Donkey. Love Donkey. Family says love Donkey. Josh says I'm kind of like Donkey towards my friends, to be honest. Carl says what is with Dreamworks and having annoying but endearing and wholesome horsey creatures? Zelda, no matter how many times I watch Shrek, I cannot bring myself to be fed up with him. I've never, ever been fed up with him. Because the films are so aware of how annoying he is and use him so well for the comedy. Like, some of the funniest scenes in Shrek is because Donkey's being annoying. Like, the carriage scene. Like, the carriage scene to Far, Far Away. Everyone loves that scene. And it's all based on the fact that Donkey is being super obnoxious. Doctor, Donkey was skipped due to deciding having more children. I don't know what that means, sorry. Adventure's a perfect example of making a character annoying to be funny. At first he was annoying, but he grew on me, and your reasons are the same as mine. So you gotta try a little I'm not singing that, I'm gonna get demonetized. Elliot, I miss Eddie Murphy so much. In what sense? Because Eddie Murphy's still alive as far as I know. Gillian says, voiced by Eddie Murphy, he's a comedy genius. He is, but he's had his stumps, particularly in the 2000s and some of the 90s. Rocky, Donkey was the first person who didn't see Shrek as a monster, yes, and was ultimately responsible for Shrek's character development, yes. I'm putting him in A tier. Ooh, I can see why you'd put him in A tier, but, like, I find it hard to not put him in S tier. Morty, if Donkey never met Shrek, he would most likely be killed by Lord Farquaad. Probably, yeah. Zelda, glad he's acknowledged that he's also best friends with Puss. I love his friendship with Puss as well. I love the little thing he has with Puss. I also like his chemistry with Princess Fiona as well. Like, that's what's so great about Donkey, is that you can put him next to any character and you'll either get the best out of him or you'll get fantastic comedy out of their interactions together. That's what makes Donkey so great. Gillian, he's very loyal to the ogre. He is super loyal. Patrick says Donkey is so endearing. So it says Donkey was my favorite bit of Shrek. Cameron, I really like Donkey. He's always there for his friend. In fact, Shrek's first friend. Absolutely, Shrek's first official friend. Absolutely. But yeah, what tier we're gonna put Donkey in? Cameron, he also always sticks by Shrek's side no matter what. Yes, loyal, super damn loyal. You're very lucky to have a friend like Donkey, I'd say. But yeah, what tier? Spam your tiers for Donkey. Does it belong in S, A, B, C, or D? Leo, oh yeah, that is a good point. He is a great character in how you can just out him alongside anyone and you'll get something either really funny or really endearing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I like that sometimes, particularly with, like, Puss is a great example of this, but, like, you'll put him next to a character and immediately there's comedy from, like, how much they clash, but then that'll grow into something endearing because of how long they get along together. SSSA or SA Adventures. I think Donkey did see Shrek as a monster for only a few seconds, but sees him as a friend. I give him S or A. SA. Yeah, this I can see. Yeah, a lot of S's and A's. Rocky. I like to reserve potential S tier spots for main characters. Supporting characters just don't have enough screen time to warrant anything higher than an A tier. To be fair, Donkey gets a lot of screen time, and he shares that screen time with Shrek. Z tier. Why? What the hell? S tier. You know what? So this is when I first saw Shrek and they were going, what was the night going to be without his noble steed? I thought they were saying Steve. It's kind of cute when you realize what someone said in their film when you grow older. I'm gonna put him in. Just gonna see what the standard is. You know what? Much like Furious 5, he's just so iconic, and he's just such a great example of, again, making a well-written, annoying character that, like, I feel like he should be an S. I feel like he is an S. Okay, who is next? George and Harold from Captain Underpants. I will admit that these two are just pretty much the same character. They're pretty much the same character, but that's not a bad thing. They both have a great personality. That cheekiness, that sense of rebellion, particularly at the school where they're being oppressed. I love how they're both very creative and how they combine what makes them so talented together to create a vision. And I like how whenever they're creatively collaborating, they never get to the point where it's like, right, no, I disagree. We're not doing this comic anymore. There's never that cliche fallout with these characters. You never have that moment where it's like, oh, here we go, they're gonna fall out, they're gonna mope in the corner or something. It's like, no, they are such strong friends that we don't end up with that trope. And like when later in the film when Principal Krupp splits them up, I think it's heartbreaking because the film does such a great job of like showing how close they are. They're just so close together, and like it's rare to find those kinds of friendships. It really is, but I feel like you find those kind of best friendships when you're a kid, and it's their shared love of immature humor that it stems from. But yeah, what do people think of George and Harold from Captain Underpants? Leo, despite not seeing this film, I do like how the stakes of the film are just about these two friends not being separated at school, which may be unimportant to adults, but as kids, it's your world. Yes, it is. That's huge stakes when you're a kid. Because, like, your best friend helps you through school. Because school sucks. It does suck. Particularly for certain kids. So, like, telling a kid, no, you can't see your best friend, that's cruel. That's a really cruel threat to give someone. Ventures. I wish they had different personalities, but I love their creativity and naughty personality of breaking balls, and their pranks are hilarious. I also love their friendship. Cameron, some things just come up. We'll try to catch the stream later. Take care, everyone. No worries. Family, let's just take the moment to appreciate how good that George and Harold's designs are. They are very cute designs. I'm going to say they're very cute designs. You could have turned those characters from the books into CGI and made them look a bit awkward or uncanny, but like it just works. They're adorable. Look at them. Look at their smiles. Joshua, they're a great dynamic for sure. Water, George and Harold would have been the same IQ as Mr. Bean. I wouldn't say that. I mean, they're just kids. Rocky, there's no friends never say goodbye scene like in so many movies, particularly DreamWorks films. Yeah, like El Dorado, Shrek, Madagascar. Yep. Gillian, voiced by Kevin Hart and Thomas Middleditch. Yep. Zelda, seeing those two makes me miss my school friend. Oh, bless you. Bless you. I mean, I don't think I ever had a friendship like this, if I'm honest. I never really had that kind of friendship. So part of me is kind of envious that they have this kind of friendship. Very lucky. But yeah, what tier should we put George and Harold at? I know that some people haven't seen Captain Underpants, but where should we put them? S, A, B, C, or D? Where do they belong? Where should we put them? I'm gonna go with... Ooh, this is tricky. This is very tricky. Let me think. A. If they had more distinct, different personalities, I'll put them in S. But as they are, they're A. I think the charm of the characters is not the characters, but their friendship. I think that's what's great about them. They're almost like one character in their own right. Adventures Ryan says, I love their treehouse. I'd love to have one. Oh, their treehouse is sick. I love their treehouse. A, B or A. Morta, they have the same relationship as Mike and Sully. I wouldn't say that. Mike and Sully have a very different dynamic. Particularly in Monsters, Inc. A, B or A. Lots of A's and B's. Carl says C. Gillian, since the two are kids, don't you think they should have been voiced by actual children? Yeah, but at the same time, considering the humor of the film, it kind of works. And Kevin Hart kind of sounds like a kid, if I'm honest. To be fair. Lots of A's, lots of B's. I'm going to go with A. I'm going to put them in A. Let's put them in A. Right, next up is Ginger from Chicken Run. I love Ginger. Really love Ginger. I love her perseverance so much. I love how committed she is. And how her mission isn't just about saving herself. It's about saving her entire chicken family. And I love the villain hero dynamic she has with the Tweedies as well. And I really love that even when a plan or a mission fails, she's like, right, okay, next one, let's try the next project, That's really inspiring to me, really motivating to me. And I love Julia Swaller's voice. Such a shame she got replaced, because she's got a wonderful voice. Really great voice. But yeah, Ginger. What does everyone think of Ginger from Chicken Run? Where do we stand with Ginger? Because for me, she's S tier. She's I mean, like, not just a great DreamWorks villain, but also a great Aardman villain. Great DreamWorks character, also great DreamWorks, great Aardman. What is wrong with me? Great Aardman character. But yeah. Motors has no opinions, but S tier because I love chicken sandwich. Okay. Joshua, okay, Ginger should probably go in A. No tears yet. I want to hear about your thoughts on Ginger. Gabe says, I didn't watch Chicken Run before. Go watch Chicken Run. It's a little dark, but at the same time, it's also very, very funny. And it's very charming. Doctor, last time I saw Chicken Run was like 7 years ago, but I remember her being great enough to be S tier. Soda, brilliant leader, always coming up with new plans. Yep. Gillian, DreamWorks' first female protagonist in their history. True, yeah. Kyle, she's brave, loyal, determined, positive, got bad taste in roosters now. Yeah, I'll give you that. Ventures, I love her relentless or never giving up, and I also really excited to watch the sequel. Yeah, I've talked about the sequel in another stream, so I'm not going to go into that. Joshua, I like her. She's a great leader and role model. She is a great role model. I mean, like, imagine kids watching Chicken Run and being motivated and inspired by how she never lets failure defeat her, and is always thinking about others. Like, that's what makes her do what she does. It's not like, oh, I have to save my own butt. She's always just like, I don't like what all these chickens are going through. I want to save them, not just me. Zelda, I remember I had a Ginger doll when I was a kid. She was the first character with emotions that my child self picked up on. Oh, bless. Rocky, Ginger is arguably the first female lead character DreamWorks film, and frankly the best written. Her determination to escape the prison camp with the rest of her coop is inspiring. Soda, let that be a lesson to the lot of you. No chicken escapes Tweedy's farm. I don't like gravy. But yeah. What tier we're gonna put Ginger at? S, A, B, C, or D? Where are we putting her? I'm standing by S. I think she's an S tier character. One of the best. Absolutely one of the best. Real love Ginger. But what do you all think? Where do you all stand? One sec, folks. Just had to check something then. S or A? S or A? Leo, this will be hard to really express, but I feel like she's the kind of female protagonist that can only be done in a British film. She's the kind of grounded protagonist you only get our way. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. And I feel like you can only appreciate that by either being British or understanding British media and like a lot of our characters, particularly in working class sitcoms and kitchen sink dramas. Like when you see those kinds of characters, it's like, yeah, she is very British. She's got the British spirit to her. Doctor, only thing I don't like about this movie is that it reminds me of my grandma's rooster leaving me a huge scar on my leg. Yikes. So we've got lots of S's. I feel like, yeah, it's mainly in S's I'm seeing. So let's go with S. Let's put her in S. Leo says, definitely S tier. She goes through and manages so much when you really think about it. This whole thing of being a light parody of WW2, Prisoner of War movies. Zelda, also British farms are darker in real life. Yeah, true. Very true. Who is next? Next up is another Madagascar character, Gloria. Now, I will admit that, again, I find Alex more interesting, but Gloria is still fabulous. I love that she's a plus-size character that feels no shame about it, and the film doesn't even make jokes about it. And, like, she owns who she is. And, like, but at the same time, if someone fucks around with her, they'll find out. That's what I like about her as well. But yeah, I really like Gloria. I'd say she's probably my second favorite Madagascar character. I'm not too sure though. I'm not too sure. Kyle says she's chunky. Soda, okay lads, do what you do best. Alright, everyone behave. Everyone behave. I'm watching ya. I'm watching thee. Come on now. Rocky, keep her name out of Marty's mouth. But yeah, what does everyone think of Gloria? What is everyone's thoughts on Gloria? I mean, like, she's the one that, like, keeps everyone grounded most of the time as well. She's having to round the gang up a lot. But at the same time, she can be just as silly as the rest of the gang. She has her moments of, like, just ridiculousness as well. She's allowed to be funny, too. Leo, she's the kind of one I find least interesting in the main four, but at the same time, we know how much the lads need her there, because the three of them alone would have gone insane. Yeah, true, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, she is pretty much the straight character out of the four characters. And the other characters do have a little bit more energy, a little bit more personality, but like I just respect her for who she is, really. Adventures. I love Gloria because I love her relationship with Melman because they are just friends at the first film but become a couple in the sequel. Also love her sassy quotes. Also found her to be funny. Family says Gloria's fine, I guess. Joshua, she's a great sassy yet funny character. Leo, I literally had to grab Alex and shake sense into him when they first crashed. Morten, I mean every time I'm near her I feel uncomfortable. Okay. Sean, don't look at me like that, Gloria. I'm trying to figure out what I like about you. Gilliam, don't make me come up there. I'll get the whooping of the both of y'all. Soda, she didn't really do much in the first movie. I feel like the Glory movie is probably Madagascar too. Kyle, I used to think she had mother vibes, but actually now I think she has angry aunt, big sister vibes. She's got the aunt thing going for her, I think. Yeah, she cares, but she will slap you up. Zelda, I like that she teaches Mel how to dance. Yes, that is cute. Rocket, I like Gloria. She's sassy, but often the voice of reason amongst the four main mammals. Her relationship with Melman is sweet. Leo, I'll admit she was fun to play in the PS2 game. Got to charge and ran into stuff and wear a beach bikini while doing it. Nice. But yeah, what tier we're going to put Gloria at? Where does Gloria belong? S, A, B, C, or D? Throw your tiers in the chat now. Let me know. Throw them into the chat. Spam that chat with your tiers. Where does Gloria belong on the tier list? I want to hear your thoughts. Joshua, there's a whole bunch of mottos in the chat. Yeah, true. People need to hear the Finnish voice from Motomoto, as by the way. He's voiced by a Finnish rock star called Vile Velo from the band Him, and his voice is wow. As Motomoto. Leo, I just realised it's a good thing it was Alex that was one struggling with his wild urges. If Gloria started acting her age, everyone would be dead. True. Knowing hippos, yeah. B. Yeah, you know what? I agree. I agree she's a B. Yeah, we got a lot of B's, so let's put her in B. B. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Looking at the tier list, I'm fine with that. Who is next? Do we really need to debate over where Gromit belongs? Because we know the consensus already. We know where he belongs. But let's just talk about what's so amazing about him. First of all, insanely loyal dog. Such a loyal dog. Also, a really talented and skilled detective. I feel like that's an aspect of his character that people often overlook. He is a very good detective, and he's having to do a lot of the legwork when it comes to like unraveling the mystery of a film, and he's just really good at noticing the clues, seeing the red flags and things like that. But at the same time, it is funny how Wallace is always oblivious, and he's the one that's always like 4 steps ahead and like realizing what danger Wallace is in. But no matter what, he's always there for Wallace. But I also just love his animation. He's got fantastic character animation, which is it's based on live action footage of Nick Park. Nick Park will wear the ears, and people will film him acting out Gromit's expressions, and then they have to take that and put it onto Gromit, who doesn't even have a mouth. It's amazing, like the way that he'll pull certain expressions, or choose to whether to stand up or be on all fours. I love when he rolls his eyes as well. Like, he does that a lot because he lives with Wallace. So Leo says literally no contest. Morto Gromit is S tier. Gillian says B tier. Get out. Carl says best boy. Zelda says what do I need to say? Joshua, Gromit must be S. Leo, Wallace is the master, Gromit is the mind. Yes. Family, Gromit is an adorable dog. Patrick, Gromit is awesome. Everyone's saying he's a good boy. He is very much a good boy. Mortar, I'd put my organ to get him as a pet. Rip out my organ. Adventures, I love silent characters. When Gromit is sad, I feel bad for him. Oh, my heart breaks whenever I see Gromit cry. It does. Because you love him so much. I love his character in the short films. He's like DreamWorks version of Scooby-Doo. CRS, Gromit is my favourite character. I like how relatable he is all the time. So he is relatable. He is a good audience surrogate. He really is. Gromit's a good character. Leo, I can't describe what it is, but he is always the most engaging to watch. You can see every single thought, his personality, his curiosity, his determination. He's as perfect a character as you can get. Yeah, I feel like when it comes to animated characters, if you had a spectrum of quality, he'd be right at the top. Sean, I love the look he makes after Wallace says, I'm not a fruitcake, am I? Zelda, he's an icon in my family. We all loved him after Ginger. When I play with him, my aunt's Gromit toy, I lift up his ears because him being shocked was favourite. Growing up, I actually had 2 guinea pigs, and we named them Wallace and Gromit. Yeah. Mortar, he's S tier because unlike most movies where the animals talk like crap, Wallace, you mean Gromit. Gromit is silent in a good way. Doctor, as a cat person, I don't love dogs, but I see some cats very soon. Leo, he's the kind of character you would want to be in an adventure or crisis with. Yeah, you would love to be as realistically capable and smart as him. He's always thinking about something. Yes, he's super intelligent, very intelligent. Jay, Gromit is the opposite of Scooby-Doo. Zelda, should we like give him his own spotlight, Kronk? No, I'm not gonna faff around with a new tier now. Oh, are you all agreeing that there should be a Gromit tier now? That means going all the way back to my tier maker to add a Gromit tier. Should I add a Gromit tier? Spam now with yeses or nos. Should there be a Gromit tier? That means I have to... it'll take me a bit, because I'm a boomer with technology, but I'll try and go back to the tier maker and add a Gromit tier for you. If the consensus is that you want a Gromit tier. Care says he's an icon dog in my book. Oh, you're all saying yes. Right, okay, bear with me while old man James tries to work out how to add tiers. I think I got it. Right, maybe that is... Whoa! No, that's not how to do it. Delete row, add a row above, that's it. Okay, and then Gromit. Make it in capitals. There we go, I did it! I did it! Yay! Oh, it needs to be a different colour, though. That needs to be a different colour, because there's already a yellow one. Bear with me, I'll try and change the colour. Let's make it a distinct colour. No, there's already a pink one. Okay. Maybe a black one? No, that just makes the font disappear. Is there an orange one? Yes, there is an orange one. Why can't I have a different colour? Is there a bright green one? Yes. Oh no, it's not a bright green one. There's like a lime green one. Right, okay, we got to move on, folks. I've made you I've made you a Gromit here. Right, there we go. Right, okay, who's next? Next up is Hiccup. We finally got to Hiccup. Love Hiccup. I love so many things about him. First of all, his genuine compassion and love for dragons, despite the pressure from his father, and how he is the one that has the most patience and kindness when it comes to dragons, and is the first ever Viking on the island to be like, hey, hang on, wait, let's actually understand these creatures. And he keeps with that. He stays to that. And I like that he wants to learn everything he can about dragons, but that education doesn't stop at movie 1. He's always learning. He's always wanted to learn new things about dragons. And there is an opportunity for him to be educated every film. But at the same time, I love that he's not just kind, he's not just compassionate, he's not just got that nerdy, passionate love for dragons. If you put him in a fight scene, he will adapt. He's got his fire sword, he's got his armor, he's the son of a Viking chief, he's got that Viking spirit. But I also really love that he is one of the best role models when it comes to disabled characters. Like he is technically disabled from the end of movie 1 onwards, and like that. But the disability doesn't define him. It's just part of who he is. And he still manages to be a badass despite having like this vintage fake foot, which is kind of amazing. Joshua says, Hiccup's the best. Finally, How to Train a Dragon is such a great trilogy. Completely understand why it's so loved. Water, a guy went from a loner to become a hero of the movie to become the father. What a true character at age. Yep. It is a very amazing development that he goes through each movie. He matures and matures and matures. But there's always times where he will stop and listen to his community, or to his girlfriend, or to his parents, and be like, hey, hang on, I don't know if I could do this. What do you think? Can you chip in? Leo, like I said, I always had a soft spot for Dragon Riders. Avengers. Hiccup is my favourite character in the 3 Dragon films. Do I really need to explain why? I love his character arcs. 1 is getting respect, 2 is coming of age, and 3 is becoming a good chief. Yep. Rocky, Hiccup's compassion and friendship with Toothless is the cornerstone of the franchise S tier. Yes, that's something I didn't touch upon, sorry. Like, his bond with Toothless is just amazing. It's just so good. Because, like, it's more than just like, hey, boy and pet kind of connection. It goes way beyond that. And that's mainly because Hiccup has this genuine love and adoration for dragons as creatures. So that bond is so strong and so amazing. And it's what makes the end of the trilogy so emotional, because of that bond. Because of how tied together those two are, and it's that mutual respect for each other that they developed in the first film. Zelda, I did watch How to Train Your Dragon in the movies. I thought he was weak, but when I watched the other movies, I became proud that he grew stronger. Yeah, he definitely gets much stronger as the film goes along. Soda, my guy looks like Anakin Skywalker. He's kind of got the Anakin hair, hasn't he? He's got the Padawan locks at the bottom, and he's got Revenge of the Sith's bushiness. Leo, speaking as an ex-equestrian, the bond Hiccup has with Toothless, an extreme version of that. You have this strong bond and understanding with a great beast as you become extensions of each other's bodies. Yeah, absolutely. It's a very powerful friendship, very powerful bond. One of the great examples of how to show a connection between nature and humanity through film, through cinema. Mortar, what disability does he have? I forgot. So he loses his foot or his leg. I don't know how much of his leg he loses at the end of movie 1, and it gets replaced by a metal foot, which really fits with like the steampunk aesthetic that the trilogy has. But yeah, what tier are we going to put Hiccup at? What tier does he belong in? Let me know. Spam your tiers. What tier are we going with? I'm going with S. I love Hiccup so much. I really do. I feel like he's such a great role model for kids, a great example of someone growing. One of the best Dreamworks coming of age stories, really. Adventures, do you like the TV series? I have not seen any of the Dragons TV series, if I'm honest. I've not seen any of the, not a single one. I'm completely honest. S, S with his wife. Yeah, he belongs to be on S with his wife. Yeah. S. Yep. Let's just put him on S. He belongs on S. We know he belongs on S. Okay. Right, who is next? Insectosaurus. Yeah, I like Insectosaurus. I wouldn't say like he's like a completely deep character or anything, but he's not supposed to be. I like that he's got that animalistic personality to him. I love his boss-eyedness, and like he just seems so empty-minded, but in a really adorable sort of way. And it is very tricky to make a giant kaiju adorable, and they do. Particularly a giant fluffy kaiju with insect limbs as well. But like he is kind of like the pet of the group, but at the same time he is the trump card for the team as well. Like he is probably the strongest of the team. I'll admit as well, the part where you think he's dead, I got a little emotional but mainly just because he's so cute. He's so damn cute. So yeah, Insectosaurus is from Monsters vs. Aliens, by the way, folks. He's from Monsters vs. Aliens. Zelda, oh, he's so cute. I want a plushie of him. I'd be down for a plushie of him. He is very cute. I'd say, in terms of like favorite characters, he's probably my third or second favorite character in the film. Joshua, my phone's about to die. I'm gonna have to go for a while. However, I will say that I like Insectosaurus. No worries, Joshua. Soda, I can't wait for him and Mothra to fight Godzilla. Rocky, Insectosaurus doesn't have much going on personality-wise. I go with C tier. It's not a great personality, but in terms of like cuteness, I like it. Venture Right, I love that Link loves him like a dog, like his pet. Yeah, I like that. Plus, I love that he becomes a butterfly in the end. He even dressed up like Elvis in the Halloween special, which was so hilarious. Yeah, good valid reasons for liking him. But yeah, Insectosaurus, any thoughts, anyone? Any thoughts? What do you think of Insectosaurus? Before we throw him into a tier. We're only at I, and we're 2.5 hours in, folks. So I'm not after tiers just yet. I just want to hear people's opinions. Marty, if he doesn't have metal hands, which I hate, then an easy S tier. Leah, oh, I know you'd have them as a pet if you had the opportunity. Zelda, I'd take him over minions. But yeah, any thoughts? I get the impression no one's got any thoughts that are more deeper than cute fluffy kaiju. Oh, I guess we're doing tiers now. Alright then. So yeah, tiers. What tiers are we gonna throw Insectosaurus into? Gromit, A, B, C, or D? For me, probably. Hang on, let me double check where I put the other Monsters vs. Aliens characters. Probably a B. Yeah, I'm probably gonna put him as a B. Yeah, everyone seems to be the consensus seems to be B. Yeah, let's put him in B. Okay, bear with me, folks. Right, who is next? Next up is. Hang on. Next up is Jack Frost from Rise of the Guardians. This is a character I've definitely appreciated way more on a second viewing of Rise of the Guardians. And like, I think there is a tragedy to a character that not only feels invisible in this world, but also has no idea who they originally were. I think there is something there, and that's what makes his character compelling, is like trying to fill in the gaps that he doesn't know, while also trying to find an answer to his loneliness. Those are things really interesting about him personality wise, but at the same time he has a pretty great design as well. I mean, like, you can see it's probably catering to fangirls in a way, but at the same time, I do like it. If you were going to modernize Jack Frost as a teenage boy, this is what artists would end up coming up with. And I think his stick's pretty cool as well. It's got a cool stick. So did the original Frost person before. Elsa, David, Mortar. Jack, I think that's his name aside from his emo style, is a very great character. He doesn't lose hope, which is cool. Leo, he is a well-realized and well-written character, but I can't deny I always wish they either give him a different voice or a design that fits the voice he has. Yeah, it's weird that they got... I think it's Chris Pine. It's weird they got Chris Pine to do the voice. They should have got an actual teenage boy to do Jack. Zelda, I keep hearing the comparison between him and Simba with both context. I don't see it, honestly. No, I don't see that either, no. Adventure. Jack Frost is the most fleshed out character in the film. He's charismatic, charming, and adorably cheeky. Pardon me. Plus, he's my favourite character. Plus, he's quite tragic because he never got to see his family. Rocky, I'm getting Tumblr flashbacks. Try not to. Ventures, again, which is quite sad. Dave, yeah, Chris Pine would fit better if Jack was aged up. Yes, yes. Adventures, Ryan. I also love his arc in the film. I love Dreamworks when they add philosophy in a kid's film. That's a good thing. Yeah, there is an element of philosophy. He's definitely going for an existential crisis, that's for sure. And it's interesting how he's having to juggle the potential of him being a guardian as well as his desperate need to find an answer to who he is. And ultimately, he has to combine those two concerns together by the end. Because really, the Guardians end up being his family. More than anything. But yeah, any other thoughts on Jack Frost before we give him a tier? Any other thoughts? Leo, it's funny because with one of the Inktober prompts is Frost, so I'm looking to draw him OG mythology, not this film, but it's fun seeing the mythological reference they snuck in with him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Rocky, Guardians talk about finding your center like how Shrek talks about onions having layers. Yes. What's an existential crisis? Oh, it's hard to really explain it in a simple kind of way, but it's kind of like struggling internally about the meaning of your life or who you are, in a sense. Soda, I can't rank him, haven't seen the film, no worries. Zelda, he's like my big brother and I can relate to his story. He is, that's another thing you can say as well, based on the flashback, he is a great big brother, considering the lengths he went to try and save his sister. Leo, in terms of protagonist, they chose well with Jack because he is this well-known figure, but not one that's been more well-realized or built with solid origins like the other Guardians have. Yes. Mortar, he looks like Jim from Troll Hunter. Not seeing that. Just different hairstyle and he's a wizard and not a hunter. They're both Dreamworks shows, so that explains it. Anyway, what tier should we put Jack at? Gromit, S, A, B, C, or D? I'm gonna go with... You know what? In terms of his role within the film, and his intention and his purpose, I'm gonna say S tier. He's a very well-written character. I won't put him on Gromit, but that's a really hard tier to reach. But for me, he's an S tier. I want to see what everyone else thinks, though. So spam your tiers. Spam your tiers. Lee, I do love how well they blended the personality conflict between him and Pitch, to the point where I'm convinced that Pitch meant at least half of what he said to Jack. Yeah, absolutely. 100%, yeah. We get a lot of A's. Maybe I'm being too nice to him then. Yeah, mainly getting A's. A or S. Ooh, okay, we'll put him in A. We'll put him in A. Okay. Okay, who is next? Kitty Softpaws from the Puss in Boots movies. I love Kitty. Adore Kitty. She's fantastic. I love that she's really skilled and talented as a thief in her own right, but at the same time, being a thief is not all who she is. And you definitely feel like she wants more from life, but it's very difficult for her because every connection she's made has ended in betrayal or mistrust or anything like that. So like you can see why she's ended up pushing people away. But at the same time, it's amazing that Puss is one of the first characters to kind of like maybe make her think, hang on, maybe I don't need to live a life as a criminal. Hey, maybe I don't need to do everything on my own. And I love Summer Hayek's voice for her. Such great casting, such great casting. You could argue it's obvious casting because of casting Antonio as the lead, because Summer is often with him in a lot of films, but still. But yeah, Kitty's fantastic, particularly in Last Wish. I feel like she's at her best and her most interesting and most emotionally complex in Last Wish. And like seeing what her wish is and like coming to the revelation that, like, she doesn't need the wish. Perfect. Adventure. Kitty is way better character in the sequel than the first film. They really dig into a character in the sequel more. Yes, absolutely. Zelda, plus she's the best Thief Dreams character she's ever hired. Kyle, she's sassy but has a big heart. Adventures, plus I love her relationship with Puss. It's quite adorable. It is. Like, the chemistry they have together is so damn good. Like, there are some things I would complain about the first Puss in Boots, but one of them would not be the chemistry between Puss and Kitty. It just sizzles as soon as they meet each other. As soon as they're around each other, it's like, you can feel it. CRS, I love her for who she is as a character. She is interesting in her own right, and her flaws make her very relatable. Yeah, she is flawed. She's let her distrust of like everyone make her judgment kind of a bit flawed. Yeah. Leo, because I just want to mention, we see him create the frosty patterns. Oh, this is about Jack Frost in the windows. This was something OG Jack used to do, but that part of the myth disappeared when windows were made to prevent frosting. Doctor, first of all, her redesign is great in comparison to the first movie. I hope they keep it in Shrek 5. They're definitely going to keep it in Shrek 5. Jay, Puss and Kitty have great chemistry. Mortar, Kitty, two things to say. Inconsistent if she was in the first Puss movie, then D tier, because she's not a bad character, but she's nothing to add, in my opinion. But if we're talking the sequel arc, was good. No, I disagree. I feel like while she is more interesting in Last Wish, there is something very compelling about her juggling this new fiery interest in Puss with being hired as a thief for Humpty Dumpty. Zelda, her sword surprised me when I first watched Puss in Boots. I can't remember what a sword looks like. That's another thing. I like that in Last Wish, because the map is dictated by whoever touches it, we get to see so much of a character when she touches the map. We see so much more of like, oh, and the film's not like basically spelling out to the audience. You just need to look at parts of that map and be like, that's Kitty's character. That's the pain she's going through. That's the suffering she's going through. But yeah, what tier should we put Kitty at? Gromit, S, A, B, C, or D? I'm going to go with S. I really love Kitty. Particularly Last Wish Kitty. Last Wish Kitty is just absolutely peak amazing Dreamworks writing. Really is. But yeah, throw your tears at me. Which sounds out of context. Come on, cry for me. But yeah, what tier do you think she belongs at? Spam chat now. Spam chat now. Let me know. So we've got S, A, S, A, S or A, S, S. It seems like mainly S's. Seems to be a consensus of S. So let's put her in S. There we go. Who is next? Link. Okay, here's the thing. I love Will Forte so much, particularly in Great North. But Link is my least favorite character in the entire Monsters vs. Aliens film. I found him too obnoxious. It's like, remember how we were talking about Donkey earlier on, how you can make obnoxious characters endearing? They completely fail with Link. I didn't like his humor. I didn't like his arrogance. There was just nothing to him that made me go like, oh yeah, I love this guy, or oh, I love seeing this guy being the butt of jokes of things. No, didn't do anything for me. But yeah, what do people think of Link? No. Not even Will Forte could save him. And like, Will Forte is just so damn charming. So like, if Will Forte can't save a character, that's like, What do people think? Morty, his design was very ugly in not a funny way, so D tier, worse than Oscar, not gonna lie. No. Like I said, I'll be defending Oscar later. Kyle, I always forget he even exists. Yeah, I do too. And I think it's because he's the most unlikable out of the entire team. Honestly. The only thing that's likable about him would be his relationship with Insectosaurus, and that's it. Was it Will Forte or was it Will Arnett? Can everyone remind me? Is Will Arnett? I've been seeing Will Forte. Still stand by, because Will Arnett, you expect better of him as well. They're both good Will. Easy mistake. Well, that does a good job. I actually found Link to be hilarious. I love that he treats Insectosaurus as a pet, which is adorable. He never, ever made me laugh. And he just mainly made me cringe. Jay, Link cheated when he was playing with B.O.B. Nah, Link does nothing for me, if I'm honest. Not a fan of the design, not a fan of anything, really, when it comes to Link. Rocky, the film could have played him into being washed up and getting his groove back. Anyway, I'm putting him at C tier. Yeah, I'd say C as well. Like, he's not awful, but, like, he is dang mediocre. He is pretty damn mediocre. But at the same time, I'm gonna go with C tier. I'm gonna go with C tier. Does anyone have any opinions, or are you ready to share your tears with me? If you have tears to share, go for that. Like, honestly, the missing Link fairy made into a character just like Dr. Cockroach, that's so much wasted potential. Again, Monsters vs. Aliens can be summed up as wasted potential, the movie. Thomas, Papa's a little out of shape, C tier. Yeah, I'm sticking by C tier as well, actually, yeah. I feel like there's worse animated characters out there, but like every time I watch Monsters vs. Aliens, I'm like, oh yeah, Link is in this film. Yeah, C, D, C. That's put him in C. I think he belongs in C. Okay, next character. I'm not sure how many of you have actually seen this film, and this is a film that I still will defend as not. I feel like people are way too harsh on this film, but Lucky from Spirit Untamed. I really like Lucky's relationship with Spirit. I really like her genuine love for horses and animals in general. She has so much love for animals in general. I like that she could be a bit of a cheeky rebel. And like will break the rules in a way. And it makes sense that she would go that far because her dad is so overprotective of her. But I will admit that like some of her friends in the film are like more interesting than her. I will say that. Yeah, I knew a lot of people haven't seen Spirit Untamed. I feel like I'm one of the only people that actually watched it. But I like Spirit Untamed. I enjoy it. I enjoy Spirit Untamed. I feel like it's unfairly considered one of the worst Dreamworks films, and while it is one of the weaker ones, it's not bad. As the worst Dreamworks villain ever, but like still. I think Lucky is fine as a character. I get a feeling there's not going to be anyone here that's seen Spirited Untamed, so it's probably down to me to decide. Rocky, I've seen the Spirit TV show, so I'm putting her in C tier based purely on that. Oh, maybe she's really bad in the TV show, but in the movie, she's pretty likable. She's a decent character. Like it's pretty impressive, like how far she goes to save Spirit, and I just love her interactions with Spirit. I'll admit that like the interactions in the first Spirit movie, much more interesting, but like Lucky's dynamic with Spirit in this film and like growing closer and like the methods she uses and having to learn patience with Spirit, I like that. Mortar, no opinions, but that mountain in the background's fantastic. Benji, I haven't seen Spirit Untamed. It's the only Dreamworks film that I didn't see. I don't really have any thoughts for Lucky. Kiwi and Hale says B. I won't fight you on that, if I'm honest. I mean, like, she's fine. I think she's a perfectly fine character. There are more interesting characters in the film itself and in Dreamworks lore, but, like, she's fine. Totally fine. I get a feeling because there's no one else has seen it, we might as well just throw into B. B or A. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to go with B. Let's throw in B. We've got a lot of characters to get through, so let's push through. Okay, so now we've got Marty. I don't know where I stand with Marty. It's hard to really say. I feel like his film is movie 1. And then movies after, there's something there, but it's not as interesting as movie 1, because in movie 1 it's about the dynamic he has with Alex and the tension of him being prey. And then movie 2 is about him questioning his place as a zebra. Interesting, I guess, but like I wouldn't say that Marty is as interesting or as well utilized compared to Alex. as the movies go on, he just becomes more and more as just like funny zebra, the comic relief, the rainbow afro guy. That's, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about him. David, I've only seen the first Madagascar, so I can only rate him on that. Voiced by Chris Rock, yep. Soda, I still can't believe Marty got slapped by Will Smith fish. Yeah, obvious joke is obvious. Rocky, oh sugar honey iced tea. Circus Afro. I know I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to get demonetized. Yeah, I don't really have strong feelings on Marty, if I'm honest. It's just funny zebra voiced by Chris Rock. Nah. He's fine. I don't dislike him. I don't love him. I'm just kind of like, oh, there he is. He's in the Madagascar films. I wish I had more to say, but I really don't, I'm afraid. Kyle, he's fun. Doesn't do much after the first film. Yeah, you said it all. Yeah, he's at his best in movie 1. Because, like, he's actually going through something. He's going through, like, his own kind of, like, existential problem about living in a zoo and trying to find his roots and stuff. And his bond with Alex is at its richest in the first film as well. It's just movies onwards. It's like, okay. Zelda, he learnt how cruel nature can be. Yep. Leah, honestly, Marty was always my favourite. I related strongly with him because of his constant yearning for a sense of freedom, even with those that claim to care about him trying to hold him back. Yeah, I get that. Again, yeah, I feel like he's at his strongest in the first film. There is something relatable and easy to resonate with a character that's like wanting to find freedom from where they live. And I say that as someone that's stuck living in a pub attic right now. So I get that, Leo. Rocky, I enjoyed Marty's dynamic with Alex, mainly in the first film. I place him in B tier. I can't tell if Marty or Alex was the main character. In the first film, I'd say it's an ensemble. Well, in most films, I'd say it's an ensemble cast, really. It's just that Alex tends to get the most development. But yeah, no strong feelings really, if I'm honest. But I can see why some people would resonate with him. I can see why people find him funny. Yeah, Leo, I love seeing him so happy and thriving in the island of Madagascar. I guess I just love the tropical island aesthetic too. I felt happy along with him. Oh, bless. Yeah, I see that. I get that. I totally get that. I said that as someone that wants to move out from where I live and find somewhere better. So yeah, I get that. I get that yearning. Yeah, I can see. For me, probably a B tier. What tier would you all say? What tier should we put, Matt? Spam your tiers in chat. Spam your tiers in chat. Let's hear them out. CRS Marty is my favourite character in Madagascar. He's optimistic and cheerful and quite charming too. Also, zebras are my favourite animal. Nice. Valid reasons. So yeah, what tier we're going to put Marty at? I'm going with a high B, I guess. So that I have no strong feelings one way or the other. Rocky, B tier. I love Marty. I think that Crossstrike gives the character charisma. I feel like Chris Rock carries the character a lot, yeah. B. We're getting a lot of Bs. Leo, I will admit, I would point him at A, but that's me putting my hands up and saying it's just because it's personal. Crack-a-lackin', yeah. Yeah, I'm going with B. I'm gonna go with B. Hang on, folks. I'm trying to find the tier list. B, there we go. Who is next? Okay, so this one I wasn't sure about counting, but you know what? I wanted a lot of characters for this tier list. I wanted it to be a lot of characters. So it's debatable whether this character is even a hero, but technically, it sort of is. And that is Megamind. He's a hero in the making, let's say. He's a hero in the making. He's a hero that doesn't realize he's a hero. That's what I'd call Megamind. And it is a very fascinating and gripping character arc that he goes through. Because he was raised by criminals, because society shuns him, he is a product of the environment around him. But the more he comes to realize, no, wait, that's not all I can be. That's what's so fascinating about him. I'm watching his growth. I'd say he's got one of the most fascinating character arcs in a DreamWorks film. Absolutely. Yes, he is voiced by Will Ferrell. Patrick says peak character, to be honest. Yeah, honestly, Megamind is one of my favorite DreamWorks characters, period. Probably my top 10. Probably definitely my top 10. And like, I love how creative he is. I love his fabulous fashion sense. I love his bond with Minion. I love that even though he's trying to be a supervillain, he has a compassion for his robots. Leo, Megamind is a great protagonist, and I love how he's only become more adored and appreciated as time's gone on. Yes, there is starting to be a cult appreciation for him. Family, Megamind is my favorite DreamWorks film. Good choice, good taste. But yeah, and sometimes I even forget that Will Ferrell voices him, because he's not really a Will Ferrell kind of character, if you know what I mean. He kind of is, he kind of isn't. Which really shows how well Will got into the character. Soda, he has one thing the superhero doesn't have. Presentation. Yes. He is fabulous. He is absolutely fabulous. Yeah. Again, I like I said, he dresses so damn well. But yeah, what are people's thoughts on Megamind? Why did we start with Megamind? Adventures Ryan, Megamind's my favourite anti-hero. I felt bad for him because he struggled with self-worth. He's hilarious, and I love that he chose his destiny being a hero. Destiny isn't given, it's your choice. Yes, absolutely. He is hilarious. He is so damn funny. And so damn quotable as well. The whole movie is quotable. CRS, Megamind is a perfect example of deconstructing supervillains. He's not all that evil, especially when you compare him to the real villain Titan. Yep. Rocky, Megamind is the best villain redemption story in DreamWorks catalog, and the character is also a hilarious meme. He is very memeable, yeah. Super memeable. But that's just because there's just so much to work with him as a character, because he has so much personality. Zelda, I like him, I take him over society any day. Absolutely, yeah. I feel like the audience can really resonate with him as well, because a lot of people feel like what he goes through, and like how society will paint someone on a surface level, or like stereotype certain people, and people feel like they had to fit into that stereotype to survive in this world. Leah, with everything you can say about Megamind, he's always genuine. He knows how he feels, and he feels deeply and unabashed. Oh yeah, he wears his emotions on his sleeve. He really does. Even as a villain, he does. Like, when he is grieving Metro Man, it's real grief. You can tell how much it's breaking him to like not have Metro Man in his life anymore, and taking away that meaning in his life. That part where he's like at the Metro Man museum and just genuinely grieving and feeling just so much heartache. Walter, how does he have Megamind though? Long time since I watched this 10 years ago. What do you mean? How does he have a Megamind? He's very intelligent and has a big head. That's all really. That's where his name comes from. He's super intelligent, and that's something that I think needs to be appreciated as well. He's very scientifically gifted. Even from a young age, he was playing around with science and gadgets and inventions. And it is amazing when you see the Button of Doom and you see how he can turn those gadgets into weapons of good. Love that. More people need to see Button of Doom. If you want to see what happens next after Megamind, go watch Button of Doom. It's on Netflix, by the way, at the moment. Great short. One of the best DreamWorks shorts. Leo, the scene between him and Roxanne in the rain was still my favourite. You feel how vulnerable he is and how small he feels in the moment. Yes, absolutely. And he needs that. He needs to be kind of broken a bit and like have reality kind of like shoving his face in that moment. So the Megamind never caught a break in childhood. His planet was blown up to smithereens. He was born, crash landed in the prison, went to a school with a superhero. Yep. Zelda, I like with my disability, I also got stereotypes, so yeah, he's like me. Bless you. Leah says, a Button of Doom is excellent. It is. Go watch Button of Doom. Honestly, because like, I feel like when you watch Button of Doom, you're kind of like, why isn't there a Megamind 2? Because Button of Doom just sets up a Megamind 2 so well. Because you're like, oh, this is what they can do with Megamind's character next. Zelda, also his face is me when I'm smarted at a video game. But yeah, what tier are we going to put Megamind at? Gromit? A? B? S? C? D? Let me know in chat. Spam chat with your tiers. Where does he stand? Where are we going with him? Where are we going with him? I'm just going to move this a bit as well. There we go. Rocky, I would put Megamind in S tier. CRS says S. Gillian says Gromit. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, spam Gromit or S. Gromit or S. Let's find out where we stand, because he might be a Gromit. S. We're getting a lot of S's. We only got a couple of Gromits. S. Mainly S's. Leo, there's a benefit to losing. You get to learn from your mistakes. Such an underrated line. It is, honestly. S's, Gromits. Oof. You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put him at... Bear with me, folks. I need to scroll up a bit. There we go. I'm going to put him at... Gromit. I do think he's one of the characters that deserves to be a Gromit. Yeah, I agree. Okay, who is next? Next up is Melman. Probably maybe my least favorite of the Madagascar gang. Just because he's such a one-trick kind of character. He's a hypochondriac and that's it. And like, yeah, his romance with Gloria is very cute, particularly because the opposites as a chemistry is very adorable, but like, and I say this as a dino who's hypochondriac. Like, he's kind of annoying. He's kind of annoying. I've never really liked David Schwimmer, if I'm honest as well. So like, that doesn't really do anything for me. And I often don't like characters that like reflect the worst of myself as well. That includes my hypochondria. I see too much of myself in him, and that annoys me. It's just Ross as a giraffe. But yeah, Melman doesn't... No. Probably the weakest of the four for me. No, I just don't know what to really say. She's just an anxious hypochondriac who gets a very cute romance with a hippo. But what else? What does everyone else think? Maybe I'm being too harsh. David, he's a character who is certainly there. Yeah. Yeah. Lee, I admit the things I like about him are purely aesthetic. I never thought David would do well in voice acting, but fair props, he does well here. It is good casting. I will admit, even though I'm not a fan of David Schwimmer, if you're gonna cast an anxious, nerdy giraffe, David Schwimmer fits. Yeah. The fair props does well here, but his design animation are just fun to watch. Yes, I will agree there. His animation is great because it must have been really tricky to take this awkward, long-necked character and making him expressive in his own way, especially along these other characters that have the advantage of being like moving a lot easier. Adventures, I don't have any strong feelings for him. He's a good character, but he's the weakest of the four. Rocket, I would put Melman in B tier. He has the least going for him in the film stories, but nothing awful. Yeah, that sums up how I feel, really. Zelda, he was nearly killed by Dublar. Oh, alright, but which is a bit scary. Kyle, yeah, the best part of Melman is how inventive they are with animating him. Yeah. I found Melman's neurotic and hypochondriac character to be endearing and entertaining. For Gloria, I like how she was able to take charge and be assertive when the situation calls for it. I think that's another thing that annoys me about him, though, is that he's very rarely useful to the team. I feel like if you took him out, I don't think there'd be anything really changed, because most of the time he's just there to be a hypochondriac and there to kind of be nervous about what's going on. I feel like I'm the only one who liked Melman. No, it seems to be there's some other people in chat. It's not that I dislike him. I don't really feel anything for him. I'm just kind of like, oh, there's Melman, hypochondriac giraffe with the voice of David Schwimmer. Cool, okay, there he is. So what tier are we going to put Melman in? Are we going to put him on Gromit, S, A, B, C, or D? Spam your tiers now. Dominic says, as a 9-year-old that was quite nervous, he was my favourite as a kid. Which I get, I totally get. There is a part of me that does resonate with him in a way, but that's something I dislike because he's got the traits and attributes that I dislike of myself. That kind of like almost spineless anxiety that I sometimes have. Yep, he's got that. C, B, B, C. We got a lot of B's and C's. For me, he's a C. I'll be honest, he's a C. But we'll see what... Spam your tears, folks. Let's see what we got. See what the consensus... Seems to be a lot... The B seems to be consensus. So let's put him a B. There we go. Okay, so... S. No arguments. No arguments. S. So we've decided the T already. Okay, Miguel is, without a doubt, my favourite Dreamworks character. I love him so much. First of all, Himbo. Green flag. He's devilishly handsome. He's also just so damn charming. So insanely charming and charismatic. But I think the thing I love about him the most is his heart. How much he adores Tulio to almost queer levels, and how compassionate he is when it comes to human rights. Just love that aspect of him. How fearless he is when it comes to the rights of the people of El Dorado. Love that about him. And like, there's just this sweet innocence to him. And like, the faces he pulls are just so cute. Leo says... Oh, wait. Whoa. Leo says... It says, you just can't not love Miguel. Devils of Miguel is the hottest character so far. Carl says S for sub. Alright. Soda says Gromit. Yeah, he's Gromit. Why don't I keep forgetting Gromit is a tier, but he is a Gromit. He's one of the rare characters that I would go like, yeah, from in Gromit, whatever's the highest tier. You took the words out of my mouth. His heart is his greatest feature. It really is. It's just massive. It's absolutely huge. And like, his heart drives him. His heart brings the best out of him. Morta, I have no clue with Dreamworks' 2 moves aside from the Prince of Egypt. Also, isn't Miguel, I don't know. Miguel gay. He's queer-coded. Very queer-coded. Rocky, S-tier character by icon. Miguel's compassion and Tulio's antagonism complement each other perfectly. Yes, you need that dynamic. It's like they build off each other. They build off each other so well. Soda, calm down, Jam. You're starting to get a bit thirsty. I'm allowed to. This is mine. This is mine to be thirsty about. Soda. Wait, David, give Miguel his own tier. No, we've got I'm not adding more tiers, okay? He's a Gromit. Adventures. I love that he is dopey and loves spending time with El Dorado citizens. However, what I love the most is he isn't afraid to stand up for what he believes in. That's what I love. Zelda, Gromit, no argue chat. Leo, props to him that he's literally in position of a god and he didn't take advantage of it in ways that hurt anyone. He cares so deeply about these complete strangers. Yeah, like whenever he sees a red flag about the villain, he's like, whoa, we're doing something about this. but also trying his best to stay in character to the point where it goes too far. Welcome back, Joshua. Carl says Gromit got to be. Gillian, he deserves to be on the Gromit tier. So spam your tiers, everyone. Everyone just spam Gromit. Everyone just spam Gromit. You know you should. You know you gotta. Miguel's best. Miguel is the best Dreamworks character. I don't think that there's no higher peak than Miguel. Gromit. Yep. Give me the Gromits. Give me those Gromits, folks. I want to see those Gromits. I just want to... It's going to be completely confusing for people who just joined to see a bunch of Gromits, but still. Throw them in. Throw them in. Oh, we got one S tier. Even like that, that's enough Gromits to justify a Gromit, I think. Hang on 1 second. There we go. Leo says exactly. Tulio is more cautious and more hesitant to help others in order to keep up the act. Miguel just can't ever stand by and let anyone get hurt. Yes. Bear with me while I throw Miguel into Gromit. Who is next? Miss Tarantula. Love Mr. Tarantula. Probably, maybe my favorite bad guy. Maybe. It's possibly a tie with Wolf. But I really do love Tarantula. I love that first of all, I love Awkwafina's voice in anything. I think she's got a fantastic gravelly voice that you just don't hear enough female characters having. But I also love that she's cool, but she's also nerdy. I know that sounds weird, but that's kind of her thing. Like, she's got that punk kind of thing going for her, but she's also unabashed when it comes to her, like, nerdiness regarding technology and computers. And I like that even though, like, she's the smallest of the group, she's just as rambunctious and naughty as the rest of them. Jay, I love Webs. She's kind, smart, and has a great relationship with the bad guys. Her nickname is Webs. I forgot that. If I'm honest, I forgot that was her nickname. It's a good nickname, though. But yeah, love Miss Tarantula. For me, I don't even know what tier I would put her at. Maybe an A. Maybe an A. Family says Webs is Gromit or S. Zelda, wow, they made a scary creature cute. How? I know, that's impressive. It's very impressive. Venturai, love that she isn't natural. She becomes awesome on YouTube. Don't remember that. William, I love Webs. She's definitely one of my favourite bad guys next to Snake, and I find myself quoting some of her quips on a daily basis. I'd put her on A. Adventures, she's my favourite female character. So does this arachnophobia activated. To be fair, I'm kind of about some spiders, and even I'm like, nah, cool. I like tarantulas though, to be fair. I prefer tarantulas to like a big... I would prefer a giant tarantula to a giant spider, because spiders have those long-ass legs, and the other day I saw like a massive, huge house spider, and keep in mind that it's rare to see a spider that big in the UK. Amaniki, good morning from Japan. I'd like to hear your down-to-root thoughts on Poppy from Trolls, but I'm afraid you're going to have to wait. You're definitely going to have to wait when we get to Poppy. We're doing character by character. David, B or A? She's just underserved by the plot. Kinda, yeah. Patrick, I just noticed. Where's Mr. Shark on the tier list? I forgot Mr. Shark. I'm so sorry, folks. I'm so sorry I forgot about Mr. Shark. Dang it. Oh well. But let's just say Mr. Shark is S tier for me. I will say that. I'm probably gonna... It's so hard to decide my favorite bad guy because I love them all so much, but Mr. Shark is pretty high for me. Jay, I love spiders. Again, it just depends for me. Just depends. I just don't like the way spiders move. But I love tarantulas. My best friend has a pet tarantula. But yeah. What tier we're going to put Miss Tarantula at? What tier should we put her at? Gromit, S, A, B, C, or D? Spam. Rocky, I have her in B tier. I like how she's the tech-based member of the group, and hope that she gets more focus in the sequel. Yes, I agree with that 100%. She does feel a little underused, and maybe the sequel will do more with her. We'll see. Fingers crossed. I have high hopes. William says A. Yeah, I'm going with A. For me, it's an A. She's an A tier for me. But let's see where everyone... Jay says Gromit. So it says, I'm having a hard time trying to find a good spot for her because we all know I'm anti-spider. Be a little objective. S or Gromit. I don't know if I'll go that. I won't go Gromit high. So Gillen says B. You know what? I'm gonna put her in A. There. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Okay, next character. Moses. So, for Moses, he's one of the most complex characters when it comes to Dreamworks. He really is. And there is something incredibly gripping about not only his realization about who he is, but also him coming face to face with this new responsibility as God's messenger. But we all know that the thing that makes him so compelling is his complicated, complex relationship with his brother, and that dynamic it has with his brother. But yeah, it's amazing how well he grows as a character once he knows who he is. But at the same time, it's interesting how his fellow Hebrews will call him out saying, like, look, you're only embracing this part of yourself now that you're only caring about us once you found out about yourself, which is fair and valid. So like, yeah, the film isn't like turning him into a martyr, and even he could be very humble. He's a very humble character, super humble character, and like when God acts out his punishments, he feels so much like guilt and pain over it, and just wishes it didn't have to come down to this. Rocker says the goat. David says I absolutely adore Moses. Joshua, is this guy going Gromit? I'd say he's a Gromit. Gillian, one of Dreamworks' most underrated characters. Zelda, I loved his story so much I end up telling everyone his story. Aminiki, agreed, especially its accuracy to the actual tale. Carlo Dent, I think we have to go Gromit or we'll get smited. Smoten, whatever the word is. Moda, even though I'm Muslim, the Prince of Egypt is Gromit for me personally. I'm atheist and I'm like, yeah, Moses is a Gromit. David, best portrayal of Moses, and it's not even close. Charlton Heston could never. Leo, this film is beyond extraordinary. Moses carries the movie so well. I loved seeing his journey. He feels so human. He does. That's the best thing about him, is how real and human he is. There's nothing cartoony about him. He's not got that Dreamworks wink to him. He has a sense of humor, and he has those little cheeky moments, particularly when he's younger. But like, he is definitely the most human Dreamworks character out of every Dreamworks character. And that's why I feel like he deserves to be in Gromit, because Dreamworks went the extra mile and added so much depth to him. Jay, I have a pet tarantula. Her name is Vibe. Nice. That's a nice name. Rocky, the Fresh Prince of Egypt is going in S tier. I'm going with Gromit. Dominic, Moses is one of the best leads in Dreamworks' redemption, and of course his relationship with Ramesses is a major factor. I also like that he shows signs he's better even before he knows he's a Hebrew. Soda, Gromit, because I fear God may kill me. David, also he has a great voice. Yeah, Val Kilmer does a fantastic job. Really does. Considering that he's a bit of a nutcase in real life. But yeah, what tier are we going? Oh, sorry. Zal says, he felt guilty when God killed his nephew. I felt, ow. But yeah, what tier are we going to put Moses at? Gromit, S, A, B, C, or D. I don't know why anyone would ever put him at anything below A. Leo, I love seeing just how much of a wide journey we see. From a vulnerable baby, spoiled but very grounded prince, so happy as a shepherd with his wife, then thrust into this gigantic mission. Yeah, it is a really amazing journey that just goes beat by beat in a very natural and organic way. But yeah, spam your tears for Moses. I'm saying he's a Gromit. I'm standing by that he is a Gromit. One of the great Gromits. Mortar, Gromit, even putting him on S is insulting. S or Gromit. Rocky, Moses started as an immature trickster like Jack Frost, ended up becoming the most mature Dreamworks lead character ever. Kyle, God is dog spelled backwards after all. True. Gromit, yeah, we're getting a lot of Gromits. Moses is such a great film. And A. I feel like the Gromits are outnumbering everything, so we might as well just put him in the Gromits. Okay, who is next? Pardon me, sorry. Next up, Mr. Snake. Mr. Snake. Okay, so yeah, Mr. Snake is probably the most interesting of the bad guys because he's probably the one that's the deepest into the criminal life and the most comfortable being a criminal. So I think he's definitely the most interesting bad guy, the most compelling, and the one... It makes sense why he's so popular, I'd say. And he's just got a fantastic design. I mean, all of the bad guys have really brilliant designs, but Mr. Snake's is so good. Those eyebrows, those brows, those eyes, just everything's so great. And a bit like Viper and other Snake characters from DreamWorks, they're really good at like the character animation with something that doesn't have limbs. I skipped Mr. Peabody. My bad. I will do Mr. Peabody after Mr. Snake. But yeah, let's focus on Mr. Snake for now. See, we're already on Mr. Snake. Yeah, I'll get. Well, I've missed a couple. Who have I missed? We'll find out after Mr. Snake. Leo says, you did tell me he had a Steve Buscemi vibe to him, which that intrigues me. He's got it feels like he should be voiced by Steve Buscemi. I'm gonna... Look, everyone's made it clear that I've skipped some. We will go back to it. We'll focus on Mr. Snake for now. We were already on Mr. Snake. After I've done Mr. Snake, I'll go to the other characters that I've missed, okay? Well, don't worry about them. Don't panic. Any characters I've skipped, I'll go back to. Please stop saying that I skipped. I know I skipped. Okay. Zelda says, oh, that pic of Mr. Snake. It is a cute pic of him. And he's kind of cute. Even though he tries to put on that tough front. Even though he's trying to be like a tough guy criminal. He's cute. He's very cute. But yeah, what do people think of Mr. Snake? What are people's thoughts on Mr. Snake? Ventures Ryan, he's a good character. Even his reason why he doesn't like birthdays, it's quite sad. Spending birthdays alone is sad. I don't know, because I've spent maybe 1 or 2 birthdays on my own. It depends how you feel as a person, because some people are extroverted, some people are introverted, some people might want to spend the birthday on it. It could be fine. But if Mr. Snake doesn't like being on his birthday, that is sad. But yeah, thoughts on Mr. Snake, folks. Thoughts on Mr. Snake. Rocky, Mr. Wolf's boyfriend can go in S tier. He is Mr. Wolf's boyfriend, yeah, we know, yeah. The queer coding is like so unsubtle. He takes the longest time to redeem himself, but it's arguably the most satisfying one in the film. Yes, because he's the hardest one to bring, and because like I said before, he's the one that's the most happy being a criminal. To him, he feels safe being a criminal. I've had birthdays alone for years. Can be quite good. Yeah, it depends on who you are and how you use that birthday. It's hilarious that Mr. Shark ate Mr. Snake, though I haven't watched the film. My prediction: great design. He looks like a billionaire. I don't know what you mean by that. It's kind of cute that even though he's got that kind of like sardonic kind of like gruff kind of thing going for him, he loves his push pops. He loves his children's sweets. I love his hat. I think his dress wear is kind of meant to be like based on Hunter S. Thompson. I'm not 100% sure on that though, but he does look like he's dressed as Hunter S. Thompson. What tier should we put Mr. Snake in then? Where should we put him? Joshua, sounds like Snake would be one of my favorite characters when I finally get around to watching Bad Guys. Everyone should watch Bad Guys. But yeah, Mr. Snake, where we're putting him? Gromit, S, A, B, C, or D? I'm gonna go with A. A. Yeah, I'm sticking with A. I'm standing by my A choice. S tier for Snake. Right, I knew people do that. A. Yeah, I'm gonna go with A. But if there's more S's out there, then sure, I'll slam him into S. I wouldn't argue that he isn't an S. It's just for me personally, he's an A. Any more tiers for Mr. Snake? Tiers for Mr. Snake? Spam chat with your tiers for Mr. Snake. Like to hear them. So we've got another A. S, A. I feel like there's more S's than A's. So let's put him in S. Where is he? S. No, wait, is it? Yeah, I did say S. Okay, so Mr. Peabody. Mr. Peabody. Okay, so with Mr. Peabody, you could argue, okay, he's too perfect. But I'd have to disagree. And first of all, I'd say the best thing about him is just how naturally charming he is. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being multi-talented. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being proud of being multi-talented. And that's what's great about him. But I feel at the same time, he's not a Gary Stu or whatever. His biggest flaw is definitely how overprotective he is as a father. And his the pressures and fears of being a father. And that brings out his worst traits, but they're traits that he builds on, that he learns from throughout his time travel adventure. But I think he's insanely charming, and like every time he's on camera, you're just gravitating towards him. It's just so magnetic. And I just love Tyra Burrell's voice as well. It's great voice, great voice. Joshua, he's a good dad. What more can I say? Later, from what little I remember, I can't deny I always like characters that are equal parts intelligent, cultured, and sophisticated. He is all those things. Zelda, well, he encountered a Karen. We can all relate to that. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to think what more else I can really say. I feel like that sums him up, and that's not me struggling to come up with things to say. He's such a well-written character that the simplicity of him and the things that work about him is enough. It's enough. Dominic, I love his relationship with Sherman, his charms, and of course his great puns. I'd say he is even better than his original cartoon version from Rocky and Bullwinkle. Joshua, also the Brian Griffin of Dreamworks. Hard disagree. They're both white dogs, and that's it. That's the only similarities. Mr. Peabody has actually earned his confidence. Brian's a douche. Adventures. I have mixed feelings about this guy. He's too perfect with his IQ, but on the other hand, I do see his flaws of being a father. I didn't like him at first, but he's kind of grown on me. He's a good dad. He's a very good dad. Yeah. And like, Mr. Peabody and Sherman is one of those films I'll watch when I'm either too ill or feeling down, and it just perks me up. And I feel like a big part of that is Peabody, because when you watch him, you feel inspired to do great things yourself as well, because he's learned so many talents, learned so many skills. He makes you go like, I want to be as good as him. He is a good role model. Like, he'll definitely incentivize kids to be like, hey, I want to learn those things too. Rocky, the film is carried by Mr. Peabody and Sherman's family dynamic. Yes, his bond with Sherman is just so adorable. It's so sweet and like so natural. And like, because what's at stake is them being split apart, a bit like George and Harold, your heart aches for whenever there's a risk or tension of them falling out or being taken away from each other. Moto, his hair looks like he came from Russia. I don't know why I mentioned this. I don't know what you mean by that, sorry. Avengers, I meant character. When I said Moses is a good movie, I got that mixed up. Don't worry, we've moved on from Moses, so don't worry about that. But yeah, what tier should I put Mr. Peabody at? What tier does he belong at? We've got the Gromit, S, A, B, C, or D. Where are we putting him? Zelda's history is my favourite subject. My mum was a massive history buff. I remember growing up with like, there was like a whole shelf in one of the rooms in my house that was just purely history books. That's how much of a history buff my mum is. And anytime I've been like curious about some element of history or double checking about history, I've just gone like, Mum, is this right? Rocky says I want him in S tier. I think he's S. Sean, okay, I love Mr. Peabody so much. He melts my heart seeing how proud he is owning his fatherhood with Sherman. Of course, his dad jokes are always great as always. Yes, they are. He does cute dad jokes. But yeah, what tier we're putting him at? I'm going to go with S. I love Mr. Peabody, but at the same time, you know I'm a sucker for good dad characters. Yeah, Mr. Peabody's an S for me. We've got a bit of a mix there. We've got mixes of B's, A's, and S's. Feel like... Okay, keep throwing the tiers. That will make me understand the consensus a bit more. I want to hear the consensus. I want to know what's the majority opinion. Where do we all stand as a group? But I feel like right now I want to push my mouse really towards S. I feel like he belongs in S. He's close to being a Gromit. He's very close to being a Gromit. You know what? Based on the feedback here, I feel like the consensus is maybe A. I feel like that's like a fair place to put him based on what everyone's saying, if I was to fairly calculate it. Okay, next up is Mr. Piranha. I think that's the next one. Yeah, that's the next one. Mr. Piranha. I'll be honest, he's the one of the bad guys that I've find the most forgettable. And I say that even though I forgot to put Mr. Shark on the list. But still, Mr. Piranha, I forget these part of the bad guys. I don't even remember much about him except no. No, I honestly don't. Can someone remind me? Maybe someone can sway me into remembering what was great about him. But yeah, what do people think of Mr. Piranha? I mean, I like his design. I just don't remember his character that well. And that's saying something, because I remember most of the characters and bad guys' personalities. Yeah, I'm not sure. I love the way that his fin's been, like, sculpted into hair. I love his crazy eyes, love his sharp teeth. I love that he's a little smaller. Not as small as Miss Tarantula, but still small. But yeah, where do we stand on Mr. Piranha? Adventure says he's hyperactive and a loose cannon. Carl says all I know is he farts in the car. His relationship with Mr. Wolf, that's it. I just don't remember, if I'm honest. He's probably the weakest of the bad guys. Maybe. Yeah, I don't really have any strong opinions, and that's saying something, because I love bad guys. So I'm like, Ventures, I don't care where he is placed, is what I meant. Ignore this. Sean, I guess I have a soft spot for tiny but unhinged characters, so I kind of like him. I like him, but I can't say that, like, I'm like, oh, Mr. Piranha! I'm just like, oh, cool, Mr. Piranha. Rocky, Mr. Piranha's hot blood frosty is fun, but his fart jokes drag him down. I'd put him in B tier. Yeah, I remember him doing a lot of fart jokes, actually. Zelda, I'll watch the movie for myself. Yeah, go watch Bad Guys. Petra says B. Yeah, I'm gonna go with B if I'm honest. That's where I stand as well, like, because I can barely remember him except for fart jokes and that's it. If I'm honest. Yeah. Adventures, he's physically strong. He took out a bunch of guys on his own. But to be fair, all the bad guys are strong in their own right. B tier because he's not that bad, I guess. Yeah, I don't think either of us have anything passionate to say about Mr. Piranha, so let's just throw him in B tier. That's a shame. Okay, who's next? Mr. Wolf. Hell frigging yes, Mr. Wolf. He's suave, he's charming, but he's also the one that's how do I describe this? He's the one that's the most vulnerable to being convinced to be good. And he's probably the one that's craving the benefits of being good the most as well. But at the same time, he's very good at, like, reminding the bad guys, no, I'm still on your side, still on your side. It's just so damn charming. And, like, he's just got that trademark Dreamworks wit and vibe to him that I really love. Zelda, I have a soft spot for forgettable characters. No, I get what you mean. But yeah, Mr. Wolf, what more can you really say? Like, he's just so cool. But at the same time, there's that sensitive side to him as well that I really like. And I love his romantic chemistry with Diane as well. And it is very cute and engaging how he tries to keep this family shtick going with the bad guys. But at the same time, he's on his own path. Ventures, your reasons, same as mine. People see him as a monster because he's a wolf, like Little Red Riding Hood. Wolves are my favorite animal. I think wolves are very popular in general. I mean, like, yeah. And he's a great choice for the lead character as well, because wolves often transition very well into animation, particularly when you want, like, a charming, suave kind of character. And also, wolves also have the worst reputation when it comes to fiction. So yeah, I feel like he's a great choice to have him being the closest we have to, like, the lead hero of the bad guys. But yeah, for me, S tier. S tier, just a very good, charming Dreamworks character. Game says B, not bad. I'm trying not to pick tiers based on puns, folks. I definitely think he's an S tier. I think he's an S tier character. Rocky, Mr. Wolf is one of the most charismatic lead characters in Dreamworks film. His redemption arc is very believable and compelling. Yes, absolutely. And his voice is lovely. Hell yes. Mr. Wolf is a good character. Wolves are awesome. Rocky says S tier. So what tier we're going to put Mr. Wolf in? Throw your tiers Now, what tier are we going to put Mr. Wolf in? Keep them, spam chat. Should it be at Gromit? Should it be at S? Should it be at A? Should it be at B? Should it be at C? Or should it be at D? I am 100% on board with him being an S tier, and no lower. No lower. I don't like him being any lower than S tier. He's just so damn lovable. And again, if you've not seen Bad Guys yet, go watch Bad Guys. Go watch Bad Guys. I enjoyed that he used 2 bottles of wine. I think used them as dual Tommy guns. Sean, as well as a very dreamy for his character, if you know what I mean. We need to tone down the first. This is not a Cartoon Crushes tier list. Yes, we're on the consensus he's hot, but we're talking about his personality this time. Talking about him as a character. S, I'm biased though. But yeah, spam your tiers for Mr. Wolf. What tier would you put him at? What tier would you put Mr. Wolf at? I'm sticking with S. I think everyone's gone a bit quiet, so I'm just gonna throw him on S. I'm just gonna put him on S. We don't have time. Got a lot of characters still to go through. Let's have a look. Oh yes, we've got a lot of characters. Okay, who is next on here? Mr. Wolf. Yeah, it's North. Hell, friggin' yes, North. Frig yes, North. Just so lovable. He's got that great balance of like the whimsy and charm of the Santa Claus legend combined with the badassery of an action star, and like that beard. Look at that magnificent beard. I love all these costumes in the film as well. I think Alec Baldwin is terrific as like a boisterous, loud Santa with a Russian accent. Love him to bits. I just love North in general. Like he's definitely. Probably because he's so loud, but he's definitely the most engaging of the Guardians. Every time he's on screen, your eyes are just straight to him. Because he's just such a loud... Not just loud, just loud in noise, but loud in terms of personality. Zelda says, yes, my Santa. David, the king of jingling himself. Leo, yes, especially my favourite character in that film. Yeah, I just adore him. And, like, I love that he becomes, like, a grandfather figure to Jack Frost. And how much passion he has for being Santa Claus. And the role of being Santa. And, like, delivering presents. Morty, his model is insanely outdated, if I'm being honest. But I love his personality. No, I disagree there. I love his model. He's very funny, too. Oh, he's super funny. He's probably the funniest Guardian. Adventure. North is such a great character. Alec nailed the role. Also love his Russian accent. He's the funniest character in the film. Very funny character. Leo, I love every single scene he's in. I just love watching him go. I love his design. He's perfect. It's just enthusiasm as a character. Enthusiasm and joy just as a character. But at the same time, he's not constantly on. He has those little quiet moments. Especially with Jack Frost. I love his little Russian doll analogy. It's just beautiful and so well told as well. Leo, his speech about finding your center, that always stuck with me. Yeah, it's a great speech. It's a great speech. It's definitely the best Dreamworks Alec Baldwin character. I agree with you there. But yeah, what else do people want to say about North before we tier him? I want to hear other people's opinions on North before we give him an official grade. Zelda, when he did a whole Christmas setup for one of the sleeping kids. Yes! Yes. Adventure Ryan asks, what is my center? I don't even know what my center is, if I'm honest. I haven't got a clue. Kind of going for my own kind of like existential crisis lately, if I'm honest. So I don't know what my center is. Leo, I think I'm going in the promotional material that showed his tattoos. I was worried he'd be a very one-dimensional Joe character. Oh, he's Santa, got a grizzly scare, but no, there's so much. Yeah, he seems like just like a generic tough Santa, and that's it. It's like no, he is tough, but he's also got the love and heart of Father Christmas too. He's a badass. Yep. Cool beard. Yep. 100% agree. Like I said. Yep. So what tier are we going to put him at? I think I'm going to go with Gromit. Hands up, Gromit. Leo, I'm not the biggest fan of Christmas, but he gives me all the Christmas joy. Aww. But But yeah, I'd say he is definitely a Gromit tier. He is 100% a Gromit tier character. Absolutely. Stand by that. But yeah, I want to hear what tiers you would say. What tier? Spam the tiers, folks, for North. Soda, why is it I have imagined the Santa having a Russian accent? He does. Zelda, I like the popping out chimneys like it's a superpower, but he can't control it half the time. Yes. Leo says Gromit. Gromit, S tier, Gromit. No questions asked. It's a shame the film underperformed. It is a shame. I'd be down for a sequel, if I'm honest. But yeah, I'd say Gromit. Let's put him in Gromit. Who is next? Okay, next up is O. Okay, so I've rewatched Home. I don't think it's as bad as I said it was in my Dreamworks Top 5 Best and Worst, but it's still... it's not great, but like it's not as bad as I remember. In terms of O, first of all, it's important to remember that he is intentionally annoying. Is he charmingly annoying like Donkey? I don't know. I think it's subjective. For me, I just tolerate him. I tolerate him fine. A lot of his characters carried by Jim Parsons. But like, I just think he's fine. If I'm honest, I'm totally fine. I don't really have that much to say about him, if I'm honest. I get why people find him annoying. Yeah. A lot of people are saying D right away. But again, no. It's probably a C for me. There are worse animated characters out there. I feel like Jim Parsons does the best he can with the material. Adventures. The only thing I like is Jim Parsons' performance. Yeah, again, I think Jim Parsons saves him from being a D for me. He's a bit much. He is definitely a bit much, and while that is the intention of his character, it's hard for me to say like what compensates for that. You can't have a character just be annoying funny. He's got to be funny for being annoying, but also have a bit more to him besides that. And like I'll say he's not that funny. Rocket, I would prefer it if the aliens in Home just didn't talk. The way they speak is annoying. Adventures, I don't have strong thoughts about it. Might give him a C. David, the two worst Dreamworks leads are back to back. Disagree about Oscar. We'll get to that though. So yeah, what tier we're gonna give O? Spam your tiers in chat. Where we're gonna put O? I think everyone's going with D. But like I disagree. No. I tolerate him. Again, I just tolerate him. I feel like I've come across much more annoying animated characters. He's the worst version of Donkey, enough said. Yeah, it's almost like an example of like, this is how Donkey could have been. If, not very well. C or D? Yeah, I'm going to put him in C. I feel like it's fine. Okay. So, Oscar's next. And I want people to hear me out first. I know everyone's going to rush to put him in D. For me, probably a C or a B. Because I feel like, yes, on the one hand, he can be obnoxious. He can be smug. And, like, he's very much a gimmicky character. I mean, like, he's just Will Smith as a fish. I get that. But I feel like a lot of people overlook the fact that his personality and the things he does in the film are the product of the environment he's in. You've got to remember, when he was a kid, he was shunned and shamed for coming from a working class family. So there was all that shame from day one in who he was. And then you have to remember that he lives in this poor neighborhood, and rich things advertise to him in this neighborhood to make him feel insecure. He's also in a job where he feels no dignity, and like he absolutely hates his job, and I don't blame him. And you also have to remember that all of his male role models, since his dad seems to be out of the picture, his only male role models are criminals, are rich criminals. This is not me excusing his bad behavior. I think that these factors explain who he is. And when you keep those factors in mind, I think that's what makes him a well-written character. Sometimes it's okay if your protagonist is unlikable. And I feel like just those when you keep those factors in mind, it makes me feel a little less harsh to him. That's all I'm saying. TRS. Hi Moscow, you might think you know me, but you have no idea. He's a jerk and a toxic friend. Yeah, he is. Yep. But at the same time, he definitely gets to a point where he has that realization that he is that kind of person. And he does try to mend it. And he's the only one that has the confidence to, like, fix things between Lenny and his dad. So the dreams can begin small, you just have to bet it all. Zelda, yeah, but Megamind had that backstory about it. Yeah, I will agree, Megamind is a better written character, 100%, yeah. David, I'm sorry, Jam, but this is a no for me. My hatred for this movie is almost as great as my hatred for Chicken Little, almost. I don't hate Chicken Little that much either. Leo, I know people love to show on Oscar, but I think people really over-exaggerate how awful he is. Yeah. Especially the things he does wrong, he always goes back to rectify. Yes, 100% agree. Yeah, he does try to fix things the best way he can. And you have to remember the limitations he has when he's dealing with criminal gangsters. Mortar, disturbing fact about Shark Tale, there is a sushi store that sells sushi. Yes. Leo, I've seen so many protagonists who get away with and excused with so much worse than Oscar is hated for. Agreed, yeah. Zelda, I like jerk characters, but you gotta make them likable too. You don't have to. I have to disagree there. You don't always have to make them likable. I think you have to make them compelling. And for me, because of all the things they develop about Oscar and why the way he is, I find those aspects of him interesting. His working class background and things like that. I find that interesting. Gillen, Little Mermaid Finding Nemo or Shark Tale? I'm not doing that question, sorry. Kyle, he does at least defend Linear's lifestyle. There, again, I think that he's the only one that defends lifestyle and like goes the extra mile to try and like solve things. Oscar says dolphins rise. Yep. Dominic, funny enough, I like the movie, but mostly for Lenny. I don't hate him though. Sorry, you got cut off. No worries. I prefer Lenny to Oscar, 100%. If Lenny was on this list, it'd be Gromit. I just think that people definitely. I agree with Leo. People over-exaggerate how bad he really is, and forget about the context of his character, and the background of his character, and what is developed throughout the film regarding his character. Mortar. I just like Shark Tale, but it's one of the better Finding Nemo rip-offs. Leo, and a lot of it does make sense when you remember the socioeconomic lenses it's shown from. The modern African-American vibe isn't just there for aesthetics or being trendy. The world is well realized. 100% agree. Yep, definitely agree. Sub says, I don't hate Shark Tale, but Oscar is C. Gaber says, nobody likes Shark Tale. Disagree. I like Shark Tale, and Leo and chat like Shark Tale. I'm going to be doing a whole retrospective video eventually where I defend Shark Tale because, again, I feel like there are some very interesting themes there. Very interesting themes, particularly when it comes to representation for black-coded characters in a working-class setting. I feel like there's some interesting stuff there. And I will admit that back in the day, I got swept up with the hate. I feel like it's really important to go with every film, particularly a film where the consensus is like, this is terrible, to kind of like step back a bit from the angry mob, and be like, okay, is it that bad? Rocky, Tigress is a superior Dreamworks character who is voiced by Angela Jolie. Joshua, welcome to the Shark Tale fan club, James. Thank you. Okay, so for me, he's a B. In terms of, while I wouldn't say he's likable, I feel like there's something interesting there to him regarding his working life backstory and how he ends up embracing who he is by the end. Leo, I'm just going to say it. How many people hated Shark Tale on initial viewing, or are they just saying it because they heard other online personalities say it? Be honest. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like when I first reviewed Shark Tale, I felt like I had to hate it because that was the consensus. But then, since it's years have passed since I made that review, And like, I feel like I'm a different critic now, and I look at films differently, and my standards for what I hate have completely changed, and the bar is a lot higher. So like, it's a lot harder to bring out that angry side of me anymore. And I'll be honest, Shark Tale doesn't do that for me. I feel like there's some interesting stuff in Shark Tale that a lot of people overlook. I will admit it has its flaws, yeah. But like, I get what it's going for. But like, let's not stay on this forever. Like, give me your tiers. I know everyone's going to say D, but I disagree. What's your tier for Oscar? What's your tiers for Oscar, folks? What are we going to put in? Gromit, A, S, B, C, or D? I'm sticking with B. I think it's a B. And the thing is, I don't think the designs are that bad anymore as well. I get what they're going for. They're going for the whole caricature, kind of like, almost like those Doom Buggy caricatures, or those cartoon caricatures you see in political cartoon comic strips and newspapers. I feel that's what they were going for in terms of like celebrity. And if you were to tell Dreamworks artists, hey, take the celebrity, turn them into a fish, this is what you'd get. I feel like the animators did their best, the artists did their best. So Fiona's S says B tier, Gillen says C or D, Carl says B, C has redeeming values, but overall he was frustrated me even as a 9-year-old. Yeah, again, I get it. Leo, being compelled honest from a writing standpoint and how he works in his own story, I say A or B. Yes, exactly. Leo gets it. In terms of what the film is going for, and the themes it's exploring, the topic and the environment, his character makes complete sense, and I feel like he's well written. Spitting Image, yeah, that's another good example. It's almost like I see what they were going for. I understand what the design would have been for everyone, but I wouldn't say that it was misguided. I would say that they knew what they were doing. Leo, I always loved the art direction of this movie, even as I noticed its unique style and how they built the world. So yeah, never got the claims that the designs were ugly. Right, so I'm gonna put him in B. Standing by these in B. In terms of writing. Who is next? Penguins of Madagascar. Hell frigging yes, the penguins. I love the penguins. Always the best part of any Madagascar film. Sorry, my antivirus keeps bugging me today. Yeah, definitely always definitely the funniest part of every Madagascar film. I don't remember the TV show very well, but their spin-off movie I love to bits. It's very hilarious, and just like their dynamic is so great, and like all their personalities just bounce off each other so well. And I also love that they feel like a family, even though they're such a ridiculous bunch. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Zod says they're the best part. Yeah, they are I think they're the best thing to come out of Madagascar, if I'm honest. Like, I remember even my parents, because like my parents didn't like Madagascar, but they always said, "Oh, but the penguins are funny." Smile and wave. But yeah, what do people think of the penguins? And who's your favorite penguin? Who's your favorite penguin? Josh, no wonder they got their own spin-off show and movie, even though it wasn't. I wasn't the biggest fan of the movie. Leo, they are just those lightning-in-the-bottle characters. They're such a unique creation that actually managed to stand their test of time and with their popularity. Absolutely, yeah. I feel like the penguins have had a bigger impact and impression on popular culture than any of the Madagascar characters themselves. They're definitely the most memeable as well. Sierra says, Skipper is my favourite of the penguins. I find his voice and personality to be absolutely hilarious. Gillian, Skipper, Kowalski, Rico, and Private. Yes. So I don't have a favourite. I love them all. Now I get it. I get it. But Skip... I'm trying to remember. Who's the cute one? Cute one's my favourite. I forget his name. I forget all their names. I'm so bad at remembering their names. Later, I still have so many memories of me and my best mate in college watching the TV show on our lunch breaks on my phones. One time he laughed so hard he fell off the table he was sitting on. Zelda, I like they had a plan to go on go to the poll, but they had no other after. That's funny. Rocky, the Penguins are the best side characters in any Dreamworks film. I'm putting them in the S tier since they headlined their own movie. My favorite ones are Kowalski, then Skipper, Private, and Rico. Leo, I want to say Rico because of how mad he is, but you know me, Jam, of course Kowalski's my fave. Yep, knew it. Joshua, Private is the cute one. Private's my favorite then, yeah. I love my cute characters. And then the unhinged one is probably my second favorite, maybe. Gillian, Rico is voiced by none other than Jeffrey Katzenberg. No, he's not. I'm sure he's not. I'm sure it's someone else. Leo, I knew Private would always be my favorite. I know well. Kyle, Private is the bulldog of the group. He kind of is, yeah. Zelda, I like Private the best. He tried so hard to be a member of the team. David, they also had a Christmas special, which was hilarious. I need to see that. Cooper, Private is my favorite because he's the heart of the team and he's such a cinnamon roll. He is a cinnamon roll. He definitely is. Okay, so what tier we're going to put the Penguins at? We've still got a bunch left, a bunch of characters left. We're only at P. So yeah, what tier? Gromit, S, A, B, C, D. I'm going to go with S. For me, they're an S. Yeah, John DiMaggio plays Rico, not Jeffrey Katzenberg. He's the CEO of Dreamworks. But yeah, I'm going with S. Spam your tiers. What tier would you put the Penguins of Madagascar at? S, 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 yes, yes, yes. Giving those S's. S, S, S. Ooh, yes. And one Gromit. But I'm gonna put them in S. Okay, that's how I do it. Okay. Our S is getting pretty big. Who is next? Gromit. Before I say anything, he's a Gromit. He's literally like the definition of a Gromit. He is such a good boy. Perrito from Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Adorable. So friggin' adorable. And like Donkey, a very good example of how to write an annoying character who is endearingly annoying. Like, he's supposed to be kind of irritating to all the other characters, but as an audience, we're like, oh my god, he's so cute. He's so damn cute. and I just love how well he works into the story as a therapy dog. And like his message of like being a character who appreciates the small things. And his backstory is so friggin' sad that it makes me want to cuddle him to death. He is very much a Gromit. 100% a Gromit. Dominic says, Perrito is 100% Gromit. I love him so much. Yes, he is best boy. Cimarron best boy. I also love that, like, his character is just not like, it's not just like, hey, he's a cute dog. There's way more to him than that. Like, he has these smart moments. Like, he's the one that outwits Jack Horner in the finale. He's the one that's completely willing to roast the bears. So, like, he's not this perfect... He's not a 100% cinnamon roll. He has a little edge to him. And the other character's going to underestimate that side of him. But at the same time, whenever you see a character threaten him, you want to... So, you just want to protect Perrito. You really want to protect Perrito. Haley, poor boy doesn't even know what happened to him. Yes. Gillian, tell me if you're a big fan of Dreamworks animation. David, I was so scared he was going to be a twist villain. I would have been so mad. He would have been such an obvious twist villain as well. Rocky, Perrito is a good boy. He's the heart of the movie, and Donkey was for Shrek Gromit here. Yes. Spencer, Perrito is hands down my favourite character from The Last Wish. The first time I saw this movie, I was so surprised at how much I loved the character by the end of the movie. Absolutely endearing. Yeah, you're not sure how you feel about him at first, because it's like, oh, here's a chatty, cute character. But the more time we spend with him, the more we're like, oh my god, I adore this dog so much, and I want to adopt him. Zelda, he has the same story as my dog. My dog was an unwanted puppy, but they have a happy end being with loved ones. Bless. But yeah, there's no debate. Can we all just spam Gromit? Because we know Perrito belongs in Gromit. There's no arguments. It's like, I honestly question you if you put anything lower than Gromit. As also says, I do get anxiety attacks, so I need him. And the thing is, dogs are so great when it comes to like helping with anxiety. absolutely. For those who don't know, I was in a domestic abuse situation, and when I left my abusive partner, I stayed with someone that had a dog, and the dog was the perfect thing to have at the time. So dogs are amazing. I love dogs so much, and I want to adopt one so much. Gromit. Yes, he is a Gromit. Throw him in the Gromit. Next one. Poe! Love Poe so much. A lot of his characters definitely care about Jack Black. He is very much a vehicle for Jack Black, but at the same time, he is a brilliant character in his own right. And I just love how nerdily passionate he is about Kung Fu and the Furious Five. But at the same time, I love that he's humble enough to admit when he's chosen as the chosen one. Hey, hang on, no, I'm not. I'm not the chosen one. But at the same time, he's passionate and enthusiastic enough to be like, okay, fine. If I'm the chosen one, I will be the best chosen one I can. And like, even though there's all these naysayers around him, he gets to a point where he becomes his best self and becomes the Kung Fu master he never thought he could be. Because that's the thing, the film doesn't open with him being like, oh, I'm going to be a Kung Fu master. It opens with him just having this genuine fan-worshipping love for the Furious Five and skilled martial artists. But yeah, for me, probably an S. Very close to being a Gromit. Very close. Gabe says, Poe the Panda, love this character. Leo, oh man, another I've had plenty to say about. I guess doing a bridge version of the essay you would write about Poe, Leo is the best I can really suggest. But yeah, I love Poe. Poe has been like an amazing character throughout all three Kung Fu Panda films. I'd say that like my love for him did kind of wade in 3. I say he's at his best in 2. Is at his most compelling at 2, considering what he goes through in 2. And it's kind of amazing that despite all the trauma he's had, he still remains this bubbly nerd. Even after what he's gone through, he's still him. He never changes who he is. Even when he becomes the Dragon Warrior, he doesn't abandon that silly playfulness to him, and I love that so much. Spencer says I'd probably put him in Gromit. Zelda says he's geeky with Kung Fu, just like we are with our interests. Yep, he's our spirit animal. Rocky, Poe is multifaceted, appearing goofy, but revealing his intelligence, strength, and empathy. He is the Dragon Warrior, easy S tier. Absolutely, yeah, there's layers to him. He's silly, but like he also has a big heart, and he's also got street intelligence and things like that. Gillen, Poe is one of my favourite characters in Dreamworks history. Kyle, I think it's so important that he's a Kung Fu nerd. Normally the chosen one is completely ignorant of their future path, but Poe has the textbook knowledge. His muscles just have to catch up. Yes, that's a great way of looking at him. Haley, I'm so interested in Kung Fu Panda 4. I don't know how I feel about it, if I'm honest. Haley, can't wait to see what happens. Leo, there are so many ways this character could have been annoying, and they expertly dodge every single trap. Yes! There was just so... if you described his character to someone, you would immediately have all these red flags of like, this character's going to go wrong, I'm going to hate this character, but you don't. From scene 1, you're like, oh my god, I love this guy. And I think a lot of that is down to like how easy it is for the audience to resonate with him, because we all have our own obsessions, our own passions. Zelda says, I liked that he gave Shannon a chance to let go of scarring past, but we all know what happens. Yeah, he is quite compassionate. Very compassionate. He always tries to give the villains like one last chance to like try and understand what he himself has learned. But yeah, what tier we're gonna put Poe at? We've still got a lot of characters to go through, so let's throw him on a tier. What tier we're gonna put him at? Does he belong on Gromit, S, A, B, C, or D? I'm standing by S. We've got a lot of S's so far. A lot of S's. I'm fine with S's. S for what though? S for Super Kung Fu? I don't know. A lot of S's. Yeah, let's put him in S. I definitely agree that he's an S. Okay, who is next? Okay, so this is a character that... Go at it. I don't like Poppy. I really don't like Poppy. Definitely my least favorite Dreamworks character. Absolutely. And I say this as an idealist, as an optimist, as someone with a kind of a love for cute things. Even I'm like, oh my... There's just something very insufferable about her, but at the same time, I appreciate that the sequel points out her toxic positivity and like the damage it causes, so I appreciate that at least. But it's something that she doesn't entirely grow out of, if I'm honest. But yeah. Not a fan of Poppy, honestly not. She's got a cute design, I guess. I've always liked trolls like felty cute design. Carl says she's Pinkie Pie with all the charm drained out. That's a good comparison, actually. Yeah. Adventures Ryan says I don't like her either. Yeah, honestly, she's too much. She's honestly just too much. And again, as someone that loves cute, that looks at life with a lot of optimism and tries to see the best in things, despite having anxiety. If I'm the one that's saying no, this character's too much, that's a bad sign. Leah, there's so little to Poppy. She's pretty much had to be dragged by Branch to be any better moments. Yeah, honestly, Branch has had to like carry her a lot of the time because she's not an interesting character because the film is so focused on like showing how pure she is and that her flaws are based on how positive she is. Haley D, bro, she's not that great. Like compare her to Poe. He does things better than her. Yeah, I'm just not a fan. Honestly, not a fan. And whenever I watch a Trolls film, she's the thing that sticks out the most of the thing I dislike the most. And there's a lot of things I dislike about the Trolls film, but she's the one that's like so hard to tolerate. Even when the film is aware how annoyingly cutesy she's being or annoyingly close-minded she's being, it still doesn't compensate for like how hard it is to tolerate her. So she's the only one I would actually put on my D tier, honestly. Only one. I'm just not a fan. If you all want to put on D, then I would not argue. Gillen, there's our lesson for today, kids. Too much cuteness is creepy and dangerous. I wouldn't say she's creepy or... Well, she can be dangerous. Some of the decisions she makes because she's so over-optimistic can be pretty dangerous. Which is creepy, though. Gabe says Poppy was an okay character. Dominic, unlike other cute characters like Pooh's friends or the cast of Sesame Street or for Dreamworks, Perrito, she hardly can ever keep quiet or try to contemplate her big feelings. Yes, that's a really good point. She's just... I think that's my biggest problem. She's really immature. She's very immature. To the point where it's just obnoxious. And, like, the film is just hoping so... The films are hoping so much that her cuteness can compensate for that, and it doesn't. It doesn't. Rocky, Poppy could have been explored as a case of toxic positivity, trapping herself in fake happiness to avoid facing her problems. I'd put her in C tier. And the sequel kind of touches on that, but it never feels like it knocks Poppy down enough to the point where it's a natural development. It just points it out, just as like, Poppy, you've got to stop this toxic positivity. It's aware of it, but it just doesn't do much with it. Haley, she has too many flaws that aren't sealed with. Sean, I feel so sorry for a talented actress like Anna Kendrick being saddled with such a shitty character. Yeah, absolutely. So, spam your tiers for Poppy. Where would you put her? For me, she's definitely tier. Worst Dreamworks character. It's why I was a bit nicer to some of the characters that ended up in C tier. Because I knew Poppy would be like my pinnacle of like D tier. I've got nothing nice to say about it, if I'm honest. I can understand little kids loving her. Because kids love their pink cutesy characters. Totally get that. And if kids love her for that, cool, fine. D. I Smash, she has so many flaws. Branch is the one who carries the film for Poppy. Yeah, absolutely. I wish Branch was the main character on both films, in every film, really. Even in the trailers for Trolls Band Together, Poppy's the worst part of it. And the fact that Poppy's going to have, like, a sister that's just like her, that's not a good sign. Okay, yeah, let's put her in D. Absolutely, no arguments. She belongs in D. It's one of the reasons why Trolls is the worst DreamWorks film to me. Okay, next up, we're gonna cleanse ourselves with an actual great female character, Princess Fiona. Hell frigging yes, Princess Fiona. So much to love about her. I love her arc of her learning to love herself as an ogre. I love how she ties into the first film's theme of like not judging someone on face value. I love that she can kick ass, but she's also got like a cheeky kind of like toilet humor to her at the same time. That's what like connects with Shrek. And again, her chemistry with Shrek sizzles, beautiful, love it. She's also a great mum. She's a great friend to everyone. She's often a fantastic voice of reason for everyone as well. Great example of like a well-represented plus-size character as well, from film 2 onwards. And like, yeah, love Princess Fiona. Absolute S tier for me. Love Princess Fiona. Trying to think of more things I want to say about her. I love that she's the one that saves the day in Shrek 2, technically, because she's the one that helps Shrek overcome his insecurities. And in movie 1, she's the one that motivates Shrek to open about his feelings. She's such a great character. But yeah, what does everyone think of Princess Fiona? Let me know in chat. Let me know what you think of Princess Fiona before we give her a tier. I'm not going to throw into a tier just yet, but for me, she is an S tier. Strong S tier. Leo, it's kind of fun to go back when we were kids and remember just how unique Fiona was as a princess character. Yes, absolutely. She broke so many cliches regarding princess characters way before Disney realized, oh, actually we need to break all these cliches. CRS, I agree with everything you say about Fiona, to be real honest. S tier indeed, she breaks usual princess stereotypes. Ice Master says, I say B tier. G-Rex says A. Hill says A. Rocky says, Princess Fiona is such a great study in body positivity. Yes, I love Shrek and Fiona's relationship. A-T character. Later, the romance is still absolutely wonderful. Cooper Dude, Fiona is a great example of how important inner beauty can be. I also say that she's beautiful on the outside as well. Kyle S. So does A. Haley, I liked that she can fight. She's a great fighter. She's probably the strongest character as well. Her only competition is maybe Dragon. But I'm going for S. But it seems like a lot of people are going for A. I disagree. She's an S. She's an S. S for Shrek. Zelda, she killed baby chicks and ate them, so S tier. But yeah, well, let's spam your tiers. Let's spam your tiers. We've got to finish this. We've got to finish this tier list. Leah, we grew up with shite like Heroin Chick and Can You Pinch More Than an Inch, and yet here comes Fiona finding a true love with the less beautiful self. Their romance is that good. I'd say S. Dominic, Fiona is herself enough to accept contradictions. S. Yeah, you know what? I know that the crowd is saying A, but I'm going with S. She's absolutely an S. She's a solid S. Okay. Who is next? Next up, Puss in Boots. Hell frigging yeah. How amazing is it that, like, this is a character that was introduced in Shrek 2 as, like, a competition for Donkey as the comic relief, and just ended up becoming one of the most iconic Shrek characters ever. It's friggin' amazing. Just imagine introducing a character to be in the same league as Donkey by movie 2. That took balls, that took guts, and it pays off. And what I love about Puss is that he's funny and badass, a bit like Fiona, but at the same time he's his own character in his own right. And I love that his films develop him beyond like that kind of like that cool badass kind of thing. There's a bit more to him in his own films. He's fleshed out a bit more. But at the same time, the Shrek films just know how to use him. They know exactly how to use him. The Shrek films aren't about Puss, but they know Puss is great at this. Puss can have a quip here. Puss can have a badass moment here. They know how to use him. But we all know that he's at his most interesting and most compelling in The Last Wish. And which is a film that everyone needs to see, by the way. But yeah, in The Last Wish, he's just... his story is one of the most human stories in DreamWorks. Even though he's meant to be a cat, it's one of the most human and most relatable stories ever of existentialism and panic attacks and anxiety and that fear of death. Yeah. Okay. Zelda, who is your favourite feeling? Oh, I thought it was a genuine question then. His theme song in Last Wish is just so good. I want to listen to it again after this stream. It's so good. If you've not seen Last Wish, you're missing out on one of the greatest animated theme songs ever. Who is your favourite fearless hero? So good. Leo, it's fun to see how far he's come. Yeah. It's amazing how far he's come, considering his background and the kind of path he could have gone on. Zelda, he's my role model, and it's a good role model to have, absolutely, particularly for Last Wish and how he grows. Gabe says, I love Puss the cat. Sierra says, who doesn't love Puss in Boots? Joshua, going in Gromit for sure. Rocky, Puss is another classic side character in a DreamWorks film. I like how his spin-off films show more of his personality and history, definitely S tier. Gillian, he's been a bad kitty. In some films, yeah. But yeah, what tier we're going to put Puss at, folks? Ice Matter, S tier for Puss in Boots. He's a very good character. His moments in The Last Wish, especially with death, are some of the best in the franchise. S tier for sure. I mean, Puss's scenes in general in Last Wish are some of the best in animation cinema history. Let's be fair. I know the film only came out like a year ago, but come on. If you've seen Last Wish, you know what I mean. Like, some of the scenes that Puss has, it's like, wow. Zelda, I was like Puss when I was little. I got myself in dangerous death situations. I got hit by a bus. Yikes! I nearly fell out of the window. Yikes! Almost fell downstairs. Yikes! Are you alright? I hope you're okay. Jeez, that sounds traumatizing. Gromit. Wow, we got a Gromit. And I'm not gonna argue. He's a Gromit. He is very much a Gromit. I mean, like, he's another good example of loyalty. He's very loyal to Shrek, just like Donkey. And I do like his dynamic with Donkey in the Shrek films. I like that there is a sense of rivalry at first, but as the film goes on, they do have a lot in common. And, like, they bounce off of each other really well. Okay, let's put him in Gromit. Let's put him in Gromit. Gromit. Okay, who is next? RJ from Over the Hedge. Yeah, RJ's kind of grown on me. I think he's a good example of, like, a DreamWorks anti-hero done decently. Because, like, much like other anti-heroes that DreamWorks have done, a lot of who he is can be explained by his background and how he's had to adapt on his own. And how he's had nobody and he's not used to asking for help. And I feel like Bruce Willis brings a lot to the role as well. Like, it's probably maybe Bruce Willis's best voice performance. And, like, I feel like his guilt from what he's doing is genuine. Like, there are so many scenes in the film where it's like, you can see that guilt is so real and it's eating him up. And it's so interesting. How long is it going to take for that guilt to catch up on him? That's really interesting to me. And at the same time, his character's very charismatic. He's very good at convincing all these other animals to follow him. He has charisma. He has personality. He's got that street smart to him. In terms of tier, though, I'd probably go with B, if I'm honest. I think he's a decently written anti-hero, but there are better anti-heroes for me. CRS, I may prefer Vern the Turtle. I still find RJ to be entertaining and well-written in his own right. Don't worry about it, Soda. Welcome back. But yeah, what do people think of RJ, and what tier would you throw him in? Where does he belong? Rocky, Over the Hedge was DreamWorks' first fairy animal heist film. True. Set the stage for bad guys, didn't it? I said either A or B. Yeah, for me, he's a B. He's a B. I won't fight for him, but at the same time, I feel like there is something there for him. Yeah. I'm down for just slapping him onto B and moving on. Let's hear what you've got to say. Lots of A's and B's. Lots of A's and B's so far. B. Leah, I feel like there's a lot I could say because I did love this film as a kid. Loved the video game even more. So I often felt he was well realized. He is, yeah, he's a well realized character. Considering what the message of the film is and what the film is going about doing. Yeah, it's exactly what you need. B. Yeah, I think the consensus is B. Yeah. Better anti-heroes out there, but he's good. He's good. Okay, who's next? Roddy. Roddy from Flushed Away. I will admit that probably my least favorite character in Flushed Away, but that's not a bad thing because it's just that all the other characters are just so much more interesting than Roddy. But Roddy is a good straight man. He's a good straight man to all the chaos around him when it comes to the sewer. And he's a great vessel for teaching the audience about working class values and appreciating family and community above money and wealth and aesthetic. And Hugh Jackman, damn charismatic in the role. I didn't really have much to say beyond that, if I'm honest. Again, I find the villains in Flushed Away way more interesting. And I find Kate Winslet's character just more interesting. Gabe says, Roddy the Rat, I like it. Yeah, any thoughts on Roddy and what tier you put him at? I wish I had more to say, but like, honestly, it's just, he's fine. He's fine. It's totally fine. But I want to hear what everyone else has to say. What are your, where do you stand on Roddy? Do you feel like I'm missing something, maybe? I think he's okay. Tier-wise, B. He's fine. B, yeah. I've seen a lot of people saying the same thing. Leo, I do like the lesson and arc he had to learn since his specific type of loneliness isn't off-explored in animation. Yep, totally. But I feel like his lesson and arc is more interesting than his personality. It is very interesting seeing him come to terms with his loneliness. And accept that he is lonely. Dominic, B. He's a decent character, but he's probably one of the least endearing Aardman leads. Yes. Leo, I'd say B. I feel like if this was solely more Aardman, he'd come out a better character. Yes, absolutely. Too much interference by Dreamworks. If they embraced the Britishness of him more, I feel like they could have been a lot more charismatic, a lot more interesting. Soda, I thought it was alright, an interesting character development. Yeah, I guess the consensus maybe is B. He is a B. He is a B. Don't love him, but also don't hate him. Right, who is next? Jeez, still got a few more to go. Roddy. Ruby. Okay, so I watched Ruby Gilman today for this stream. I'd say Ruby is probably the best thing about Ruby Gilman. Maybe. Along with the romance and the creature design. I really like the idea of a maths nerd being empowered by her maths. Like, I love that all the things she's great at, she uses her mathly background to be great at. And there is something relatable about her at the same time. There are a lot of teenage girls that feel like her, struggling to fit in and stuff. And it's kind of cute how anxious she can get around certain people at the same time. And I like the design. She's got an adorable design. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say about her, if I'm honest. Ruby Gilman in general as a film doesn't really motivate a deep discussion for me. For those who don't know, Ruby Gilman is from a Dreamworks film that came out this year called Ruby Gilman, Teenage Kraken, which got very poorly marketed. But yeah, tier-wise, people are saying B. Or are they talking about someone? Are they talking about Roddy? I don't know what tier I'd give her. Probably an A. I did like seeing her find her confidence as the film went on. And, like, she had a beautiful dress at the prom as well. I love that dress that she creates for herself using her magic. Love that dress. And again, her romance is kind of adorable. I like that she falls for someone that's very like-minded with her, and she's not, like, trying to go for a generic jock. She's going for someone that's just as nerdy and philosophical and political as she is. I kind of like that. It's sweet. Leo says, I've still not seen this film, but she's an octopus, more importantly a kraken. You know I have a bias. Gillian, the movie reminds me of Lucan turning red. Yep. Ice, I've not seen Ruby Gilman, but I have heard most about the film already, so I know what kind of happens. But for this tier, I can't say because I haven't seen the movie. I feel like I'm probably the only person here that's seen Ruby Gilman. Zelda, she healed scars of seeing the Little Mermaid remake. Probably, yeah, for anyone that actually bothered to see it. But yeah, she's A tier. She's A tier for me. She's A tier. I feel like it's down to me, seeing as I'm the only one that actually watched this film. But yeah, she's A. I liked her fine. Who is next? Oh, it is Sandy from Rise of Guardians. Sandy. Sandy, where do I begin? He's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. It's adorable that, like, he's the Sandman, but even he can get sleepy. I love that about him. Adore his design, but I can say that about nearly all the designs in Rise of the Guardians. That design is amazing. I love the texturing. I love his hairstyle. I love his smile. I love that all of his personality is done through his animation. He has no official voice. And you get such a rich personality just from that silent animation. And it's amazing that, like, even though he's kind of short and stout, even though he's probably one of the more cutesy Guardians, he's the most badass one. He's probably the strongest one. He's the one that Pitch fears the most. And when Pitch takes him down, you really feel a sense of hopelessness because Sandy really was the antithesis of Pitch. And, like, he's just so cute. And, like, the little gestures and things he does are adorable. And I love what he symbolizes, like wholesomeness and good dreams and that kind of thing. Love Sandy. S tier for me. Zoda says, what the hell character design is that? A good character design. Leo, it's almost fitting that a character associated with Sleep just wouldn't talk or make a noise. Gillian, everyone loves the sleigh. Zelda, he works every day, he needs a vacation. Yes, true. I think that workaholic part of me relates to him as well. Leo, his design is just so pretty. All that glittering gold sand. Yes, that sand is amazing texturing. Cooper, he just wants to give kids great dreams. Yes, and that is so damn wholesome and cute. He's a wonderful character. Yeah, look, I love Sandy so much. And, like, when you think he's died, oh, ah, stab. Joshua, holy, it's midnight. I better go to sleep. Good night, Josh. I'll watch the rest of the video tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Cheerio. Zelda, he needs one because he took a knockout literal. But yeah, he's very much the unsung hero of the film. Very much so. Like, he is like the perfect enemy for Pitch. Absolutely. Like, I swear I'm not just saying this because of recent years, but even when I was a kid, I thought to myself, if Sandy could talk, then Peter McNichol would be the only fitting voice. Maybe, yeah. Actually, I can imagine him fitting that design. Ice, S-tier mainly because his character is perfect for the story and perfect all round as a character. Yep. So what tier we're giving Sandy? I'm sticking with S. Spam your tiers in chat. Dominic, Sandy works perfectly for a threat to Pitch. He's the only one whose scent initially can't be used to Pitch's advantage. Jack both standing because we don't know his scent until much later. Zelda says he's very cute. So yeah, tier. Is he Gromit, S, A, B, C, or D? Spam your tier in chat now, and then we can throw him onto the tier list. S for Sandy. S, yes. I'm loving these S's. These S's are brilliant. Give me those S's. S for Sandy. Sandy S's. Shut up, Anakin. Yes! To the S. Okay, Let's put him in S. I'm not waiting any longer. I'm putting him in the S. Right, who is next? Next up is Sherman from Mr. Peabody and Sherman. I love Sherman. I love Sherman so much. He's just so adorable. He's just, I don't know what it is. Just like every time I was on screen, it's just got this adorable, cute grin on his face, and just like, he's just such a loyal son to Peabody all the time. He's like, yes, Mr. Peabody. Oh, here I come, Mr. Peabody. But at the same time, I wouldn't say that like he's like completely spineless or completely naive, because when push comes to shove, if someone fucks around with him, they find out. Because like he bites his bully. When he finds out how Mr. Peabody feels about his overprotectiveness, he'll stand up for himself, things like that. Yeah, I really like Sherman. He's just so cute. And is that Peter Parker? No, it's not Peter Parker. Peter Parker doesn't even look like that. It's Sherman from Mr. Peabody and Sherman. And yeah, it's just a very lovable, cute character. Who is a great kind of like test for Mr. Peabody's character. And like he is also very important to the story, not just because he's Peabody's son and him being taken away is a big stake, but also he's the one that initiates all the time travel chaos. Ice Master, fun fact, the voice actor for Sherman voiced Harvey in Harvey Beaks. I've never seen Harvey Beaks. Rocky, I like Sherman, he's a cinema roll B tier. Leo, he's a nerd that literally bites. If he was my son, I'd be proud. Kyle, Steve Smith from American Dad. That's who he definitely looks like. Yeah, he definitely looks like Steve Smith. Zelda says, cute bean. He is a cute bean. So cute. He's so cute that it's what makes you, as an audience, being like, okay, I don't want Mr. Peabody to lose this kid, because he's just so adorable. But yeah, if you've seen Mr. Peabody and Sherman, what tier would you put him at? What tier would you put Sherman at? For me, I'm going to give S tier. Definitely an S tier. He's not a Gromit. He's not a Gromit. And I probably wouldn't even say he comes close to being a Gromit, but like he's a very lovable character, and it is fun seeing him coming out of his shell as he bonds with other kids his age. Patrick, although funny enough, Sherman's VA played young Peter Parker in Amazing Spider-Man. Alright. Didn't know that. But yeah, what tier we're going to put Sherman at, folks? Gillian says he's a cute kid. What tier? Spam your tiers for Sherman from Mr. Peabody and Sherman. Let's get this decided. S tier for Sherman. Sean, I'm in tears when they do a reverse of the lines they say to each other earlier. I have a deep regard for you as well, Mr. Peabody. Yes, so good. Yeah, I really like Mr. Peabody and Sherman. It is definitely one of my cheer-up movies. Chaos says, a good kid? Cute kid. He's a good cute kid. Yeah, good way of describing him. S, Zed, it's been a while since I watched the movie, but I say S. Yeah, let's put him in S. He is very much he's an S. S for Sherman. Wow, still got a bunch of characters to get through. And it's almost like midnight in the UK. But I'm going to do my best to get through them. Okay, next up, Icon. Shrek. Hell yes to Shrek. Breaking so many cliches for what a hero can be. And like, just love him so much. Because like he's got so many traits that I love in a character in general. Like the whole kind of like putting on a tough face, but deep down craze for deeper human connections and that kind of thing. I love that he's a badass just like Fiona as well. Like, I think people overlook how amazing he is as a fighter. Like, he's really damn strong. He's super damn strong, and villains know that. And like, it's something he always takes advantage of, and it's how he's managed to like get through so many films. But at the same time, it's just great seeing his development throughout these movies, and like letting his guard down, meeting all these eccentric and lovable characters on his adventure, and resonating with the plight of other outcasts. He really has, much like Puss, he's come a long way. He has come a long way. Each film, he makes another step forward. He learns something new. I feel like maybe Shrek the third or fourth is where he really fully develops. Kyle says Meme King. Soda says God tier. Sienna says, what are you doing in my swamp? Ice says S for Shrek. Yeah, I'm gonna go Vess. Leah, I mean, it's not just the memes. He has lasted this long and become an icon for a reason. He is an icon. He really is. Like, he's one of those characters where, like, you could do the shadow of him and you know who he is. He's that great. His design is that brilliant. I'm not reading any Smash Mouth lyrics. I don't want to get demonetized. Rocky says the Ogre Lord himself. Gillian says voiced by Mike Myers. Yep. Soda, stop saying Smash Mouth. I don't want to get demonetized. Gunn says the legend himself. Zelda, Shrek, I'm thankful you managed to give us what we were looking for. CRS, not only does Shrek deconstruct the stereotypical ogre character, he comes off as a very relatable as a character. Absolutely. For me, he's one of the most relatable Dreamworks characters out there. He really is. Particularly if you feel on the same wavelength as him, as like this sense of like pessimism about the world around you, and like this like lack of faith in yourself in like connecting with others. And how important it is to meet other people in your same situation. It really is. It definitely is. Zelda, he gave Puss a chance. Yes, I fell for the cute face. Yeah, he is very good at gravitating towards other outcasts and bringing the best out of them as well. Cooper Dude, memes aside, he is a great and well-developed character opening up throughout each installment. While not the first Dreamworks character, but he put them on the map. He did, yeah, absolutely. He's the first Dreamworks character where it's like, okay, it's almost like you could say he's the face of Dreamworks. That's how iconic he is. So what tier are we going to put Shrek at? Is he a Gromit? Is he an A, a B, a C, or a D? I live alone in my swamp. Rocky, Shrek and Toy Story are two of the most prominent CGI animated film franchises. Absolutely. Gillian says Gromit tier. I don't know if I go that far. He is an S tier though. Haley, he's an ally of the LGBTQ bro. Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's so much like queer coding you can find in Shrek story. S. Gromits. Oh, we're getting a lot of Gromits. I think you're gonna be outmatched and be forced to put into Gromit. If we get any more Gromits, I feel like that'll be the case. I refer to him as the Mickey Mouse of Dreamworks. Yeah, true. Yeah, Gromit. Yeah, okay, we'll put him in Gromit. Okay, yeah. No arguments there. No arguments. Okay, who is next? Next up is Sinbad. Yeah, I think I've grown to like Sinbad. Very charismatic. Brad Pitt brings a lot of charisma to him. And it is fascinating to see him being tested by the villain and kind of like having to prove that there's a bit more to him. And that there is good in him. And he's not that predictable. I'll admit that there are more interesting 2D Dreamworks characters, though. I think out of all the 2D Dreamworks animated films, he's maybe the least interesting hero for me. But he's not boring. He's definitely got that like that Hollywood heartthrob kind of charm. Yeah. Probably a B for me, if I'm honest. Maybe. It's really hard to think of more to say about him, if I'm completely honest. Like, Sinbad is Sinbad. The more I think about Sinbad's character, how he's portrayed this, it makes me understand more and more why there weren't more sequels. Because I don't know if this Sinbad could carry a whole franchise. He's just a decently written action hero. That's kind of it, really. Maybe I'm being too harsh. What do you all think? Haley, see, I don't know much about him, but from what I've seen, it's not great. Zelda, I like myth stories. Is it based on a mythical story? Yes. Leo, he works decent for the film, but he's not the most interesting character compared to the rest of the cast. Yes, I think it's another case of where the supporting characters are more engaging than him. Honestly, particularly the villain. The villain is like one of the most fascinating and most compelling Dreamworks villains out there. Yeah. Kyle, I remember more about the dude that took his place in jail. Says, oh yeah, Proteus. I remember. I like Proteus more. It really says a lot when, like, because Proteus is only at the beginning and the end of the film, and he's still a more compelling character than Sinbad. David, Brad Pitt was a strange casting. He's kind of just reading his lines. Yeah, it is a little phoned in. I would say it's the right kind of casting, considering what they were going for. Because I know Jeffrey Katzenberg likes to have his heartthrob Hollywood hero type characters, and if you're going to get someone to voice that, it would be Brad Pitt. Ice, I'll say B. Yep. David says at least he's hot. He is a handsome gentleman. Yep. Gillen Dreamworks' final attempt at hand-drawn animation. Rocky, I'd put Sinbad in A tier. He's almost too much of a jerk at the start for his redemption to be believable, but he's charming enough. I'm sticking with B. What tiers? Go on, spam your tiers in chat. Where do you think he belongs? I'm standing with B. He's a B character for me. I can't say that I dislike him, but at the same time, he's not a character that I'll fight for. It's just a serviceable character that fits the film he's in. He's just very easily overshadowed by an amazing villain and some really interesting crewmates. Leo, yeah, giving Proteus, Marina, Eric's, and the ship's crew, Sinbad was going to fall behind. Yeah. A lot of people haven't seen the film. I'd say it's worth seeing. It's probably the weakest 2D DreamWorks animated film, and I can see why DreamWorks would be like panicking after making it. But it's fine. It's entertaining enough if you want to have like a fun animated popcorn nautical sea adventure. So C's, B's, and A's and C's. I'm gonna go C. I'm gonna stick with my B. I'm gonna stick with B. I'm gonna take more command with the tiers, by the way, folks, because we've still got a lot to get through. Next up is Spirit, Gromit. Love Spirit. Love Spirit so much. Love that Spirit symbolizes freedom in all its facets. I love that. I love that how hard he'll fight for freedom. I love how amazing his horse animation is. It's beautiful. He's so beautifully animated. I love his perseverance, but I also like that he does have that cheeky side. He does have that curious side. He's not just like generic horse hero. There are other aspects to him, and like he's just so lovable and just so charming. Even though the animation and Matt Damon's narration are the main things carrying his personality, it's just so damn charismatic and charming. Leo, yes, Spirit is so underrated, both character and movie. 100% agree. 100% agree. Haley, I haven't seen the movie and was nervous interested in it. It's really good. I'd say it's probably maybe the best 2D DreamWorks animated film. Maybe. Haley, Patrick, Gromit, no questions asked. Yeah, I think it's a Gromit. I also think he's just such a good boy. he even though he embraces freedom, if he makes a great human friend, he is very, very, very loyal to that human friend. If you can get trust from Spirit, he will be there for you to the end. Like, yes. And I just love his bond with any humans that he does end up trusting. Like whether it's Lucky, or Creek, it's like, yeah, everyone's saying Gromit. We're all saying Gromit. We all agree that he's a Gromit. Spirit is my favorite 2D animated movie from DreamWorks. He is very cute and lovable all around. S tier for sure. Okay, so tiers for Spirit. Where do we stand? Haley, I do like the indigenous coding. Like, I don't remember who, but as a Native American myself, I love seeing good representation other than Disney. Dominic Spirit is definitely a Gromit, no question. I like this movie a lot. I don't watch it often, but every rewatch makes me wonder why it's not one I watch more. No, I get it. Rocky Spirit is a representation of the Native American struggle against the internment. Gromit here, he was Toothless before Toothless. Cool, yeah. Okay, let's put him in Gromit. He's gonna go in Gromit. Right. Okay, who is next? Next up is Susan from Monsters vs. Aliens. Probably the most interesting of the team in Monsters vs. Aliens. I know that's a low bar because a lot of the characters are kind of but she's the only one that actually gets fleshed out, gets development, has a very feminist storyline. In terms of a character, though, I don't know. I do really like her coming to love being a giantess, being a huge woman. I do love that aspect of herself. I will admit that it is kind of aggravating how gullible she can be regarding her relationship with the news reporter, groom guy, the Paul Rudd character. I don't know what she sees in him, if I'm completely honest. I feel like, yeah, she's not got the best judgment when it comes to picking grooms. I'll say that. But she is very much the heart of the team. She's the one that kind of like helps the team become more like a family and less like a bunch of prisoners. I think she's fine. Zelda, I felt like she was in a different movie. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. I feel like she could have been in a better film. You could say that about all the characters, though. They all have the potential to have their own films and be very well made, but they were Monsters vs. Aliens. The anchor's called Derek. Yeah, the design... Again, the Monsters vs. Aliens human characters just don't look right to me. It's just something's off. Something's really off about them. That's like, it's not ugly... And it's not too uncanny valley. It's just more. I don't know what other word to use. It's, I don't like any of the human character designs, if I'm honest. I'd say all the monsters are easier on the eyes than the humans. That's saying something. But yeah, I'm not that passionate about Susan, if I'm honest. Susan. I feel like should be more interesting in another film, maybe even interesting in a sequel. I feel like if there was a sequel, it could be developed a bit more. Kyle, she looks like a Bratz doll with a nose. She kind of does. But yeah, I won't fight for her, but at the same time, I can see why some people might like her. What tier we're gonna put her on, folks? Gromit, S, A, B, C, D. Where does she belong? Where do you think she belongs? I mean, for me, probably a B. Probably B. Best Monsters vs. Aliens character, but that is not saying much again. She's just kind of there. Gillian, she got crushed by a meteor on her wedding day and almost became a pancake. Yeah. Kind of impressive that how she moved on from that trauma, though. B. What tiers we got? Spam the tiers, folks. Let's get a consensus going. B. Yeah, let's put her in B. Right, okay, who's next? The Croods. On the one hand, I do really like their unlikely kind of bond, and like how open they are about being rambunctious and kind of a bit crazy. And like just being themselves as cave people. I kinda like that. But like the films in general, they can get carried away with themselves. They can get very carried away with themselves, and a lot of the comedy of the family just is rooted in like being crazy, and it just gets to the point where it's like, okay, this is more exhausting than hilarious. But like, yeah, I feel like my relationship with them has really dampened because of how much I dislike the sequel. I really do not like A New Age at all. But like, I really do like the teenage daughter. Forgot her name already. And I kind of like Guy as well. The granny's pretty funny. The rest, though, I can kind of take or leave. Yeah. What do people think of Croods? What are everyone's thoughts on Croods? I mean, like, again, I like Belt. Belt's cute. I really wish I had like a deeper thought or feelings on these characters, but no, it's just like crazy cave people. It's really. So Zayd says the Croods is my second favorite movie after How to Train Your Dragon. So why do you like the Croods characters? What do you like about them? Zelda, Math was it? I can't Math. Don't know. So this is D. I won't go that far. I won't go that far for Croods. I'd say probably C. I feel like some of the Croods members are amusing enough at least, and Guy's kind of cool. And yeah, again, Belt's adorable. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have more to say, but honestly, I feel like the Croods are probably like the least interesting thing about the Croods. The fun thing about the Croods is the world building. J, Funk is easily the weakest member of the family. Hi, anything? C, because Cloris Leachman. Don't worry about being late anything, but I will admit that we're almost at the end of the stream. But yeah, what tier should we put the Croods at, folks? I'm gonna go with C. I'm gonna go with C. What tier would you put? Spam your tiers in chat. Spam your tiers in chat. Where do you think they stand? I really wish I could have more thing to say about them, but I sadly don't. The Croods are just Croods. I prefer Gogs. There's a Welsh stop motion cartoon called Gogs, and to me they're a more funny family to me. Rocky says the Croods range from C to B tier. I enjoy the dynamic between Eep, Greg, and Guy, but I'm indifferent to the others. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and I pretty much agree with that. Tell you what, yeah, let's put them in C. I feel like they're a C tier. Okay, next up is Tim. I really liked him. I liked him a lot more than his brother, Boss Baby. I really do. I love his sense of imagination and his passion for imagination, as well as creativity, and how he tries to inspire that same level of creativity and expressiveness and imagination to his kids as well. And like, yeah, and like, I love his brotherly bond with Boss Baby as well. I think it's a very cute bond, and I love what he brings out of Boss Baby because of who he is as well. Yeah, I'm afraid my opinion doesn't go any deeper than that. I just think he's a cute kid who has a lot of good imagination, and I think it's very important to encourage kids watching movies to be imaginative themselves. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Yeah, I'd say A. Yeah, I think he's a decently written, perfect straight man against the Boss Baby. Yep. His design is so cute. It's insanely cute, and he's cute even when when he becomes a grown-up dad as well. Yeah. Yeah, Tim's probably the best character of Boss Baby. Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Tim's the best character. Leo, I love his imagination. It's rare to see characters having this kind of exaggerated flights of fancy at any given moment, which I do. Yeah, his mind is always active. He's definitely on the spectrum, absolutely on the spectrum. Like, his mind is always creating something all the time, and that's something I really resonate with as someone that's just always working on something. And I was always trying... I'm the kind of person that's always trying to turn the mundane into an opportunity to do something fun or silly. I'm always that guy. I'm always like, let's turn this into a story. Let's turn this into a project. Yeah. So for me, he's A. What tier does everyone think he belongs in? Where does he go? Where should we put him? I'm trying to work out what that's drawing of. Some kind of sorbet. Yeah. So where are we putting Tim? Where are we putting Tim, folks? I'm gonna stick with A. I'm fine with A. I don't think he needs to be any higher than that. I don't think he deserves to be any lower than that either. Give him Lam Lam. Carl says A. So it says A. I just feel like it fits perfectly with A. Any other thoughts, folks? A? Yeah, we're getting a lot of A's. Let's throw them an A. Right. Who is next? So next up is Tip from Home. Probably, yeah, definitely the best character in Home. Again, I know it's a low bar because it's stuck with a bunch of annoying aliens, but Tip is definitely the best character. I always sympathize with her trying to find her mom. Like, that's a very universal kind of fear for a lot of kids. And, like, I really love how she stands her ground from the beginning. Like, her whole world's been taken over by aliens, but she's still got a lot of guts. She's still got a lot of bravery, especially for her age, especially after losing her mum. It's amazing how strong she can be. And at the same time, she's the one that helps O to kind of, like, unbrainwash himself, let's say. From all his like propaganda that he's been given. Yeah, she does have a good design. Yeah, I really liked it. For me, she's an A or a B. Leo, I'll admit I don't have much to say aside from, oh my god, her hair is amazing. Yeah, she has lovely hair, Haley, her personality is iffy, but I like her. Voiced by Rihanna, she deserved a better film. Oh, she definitely deserved a much better film. She could have been way more utilized in another film. I feel like she could have been an even better character in another film. But in Home, she's an A tier. She's very much an A tier kind of character. I mean, like, her bond with O is just not that interesting, if I'm honest. Even as a straight character against like a silly character, it's not that great, if I'm honest. I appreciate the length she goes to kind of help him and stuff, but yeah. Gillian, it's based on a children's book, The True Meaning of Smek Day. But yeah, what tier we're going to put Tip at if anyone's actually seen Home? I'm going to go with A tier. Yeah, I'm going to stick with A tier. I'm going to keep mine at A tier. But if anyone wants to challenge that and say like, no, it should be lower. No, it should be higher. Go ahead. Spam in chat. Spam your tier in chat right now. I want to hear what you have to say. And now is your opportunity to butt in. Carl says A. Zelda says A. So it says not seen it. No worries. You're not missing anything. I says A. Okay, let's throw an A. She is very much an A character, I'd say. Had a huge chance of being an S if she was in a better film. Okay. Who's next? To Fiona. First of all, love her design, but that's something I'd say for all the characters in Rise of the Guardians. It's just got a fantastic art style in general, and every character is just so magically drawn. And like, it's not the first kind of design you'd think of for a Tooth Fairy, and that's what's so great about it. Like, the influences are there. Like, she's still a fairy, but she's also kind of bird-like in a way. And I think those are scales as well. Like, she's got, yeah, fantastic design, without a doubt. But at the same time, she's probably my least favorite Guardian. I'll say that. She's just kind of cute, and like very rarely has a funny moment for me. The only time she was funny was when she was doing that creepy moment. But yeah, Fiona is probably my least favorite. But at the same time, I like her fine. She's someone that's needed for the Guardians. She brings that little innocence in a group that's kind of a bit cynical. Full of like cynical kind of characters. She's fine. For me, she's an A or a B tier. Yeah, she's fine. Yeah. Leo says the art of this film is insanely creative and I love it. Yes. So does oh hello Nightmare Demon. I won't go that far. William Joyce does great job with his drawings and they're translated well to 3D. Leo, her design does carry a lot of a character, unfortunately. Hell of a design though. She's a decent take on the likable. Oh, I think you're talking about a different character. Maybe we've moved on from that character. We've moved on from Branch. We're talking about To Fiona at the moment. I says she's okay, B tier. Dominic, and got cut off. Oh, and Poppy has. No, we're not talking about Poppy at the moment. We're talking about to Fiona. There's a lot of people still talking about other characters that we've moved on from. Please don't do that. We've got to focus on Fiona at the moment. So yeah, any thoughts on Fiona? What tier would you give her? Tooth is an 8. I love her so much. I briefly made my fairy Sona her little brother. Oh, that's cute. There's nothing innocent about a fairy the next team. Zelda, she's able to have cloche with pitch when she punched him in the face. I don't know what that word's supposed to mean, sorry. But yeah, for me, she's probably like a B or a C. What tiers are you going to give her? To Fiona. Come on, let's throw the tiers. We're almost at the end of the tier list. Throw your tiers at me. B tier. Got a lot of Bs. Yeah, I'm fine with B. She's a B for me. She's very much a B for me. Definitely the weakest Guardian character, but that's fine, because, like, all the other Guardian characters are great. Being the weakest Guardian character is not much of an insult. B. Yeah, okay, let's put her in B. Okay, who is next? Oh, hell yes, we all know where he's going. Gromit, right, we all know. There's no debate here. Gromit. Absolute Gromit. Love Toothless. I love that he has enough nature survival skills to protect himself and to be cautious and not to trust certain humans right away. Really respect that. But at the same time, he's so damn cute and he's so damn cool. Is that great? It's really hard to find that kind of like, this character's adorable but also awesome. And like Toothless is so good at that. And like the dream pet. Toothless is like a dream pet. I love the cat-like inspiration as well. When it's like a cat, it's so damn cute. And I like a lot of animal characters that Dreamworks have created. A lot of his personality comes through his animation, and it's so good, particularly in Hidden World when he's trying to flirt. Gillian says Toothless is so cute. Gromit. Definitely Gromit. Toothless is the cutest and best Dreamworks characters of them all. If I made a character tier list, Toothless is number 1. Anything says cuted by Toothless. I says Gromit tier, no exceptions. Jay, Gromit. He has to be my favourite. Same for Hiccup. Can't go wrong with a dragon. Also like Gromit. He was funny. He does have funny moments. He can be he is a good comic relief character. Like, a lot of the time, he is the funniest character in the film. Gromit, he's such a cinnamon roll. He is a cinnamon roll. So, like, there's no argument, no debate. He's going straight into Gromit. Very deservedly straight into Gromit. Okay, we've got 5 characters left. And it's almost 1 AM in the UK right now. I had a feeling it would go on for this long. Okay, who is next? Tulio! S tier, first of all. And, like, second of all, so damn handsome. And I love how his personality both conflicts, but also works off of and inspires Miguel's personality. And, like, it completes the dynamic. It completes that partnership. And, like, yeah, love it so much. And I love that he's suave, but also kind of dopey at the same time. He's kind of like in that, he's on a tightrope of both at the same time. Like, he's a bit of a, he's kind of a himbo, but also the smarter of the two at the same time. And, like, yeah, love him. I love Tula. I will admit, I prefer Miguel. Miguel is definitely a superior character, but Tula is still a lovable character. And it's interesting how he's the most romantic of the two. Definitely the most romantically confident. So Haley says S. So says S. Leo says, I do love me some Kevin Kline. Love Kevin Kline's voice for him. It's such perfect casting. Gillian says he's a very handsome dude. Super handsome dude. Soda, he looks a bit like a cartoon Han Solo. He does have a bit of a Han Solo thing going for him, kinda, sorta, a little. Leo, yeah, for anyone that doesn't know him, Phoebus from Hunchback and Mr. Fishoda from Boss Burgers are the same actor. Yep. That's Mr. Fishoda from Boss Burgers right there. But yeah, Tulo's great. Tulo's a fantastic character. It's very... Who is hotter? Well, Miguel. Miguel's the better character. Miguel's the hotter character. I'm not going to be swayed otherwise, okay? Miguel is my favorite Dreamworks character and one of my biggest animated crushes. But yeah, Tulio, where are we going to put him? I'm going to go with S. He's an S for me. But what is he for you? What tiers? Spam your tiers in chat right now. Spam your tiers for Tulio right now. I want to know where you would put him. Leo, he is so dashing. His natural pessimism and high-strung nature make him fun to watch. Yes. Yes. He's supposed to use the opposite of Miguel, but in a really fun kind of way, which helps him to sometimes play the straight role, but he's also adaptable enough to also be the silly character who will annoy the villain or annoy someone else. Zelda says he's a planner, we need that. Yes, he is, and he's a great planner. It'll take him a little while, but when he comes up with a plan, it's a great plan. Dominic, what's interesting is that the two of them are the opposite of what you may expect. The straight man is the one who gets the bromance, while the goofball is the one that's more likely to help. Yes. Everyone has said S, and I agree. Okay, next up. Next up is Turbo. I'm gonna be honest, he's kind of the poor man's Remy. He's sort of the poor man's Remy, but you could also call him the poor man's Lightning McQueen. But he's fine. He's fine. He's definitely got... I can see why kids will love his passion for racing. He definitely has a genuine passion for racing, and there is an underdog thing going for him, but like... there's just nothing particularly remarkable about him, and it's another case where the voice actor is having to carry the personality. He's just kind of... He's fine. He's fine. I don't hate him. I'm just fine with him. He's just average. He's a very average kind of character. He's just kind of like, He's like a more boring Lightning McQueen. Dreamworks' unlikely underdog voiced by Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds does his best. Does the best he can, but like, it's not Ryan at his best, if I'm honest. Yeah, Turbo's kind of a C for me, if I'm honest. Bit of a C character. Serious, I may not have seen Turbo, but I don't think it will be that memorable. It's fine. If I'm honest, it's fine. Rocky C-Tip, the dollar store version of Remy the Rat, Lightning McQueen, and Sonic the Hedgehog. Soda, Mum, we have Remy McQueen at home. Remy McQueen at home, yeah. It's just very unremarkable. That's the biggest problem with Turbo. He's very remarkable. There's potential for him to be, like, charismatic in his own right, but like, he's just like a patchwork of other kinds of like animated characters out there, and a trope that's just been kind of like done to death over the years with no real original spin. It's just Turbo's Turbo. David Ryan Reynolds really has to carry him on his voice alone. The character sadly isn't memorable. Yeah. What tier we're gonna put Turbo at, folks? Spam your tiers for Turbo. Because I'm like, C? Probably a C. Gillian, I'll admit the song that Snail is fast is underrated and catchy. Yeah, it's an alright song. And the thing is as well is that I'd say a lot of it's I know I keep saying probably sound like a broken record, but it's another film where the supporting characters are more interesting than Turbo. It's like, yeah, all the quirky people around him, they're just a little more captivating to follow. Got some C's, got some D's, C's and D's. I'm gonna go with C. Let's throw him in C. Okay, who is next? Next up, Kraken! It's Wallace! Absolute legend. An icon of British animation. It's hard to call him a Gromit, because he's not really a Gromit. But he is well deserved to be the owner of a Gromit. He's wholesome, he's lovable, he's got that British charm to him, he embraces his northernness. He is who he is, and he's just so unashamed of who he is. I love that about him. He loves his cheese, and he's just like, yeah, that's me, I love cheese, Gromit. That's him. That's him. When he loves something, he loves it. And he's super passionate about being an inventor. You could argue whether he's a good inventor or not, but like, he is so committed as an inventor. I love how creative he can be as an inventor. So some people are saying he's a Gromit already. Dominic, put that cheese-loving inventor right by his doggy companion. They're a perfect team for me. I love them so much. Cheese! Cooper, I always felt like Wallace could be on the spectrum. He has a new interest in every short, but puts his damnedest into it every time. Very autistic coded. Wallace is super autistic coded. Very. They might as well just diagnose him in the next special. Serious. I enjoy Wallace for his personality and the humor he creates. He's so funny. He's so damn funny. The faces his like clay face pulls is just so endearing and like, yeah. Like I complimented earlier like on Gromit's like expressions, even though he doesn't have a mouth, but like even Wallace is just the goofiness of his face. I'd say he's at his funniest when he just pulls a face of disappointment. Because it's just that drop from like that cheesy grin to a like, oh dear, it's like a I love when he does that face. It's such a great face. Zelda, we can't be mad at him. He's such a cuddly bear. That's the thing. He is kind of a nightmare as a character in terms of story. He's often the instigator of the terrible things that happen. But who gives a shit? He's so adorable. You just forgive him after a microsecond. He could like set off a volcano in the middle of Lancashire and we'd be like, oh well. Still love you, Wallace. I says S tier. We're getting a mix of like S and Wallace. It's spam your tears at me, folks. Spam your tears. So do the bounce. The bounce is gone from me, Spongy. Killian, I have the DVD of The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Jay, I grew up with Wallace and Gromit. Yep, a lot of people definitely did. I grew up with on recorded VHS. Leo, he's a man of so much ambition, but simple pleasure. Yes, absolutely. I love... If I was to compare a character to Hank Hill, I don't know why I compared another character earlier on, but like he is very much the British Hank Hill. He's the British Hank Hill, but a little dumber. He's got a lot of the quirks and the traits that I really love about Hank Hill. That love for the mundane. Yeah, definitely. Leo, I'm pretty sure we'd be traitors to ourselves if we put him anywhere but Gromit. S at least. Gromit. Okay, we'll put him next to Gromit. We're going to put him next to Gromit, folks. Where is Gromit? I'm trying to find Gromit. Alright, okay. He's up here. There we go. Okay, 2 more characters to go. Okay. Yi from Abominable, like I said, Abominable's just fine to me. Yi is okay. Yi's a very good violinist. I like that when Yi meets the Yeti, she's scared at first, but then it just does not take her long to be like, I'm gonna help Everest get home. And like her passion to get home is brilliant, and I love her analogy of the salmon stream to motivate her friends. But it's really hard for me to get that passionate about her, if I'm honest. But that's the thing about Abominable in general, is it's just a very okay kind of film, and everything about it is just okay. The only thing that's bad about it would be the villains. But yeah, what do people think of Yi from Abominable? Dominic, I only really remember Everest and the villain for this movie. Yeah, another character where it's like, yeah, the supporting characters are more interesting. She's not a bad character. I can understand why little girls would probably resonate with what she goes through and like her story, but for the most part, I'm just like, she's fine. She's a good violinist. Cheerio, Zelda. And yeah, I'm sorry, I wish I had more to say, but like, it's very hard for me to get that passionate about anything regarding Abominable. Yeah, but if anyone has anything to say about Yi, go ahead. Go ahead, have your say. I don't know. Ice, she's a B for me. I like her character a lot and her story. Yeah, I'm gonna say she's a B. I think she's fine as a character. She fits the film she's in. She keeps the team going. She's a good leader. She's compassionate about the Yeti. She's fine. She's fine. Gives us to like the character. We're getting another B. Any more tiers for Yi? We're almost at the end of this tier list, so throw them at me. Throw your tears at me for Yi. Let me hear them out. B. Yeah, we're getting a lot of B's. So I'm fine with putting on B. We're almost at the end of the tier list. So I'd like to just get them done. Last of all, last character, obviously alphabetically, is Z. I don't like Z. I don't like Z. I appreciate what he can symbolize in the world of ants. This character that breaks the system and tries to become more than what he is. In a world that's like forces you into boxes. I kind of resonate and relate with his anxiety, especially when it comes to finding a place in this world. But there's just some aspects of him that have not aged well, particularly his voice casting, but also just his character in general just kind of comes off a little creepy to me, especially when he kidnaps the princess, and he does the right thing at the end, I guess, but yeah, it just doesn't sit right with me. No. I can't, I mean, I prefer Flick. I'm gonna say I prefer Flick, honestly. Flick's a much more endearing ant character. Yeah, it's just Woody Allen as an ant, and that doesn't really sit well nowadays. It's just not aged well. Yeah. It's very hard to say. It's very hard to say. Patrick, I don't like his voice. Don't blame you. Don't blame you at all. For me, he's a C tier. He's probably my least favorite character in Ants. Apparently Woody Allen hated doing this film, and it sounds like it a lot of the time. Yeah, he just comes a little creepy. There's something a little creepy and off about him that I don't like, and a little whiny, a bit too whiny at times. And definitely punching above when it comes to romance. Yeah, C. And like, there's just so many other characters in Ants that I'm like, yeah, I wish they were the hero of the film instead. Like, I love Sylvester Stallone's character. I feel like he deserved, and Azteca as well. I love those characters. Kyle, D, I would squash him over Poppy any day. Ice, D, honestly, if I were younger, I would say A. Yeah, when I was a kid, I liked him, but then when you're older, it's like, eh. I'm gonna go with C or D, really. What tiers we're throwing? I'm getting a lot of Ds. Leo says C is a tricky one, because even disregarding the voice, he doesn't hold up as well as other characters in the film. Yeah. Again, yeah, there's so many things about it that haven't aged well. Like, I get what they're trying to do, like the neurotic, nerdy kind of lead, unlikely hero kind of thing. I get that, working class, get what you're trying to do, but like, it's been done better. And I will even say that Oscar is a better example of what Z was supposed to be. But yeah. Dominic, Flick will always be better for me too. Flick is a dog and that tries to help, and his mistakes make sense for his good intentions. Z just whines the whole time and just unintentionally inspires the others. Yeah, he's not trying to be a hero, that's the thing. He mainly becomes the hero at the end because the film calls for it. And because he's won the princess at that point, so yeah. I get a lot of D's. Okay, I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna fight to defend him. You know what? He is a D. Right, that is the end of the tier list. Let's go through them all. Right, so let's make sure you can all see. Right, bear with me. I'm trying to make sure you can all see. Okay, in Gromit tier we have Wallace, Gromit, Megamind, Miguel, Moses, North, Perrito, Puss, Spirit, and Toothless. In S tier, we have Astrid, Captain Underpants, Diane, Furious 5, Donkey, Ginger, Hiccup, Kitty, Mr. Snake, Mr. Wolf, Penguins of Madagascar, Poe, Princess Fiona, Sandy, Sherman, Shrek, and Tulio. I'd also throw in Mr. Shark for S tier as well. A tier, we have Alex, Bunny, George and Harold, Jack Frost, Miss Tarantula, Mr. Peabody, Ruby Gilman, Tim, and Tip. B tier, we have Barry, Benson, Branch, Gloria, Insectosaurus, Lucky, Marty, Melman, Mr. Piranha, Oscar, RJ, Roddy, Sinbad, Susan, Fiona, and Yi. C tier, we have Bob, Boss Baby, Dr. Cockroach, Link. Interesting, most of the Monster vs. Aliens characters end up on that tier. O from Home, The Crudes, and Turbo. In D tier, we have Poppy and Z. Let me know if you're pleased with this tier list. Let me know if you're happy with it. Just say yes or no in chat right now. It'd be interesting to see if you're all happy with the tier list you created. Well, I had a hand in it as well. Yes, this was a very long stream. I expected it to be long as well, because we had to go through 60 different characters, but good on you for anyone that stayed up for this. Jay says, hey Jam, this was fun. Loved hearing your opinions on these characters, and I've got to give you props for reading all these comments. Try to do the best I can. Haley says, I missed a big chunk of this. It's going to be going up live straight after, so don't worry, you'll catch up on it. So a lot of people seem to like this tier list. Leo, I said the only disagreement was Poe should have been in Gromit, otherwise this is fab. Rocky says, I accept it. Haley, from how this is Dreamworks make pretty good characters. Yeah, based on this tier list, they usually go for W's. A lot of their main characters, a lot of their hero characters, a lot of their good guys are usually W's. I'll say it's good. I was only here for half, but it was worth it. Glad you enjoyed it. Dominic, love the company you all when cleaning. Oh, that's cute. Soda, cannot wait for the 60 crush tier list. Oh, don't. No. Leo, I should have had an early night due to being sick, but your streams are always worth it. Oh, bless, thanks. Dominic, quite satisfied with this list. Anyway, better head off now. It is 1 o'clock in the morning over here in the UK. Glad you all enjoyed the stream. Please consider watching my other videos and maybe checking out my Q&A stream I did the other day. I really appreciate any kind of support. Make sure your ad block is off. Consider going to my Twitter to support me on my Patreon. All that jazz. And I hope you're happy, hope you're smiling, hope you're well. Those are important things.